A sudden clink, and just like that, everything is on the floor. Meet Hiro Momosi, a first-year high school student whose clumsiness is already making a loud entrance. When her classmates rush in to help, Hiro is completely overwhelmed by the kindness. It's a far cry from her junior high days, where she was a completely different, lonelier version of herself. Back then, she was the favorite target for every delinquent in school, tripped, mocked, and belittled for her grades. Compared to that nightmare, high school feels like a paradise, until a teacher's voice snaps her back to reality. Momos, let's talk in the faculty office. The problem? Hiro is the only student who hasn't joined a club. She's tried everything from cooking to art, but every single one of them gently showed her the door. Just as things look bleak, the teacher introduces Ichikura, the president of the Helpers Club. It's a club so obscure that most members aren't even active, and Ichikura was actually planning to dissolve it entirely. Not wanting to be a burden, Hiro makes a sudden decision. She'll join. Ichikura is visibly relieved, explaining that the club basically handles all the volunteer requests around the school. Official minions, Hiro thinks, realizing this is a role she's unfortunately overqualified for thanks to her past. But as she watches Ichikura, she's stunned. He's a powerhouse who dominates in both sports and academics. After another clumsy mishap, Ichikura's genuine kindness catches her off guard. He's the complete opposite of her, and for the first time, Hiro feels like this club might actually be fun. But the peace is shattered when a voice from her past cuts through the air. A former bully has spotted her, and he's already back to his old tricks, mocking her new image and grabbing her for a photo. With a flash of the camera, the bully delivers the ultimate blow. Assuming the perfect Ichikura is her nerd boyfriend, Hiro can only freeze in horror as her new life and old nightmares collide. A sudden firm grip freezes the air as Dan steps in, snatching the phone away. His voice is cold and absolute. Stop! She doesn't like it! The other guy is baffled, complaining that Dan is being too serious. But for Hiro, it's a total shock. She can't believe he actually fended him off. Hiro is practically floating, convinced that Ichikura-kun is the kindest soul alive. But the romantic mood crashes instantly when he sighs and drops a blunt nickname. Hey, shorty. Not looking for admiration. He's actually annoyed. He demands she say something back, leaving Hiro completely frozen in a daze. Fast forward to club activity, where the mood takes a sharp turn. While tending to the garden, Dan drops a bombshell. He used to be a delinquent. Hiro can't even process the news. She's too distracted by the weird way he's sitting. A perfect student facade slips as he warns her not to snitch, looking genuinely menacing. Hiro mumbles a sassy comeback under her breath, leaving Dan completely bewildered. Hiro wonders why he didn't just shut the bullies up yesterday. Dan insists he's just waiting for the right moment. But Hiro isn't buying it. She gives him a look of pure doubt. Dan's idea for her to handle bullies? Just punch them hard in the face. Hiro thinks he's insane, but then he opens up about his past, admitting he was actually a clumsy loser in junior high. Cole can't help but laugh, and for the first time, Dan seems to accept why people mocked him. But he's left wondering, isn't that exactly why he tried so hard to change? A heavy, awkward silence falls between them. To break the tension, they agree to just shut up and finish the gardening. The next day arrives, but Hiro is already weighed down by doubt. As she tends to the garden, a haunting question echoes in her mind. Did she really change? Or is she still the same person she was before? She tries to shake off the gloom with a fake high-pitched cheer, but the peace is shattered instantly. A sudden presence looms over her, sending her tumbling backward in a complete panic. Ichikura-kun! But it's not Ichikura. A trio of delinquents strides in, their vibe immediately turning the air hostile. The leader scans the area with a smirk, announcing that the glasses guy they're looking for is nowhere to be found. Then, the target appears. The delinquent's eyes light up with malice as he mocks the Liffles Club, calling it a minion club instead. With a cruel laugh, he offers to help by launching a violent kick straight into the equipment. Hiro can't just stand by. She lets out a sharp hey, her voice cutting through the delinquent's arrogance. The guy freezes, staring back in disbelief that someone actually dared to speak up. While the leader is distracted, Hiro tries to keep the peace. But the other thugs aren't having it. One of them grabs a bucket of water, intending to douse them, while a terrified Ichikura is practically begging himself to do something. In a flash, the help arrives. A massive splash of water erupts, soaking the garden and catching Hiro completely off guard. Drenched from head to toe, Hiro stands there in stunned silence. The delinquent just gives a casual, mocking oops, while Ichikura can only stare in absolute shock. As the bullies laugh at her misery, Hiro feels that old, familiar feeling of helplessness creeping back. But then, something unexpected happens. A piece of clothing is suddenly draped over her shoulders, shielding her from the cold and the laughter. It's Ichikura, beaming with a genuine smile. Instead of being ashamed, he tells her she was actually pretty cool for standing up to them. In that moment, the bullying doesn't feel so heavy anymore. A group of thugs has spotted their target, and they aren't impressed. They eye the glasses guy with total contempt, dismissing him as a weakling and confident that this will be a quick job. But the moment Dan ditches his glasses, the entire vibe shifts. The thugs are completely baffled. Does removing your eyewear actually give you a power boost? They demand an answer, but he stays chillingly silent. He doesn't answer with words. He answers with a slam. With a brutal, lightning-fast strike, Dan sends the guy flying, confirming with a dark smirk that yes, it actually does make him stronger. Aftermath is absolute chaos. While Hiro watches in total shock, a photo is snapped of the victory. The secret Dan wanted to keep is now captured in high definition, and someone is already threatening to leak it. Back in his perfect student persona, Dan uses the evidence to shut the bullies up. But as Hiro eats her ice cream, she's haunted by memories of the laughter and the lame image they tried to force on her. Over popsicles, Dan opens up, admitting he hates delinquents because they're rough and arrogant. It's a strange confession, especially since Hiro is still thinking about how incredibly cool he looked in the heat of the fight. Hiro beams at him with a genuine heartwarming smile, giving him a title he probably never expected. The first good delinquent she's ever met. Anne tries to deny his past, but Hiro isn't buying it. She's convinced he's still a delinquent at heart. When she tries to return the ice cream in a huff, Dan shuts her down with a blunt deal. The treat was a bribe for her silence. Before she can argue further, Dan just shoves a popsicle right into her mouth. One sudden chomp later, and Hiro is silenced in the most delicious way possible. With a triumphant grin, Dan delivers the final blow. Since she's already eaten it, the gift is no longer eligible for return. Hiro is left speechless, blushing and completely defeated by his unexpected boldness. Ichikura flashes a bright smile, but the air is thick with pressure as he cracks his knuckles. Hiro is completely thrown off, and as he dismisses the tension, she's left with one terrifying realization. She absolutely hates delinquents. Meet Hiro Momose, a high school freshman and member of the two-person helpers club. She's doing her best to clean up the school grounds, but just as she thinks she's finished, disaster strikes. Her trash bag has a massive tear. Enter the other club member, Ichikura-kun. He approaches a stranger with a polite face, returning a dropped item, but the item in question is a pack of cigarettes. Hiro watches in horror from the sidelines as the kind gesture backfires. The guy didn't drop the cigarettes, he threw them away. And now he's got Ichikura by the collar, ready to snap. In a blink, the tables have turned. The aggressor is now crumpled on the pavement, completely defeated, while Ichikura just stands there, casually warning him never to litter again. The truth comes out. Ichikura is a former delinquent. While the defeated guy bows in terror, Hiro is in a full-blown panic, desperate to keep this violent side of him hidden from the rest of the school. Ichikura decides that Hiro is the perfect cover for his secret. When she questions why he's playing the part of a nerd, he shuts her down. He's not pretending. He's genuinely retired from the delinquent life in pursuit of peace. With one look, Ichikura secures her cooperation. Hiro has no choice but to agree, and as they return to the classroom, the facade of the quiet student returns. Back in class, Hiro is spiraling, feeling like she's accidentally become a delinquent's minion all over again. But when a classmate asks about her relationship with Ichikura, she tries to keep it strictly professional. The secret is already leaking. A classmate reveals she saw the bowing delinquent, sending Hiro into a panic, and just as she realizes the cover is blown, Ichikura appears behind her with that same terrifying smile, reminding her of their deal. Gossip is flying, and Momose is leading the charge, painting Dan as a fragile little thing. She's convinced he's so skinny that a single punch would take him out, completely unaware that the man of the hour is standing right behind her. Just as she breathes a sigh of relief, thinking she's safe, Dan's voice cuts through the air, calling her name. Momose freezes, her face flushing as she tries to play it cool, but the tension is already thick enough to cut with a knife. Once they hit the clubroom, the masks slip. Momose erupts, yelling at Dan for almost getting caught while he just calmly brushes it off. Even as she tosses his plushie aside, he drops a warning. If she keeps this up, she'll end up in a fight again. And, without a single word of warning, Dan yanks up his shirt. Momose's brain practically shuts down as she's hit with a sudden blinding view of perfectly toned abs. She's absolutely spiraling. What on earth is he doing? While Momose internally brands him a creep, Dan leans in close, his presence overwhelming. He catches her staring and drops a line that makes her heart race, telling her there's absolutely no reason to blush that hard. Irony hits like a truck. Standing there shirtless and muscular, Dan asks with a smug grin if he really looks like he'd go down in one punch. Momose is left completely dazed, the horrifying realization sinking in. He heard every single word. The mood flips instantly as Dan tosses a task her way eating the school field. As he walks away, Momose is left slumped on the couch, her heart hammering against her ribs. One thing is now crystal clear. He is not skinny at all. Out on the field, the grueling work begins. and Momose can't help but feel like a total minion. The experience is all too familiar, triggering a nostalgic, painful flashback to her junior high days where she was the one forced to do all the cleaning. Watching Dan work himself to the bone, Momose is genuinely impressed by his dedication. But just as she's admiring his unexpected work ethic, he decides to cool off by lifting his shirt again, sending her right back into a blushing panic. Caught in a daze, Momose stammers through an excuse about a stubborn weed. She puts every ounce of her strength into one final pull, only for the plant to rip, sending her flying backward and splashing a massive glob of mud right onto Dan's back. The boy's face is a total mess, and he's decided he's not going down alone. With a sudden splat, he wipes the grime right onto the girl's face, calling her a shorty in the process. He starts rubbing her face, leaving her completely bewildered. When she asks why he isn't angry, he lets out a laugh and declares this little prank as his revenge. His tone softens as he admits he knows just how clumsy she is. The words hit home, leaving her speechless and staring up at him with a sudden spark of emotion. The tension breaks into a light-hearted moment. He catches her smiling and asks what's so funny, but she quickly tries to play it cool, denying that she's laughing at all. Now back in her school uniform, Hiro is practically floating on air, thrilled to be free from her minion, sorry club duties for the day. But her daydreaming ends abruptly when she slams right into someone. Mood shifts instantly. Hiro spots Dan being cornered by a blonde delinquent who's gripping his collar tight. The guy is demanding money, claiming Dan ruined his payday. But as Dan glares back, something in his eyes changes. Surrounded by the noise of other students, Hiro tries to convince herself that Dan wouldn't start a fight here. But then she sees it. The grip on his collar tightens, and she realizes she might be wrong. He can't just stand there. In a sudden burst of courage, Hiro lunges forward and grabs Dan, desperately trying to pull him away from the confrontation. Dan is completely blindsided, barely processing that Momose is the one rescuing him. Behind them, the delinquent is screaming for them to come back, but they're already making a break for it. With a quick shh, Dan pulls her deep into the shadows of an alley, shielding her from view. The delinquent is left standing in the street, fuming and wondering where on earth they vanished to. The tension is electric, as Hiro finds herself pressed dangerously close to Dan in a narrow alley. Just as the air gets heavy, a voice from outside signals that their pursuers have finally given up. Once the coast is clear, Dan is less than thrilled about the awkward proximity, but Hiro's concern overrides her embarrassment. She looks him in the eye with a sudden, sharp seriousness. If he really wants to leave his delinquent past behind, he has to stop fighting. With a hopeful gaze, Hiro asks the one question that cuts through his defenses. Doesn't he want to change too? Dan can only look away, the weight of her words hanging in the air. A memory of Dan's own words about changing flashes through her mind, but the silence that follows is deafening. Panic sets in instantly. Hiro is convinced she's just crossed a line that might actually get her killed. But instead of anger, Dan delivers a surprising declaration. He'll stop fighting before a stunned Hiro can even process it. He pokes her forehead with a loud, "I said okay." Mood shifts as Dan makes a solemn vow, promising her he'll keep his word. Hiro is mesmerized by his intensity, though she can't help but think he's almost too serious. A thought that immediately earns her a glare for doubting him. To lighten the mood, Dan playfully suggests a pinky promise, only to tease her by saying he's kidding. But then the playfulness vanishes, and they lock pinkies in a genuine, honest pact. A sudden burst of laughter from Dan catches Hiro off guard, leaving her wondering if she's being mocked. But as he looks at her with a genuine smile, he simply tells her how funny she is. Hiro gazes at him, her heart fluttering as they hold on to that small promise. For her, the laughter of delinquents has always been a signal of danger and fear. But as she looks at Dan, everything feels different. For some reason, his laughter is the only one in the world that doesn't scare her. A Lepus club sounds noble, but in reality, it's basically just a minion club for picking up trash. However, today's mission is a bit more glamorous, helping someone find the perfect outfit for a class event. Then he arrives, and he is definitely not blending in. Dan shows up late, rocking a full-blown delinquent jacket that leaves Hiro completely stunned. Meet the man of the hour, Ichikura Dan. To the rest of the school, he's a serious glasses-wearing nerd. But Hiro knows the truth. He's actually a former delinquent, and she's the only one who knows his secret. Hiro can't hold back her shock, pointing out that he looks exactly like a delinquent right now. Dan's defense is simple. His closet is just full of this stuff, and he's desperate for a look that won't make him stand out at the class event. But the past doesn't stay buried. A sudden, icy glare from a nearby group sends the tension skyrocketing, and Hiro can feel the dangerous vibes radiating through the air. Panic mode engaged. Hiro grabs Dan and drags him away before things get violent, but a memory flashes back to his promise to stop fighting. She can't help but wonder, is he actually sticking to it? As they head into a clothing store, Hiro's trust is at an all-time low. Between his violent streaks and his sudden shifts, she's not entirely convinced he's changed. The struggle is real. Dan keeps picking out the flashiest, most delinquent clothes possible, skulls and all. He's terrified of his classmates finding out his secret, yet his taste is a dead giveaway. This invite is a first. In junior high, his reputation as a fighter meant he was always the outcast, the one who never got the invitation to the party. His vulnerability hits Hiro hard. As she looks at him, she remembers her own lonely junior high days, realizing they both share the same painful memory of being the one left behind. Oro is on a mission to find Dan the perfect outfit, her excitement practically radiating off her. While Dan seems a bit lost in her energy, they head to the fitting rooms for the big reveal. The fashion show begins. From player vibes to active kid energy, Hiro cycles through options, but nothing is quite hitting the mark, until a sudden realization strikes her. Then it happens. Dan steps out in a look that perfectly captures his vibe, leaving Hiro completely breathless. It's a total win, and she insists he wear it right then and there. After some pleading, Dan agrees to the outfit, though he's worried about attracting the wrong kind of attention. As Hiro hopes for a successful class event, her eye catches something small and sparkling. Dan's shopping spree includes a surprising find, some cute earrings. He's hesitant, but Hiro doesn't hesitate for a second, snatching them up to see if they'd suit her. In a sudden move, Dan holds the earring against Hiro's ear. The air shifts instantly as he looks her in the eye with a smirk, asking the one question that makes her heart race. Isn't it cute? What? Hiro's brain practically shuts down from the compliment. Completely flustered and overwhelmed, she bolts toward the counter to buy the earrings before she loses her nerve. The aftermath is pure chaos in Hiro's head. She's convinced he called her cute, only to have a sudden, crushing realization. He was talking about the jewelry. Fast forward to the day of the class event, and Dan is absolutely dominating the bowling alley. Strike after strike, he's the star of the show, leaving everyone in awe. While some classmates worry that Dan's natural talent is exposing his past, he's just having the time of his life. And as Hiro wears those special earrings, she can't help but smile, genuinely happy to see him shining. Oro is getting teased by her friends about a potential boyfriend, but she quickly denies it, claiming she doesn't even have a crush. Then the conversation shifts to a dangerous topic. Her type. Oro lists her ideal traits: smart, athletic, funny, and kind, only to be called greedy by her friends. Little does she know, Dan is right there, listening to every word. Ora's eyes lock on to Dan, but her mind is racing. She reminds herself that he's a former delinquent, exactly the kind of guy she dislikes. Yet she can't stop herself from adding one more detail to her list. Oro adds, someone who keeps promises to her requirements, sparking curiosity from her friends. In her head, she imagines a wild, promise-breaking version of Dan, convinced that the real Ichikura could never be that person. As the group heads home, full from a buffet, the peaceful night is shattered. A commotion breaks out nearby, and it turns out the cause is a drunk classmate making a scene. While Hiro panics about getting involved, Dan steps in with a calm request for everyone to settle down. But the aggressors aren't in the mood for politeness, and they turn their anger toward him. The tension snaps. When the drunk classmate challenges him, Dan doesn't flinch. He goes straight for the collar. Hiro can only watch in horror as the perfect student's darker side resurfaces. Just as things look like they'll explode, Dan flips the switch. He lets go and delivers a deep, humble apology, leaving Hiro completely stunned by his sudden change in demeanor. The situation is diffused as the drunk classmate is led away, but not before he gives Dan a few mocking slaps to the face, claiming he just wanted to make things clear. With the chaos over, Dan's friends fuss over him, calling the other guy rude. Dan brushes it off as nothing, but for Hiro, this encounter has changed everything she thought she knew about him. As the other students head home, Hiro notices Dan is still lingering by the river. She asks if he's not going back yet, but he simply brushes it off with a casual nah. A heavy silence falls between them, leaving Hiro wondering what's on his mind. Then out of nowhere, Dan drops a cryptic line about liking cool things, leaving her completely baffled. Dan opens up about his personal code, admitting he'd rather die than be lame, and only wants to do what he finds cool. But the mood shifts instantly as he cringes, recalling just how lame he actually was in the past. Just as Dan is spiraling into self-loathing, Hiro hits him with the ultimate compliment. With stars in her eyes, she tells him that he was actually super cool, and that she was genuinely moved. The tension softens as Hiro reminds him of another victory. He kept his promise. Her warm smile and gentle touch make the moment feel suddenly dangerously intimate. Oro tries to play it off, jokingly promising to scold anyone who calls him lame, while secretly admitting she exaggerated a bit. Dan just laughs it off, but then he drops a bombshell that freezes the air. I just thought you were cute. Hiro's brain practically shuts down at the word cute. In a panic, she tries to convince herself he's talking about her earrings. But Dan shuts that theory down with a simple, devastating nope. He makes it crystal clear. He was talking about her. Hiro is left reeling, admitting to herself that she hates how much he manages to throw her off balance. As she looks at his smile, a terrifying thought crosses Hiro's mind. What if this confusion is actually the start of something more? What if she's accidentally falling for him? Back in the present, Hiro is scrubbing windows, but her mind is miles away. His words keep looping in her head, leaving her desperate to figure out exactly what he meant. A sudden memory hits Hiro like a ton of bricks, dragging her back to the nightmare of junior high. She can still hear the mocking compliments of the delinquents who treated her like a toy. Just as the past wounds start to sting, a loud voice snaps her back to the present. Conversation turns to a dangerous topic. What kind of girls do they actually like? Hiro leans in, her heart racing as she wonders if she's about to hear something revealing, only for Ichikura to drop a bombshell. I like this one. For a split second, Hiro's imagination runs wild, wondering if she's the cute one he's talking about. But the dream crashes instantly when she realizes he's just talking about a cute anime character. His standards for cuteness are definitely odd. Then comes the brutal reality check. A quiz score of 3 out of 50. Hiro tries to defend herself, claiming she's trying her best, but the response is a cold splash of truth. If this is her best, she's in serious trouble. While reeling from her failure, Hiro discovers something shocking about the perfect Ichikura. He actually visits the faculty office to ask questions about the lessons. She's floored. She had no idea he ever struggled or sought help. Being an opportunity, the teacher suggests that since they're in the same club, Ichikura should just tutor her. Hiro pauses, suddenly remembering that beneath the delinquent past, he really is technically a nerd. A leap of faith, Hiro asks him to help her study for the next quiz. But Ichikura's reaction isn't what she expected. He looks genuinely hesitant, admitting he's never actually taught anyone before. Hiro braces herself for a rejection, clutching her failing grade like a shield. But instead of a no, Ichikura gives her a blunt warning. Don't complain if you don't learn. He's actually going to do it. The study session begins in the silence of an empty classroom. Hiro expected his explanations to be chaotic and weird, but to her surprise, Ichikura is actually incredibly easy to understand. But the academic focus shifts the moment Ichikura leans in, way too close. As he points out the next problem on the page, Hiro freezes. He's definitely entering her personal space, and the air is suddenly thick with tension. Just when things are getting productive, Dan decides he's had enough and crashes right on the desk. He leaves Hiro completely stranded with a simple, "I'll take a nap while you do it." A playful jab about his fake glasses leads to a surprising confession. Dan admits they're actually a disguise, designed to keep his past acquaintances from recognizing him. As she checks her answers, Hiro's imagination runs wild. She can't help but picture the version of Dan that existed before the glasses, a strong and infamous delinquent. Panic sets in as Hiro worries her struggles will make him give up on her. But Dan just smiles, calmly suggesting they review the material and try one more time. Remembering how he accepts her clumsiness, Hiro feels a surge of gratitude. Touched that he's still helping her, she makes a silent vow to work as hard as she can. The mental fatigue finally hits, and Hiro completely zones out. Dan is exhausted from the effort of teaching, but suddenly, he reaches out and grabs her chin. With a sudden movement, he pulls her close, their faces inches apart. The air thickens with tension as he looks deep into her eyes and starts to speak. The romantic tension snaps instantly when he reveals the real reason for the closeness. He thinks she looks exactly like her Tibetan sandfox pencil case. After a quick slap for his ridiculous joke, the mood shifts again. Dan looks at her with a smirk and drops a sudden heart-stopping line. "You're cute!" Completely flustered, Hiro tries to hide her racing heart behind a sharp glare. She's totally shaken by the sudden compliment, leaving a clueless Dan wondering what he did wrong. The air is thick with awkwardness as Hiro struggles to process a comment that feels completely abnormal to her. She mumbles in a fluster, admitting that people rarely say such things to her, leaving Dan genuinely confused by her reaction. Then, Dan leans in with a smug, confident smile, dropping a bombshell question that freezes the room. Could it be that she actually likes him now? Hiro's face erupts in a deep blush, her eyes wide with shock. Dan doesn't let up, staring her down with a calm, expectant look as he asks, "Really?" Panic takes over. Hiro slams her hand down, screaming a desperate denial that she doesn't like him. But Dan just sneers with a cool "I see," leaving Hiro completely derailed and stuttering in confusion. In a frantic burst, Hiro lets out a rant about her hatred for delinquents and the teasing she endured in junior high. She throws out a quick thank you and bolts from the room, leaving a totally shocked Dan in her wake. As she walks away, Hiro regrets her slip-up, but a sudden flashback to the cruel teasing of her past triggers a total meltdown. She lets out a visceral scream of frustration, while her classmates look on in a mix of amusement and pity. The realization hits her like a ton of bricks. She's convinced Dan was just mocking her reactions, just like those guys from her past. Now the embarrassment has turned into pure, focused rage. Just as Hiro starts to relax and chat with a friend about her quiz, Dan pops up behind her. The sudden appearance triggers a high-voltage jump scare, sending Hiro into a comedic panic. Determined not to be a pushover, Hiro decides to give him the cold shoulder. She brushes him off with a huff and a fake excuse to leave, telling herself that she's not the same girl she used to be. But the plan backfires instantly. One look at Dan's face tells her he's furious about being ignored, and just as she tries to flee in terror, he makes a sudden sharp move to stop her in her tracks. The tension is thick in the classroom as the teacher returns the latest quizzes. Hiro is practically vibrating with nerves, determined not to let her fear of Dan Ichikura hold her back this time. A 41 out of 50. Hiro's hard work actually paid off. With a blush of relief, she makes her way back to her seat, passing right by the one person she's been avoiding. Dan is just chilling at his desk, seemingly oblivious to the world. But as Hiro stops right in front of him, she finally finds her voice. Ichikura-kun. Dan casually mentions his own high score, but Hiro isn't focused on the grades. With eyes full of sincerity, she lets out the words she's been holding back. I'm sorry. Dan's mood shifts instantly. He leans in and whispers a question that hits Hiro like a ton of bricks. Does she really think he's just like the punks from her past? Before she can even process the question, he drops a bombshell. If you still really think that, go out with me. Hiro is completely frozen, her world stopping in an instant. Meanwhile, Dan just looks at her with a smug, confident gaze that says he knows exactly what he's doing. What did he just say? Hiro's brain has officially short-circuited. Even as the teacher orders everyone to take their seats, she remains paralyzed in a state of total shock. Still in a daze, Hiro asks him to repeat himself. Dan doubles down, vowing to prove he's nothing like those delinquents. And then he challenges her. What happens if she doesn't see the difference? After a quick, chaotic exchange about how scary he is, Dan delivers the final blow with a massive grin. So, nice to meet you, girlfriend-san! A total system crash. Hiro is left reeling with one question echoing in her mind. Did she actually just become his girlfriend? Fast forward to the next day, and Hiro is a walking zombie. Between the thrill of her first boyfriend and the terror of his delinquent past, sleep was simply not an option. Still half asleep and staggering through the halls, Hiro's clumsiness strikes again. She slams right into someone, sending her into a full-blown panic. It's Ichikura. While he gives her a calm good morning, Hiro is spiraling, wondering why the air suddenly feels so heavy and awkward between them. Then, the mask slips. With the terrifying grins and a sharp warning about where she's walking, Ichikura's delinquent side flares up, leaving Hiro wondering if this is how he treats his girlfriend. But wait, is he actually a monster? Hiro watches from a distance as he chats cheerfully with others, realizing he might just be a guy who marches to the beat of his own drum. Hope springs eternal as Hiro imagines a romantic lunch together, but reality hits hard. Ichikura brushes her off to head to the cafeteria with someone else. Desperate for a manual on how to actually be a girlfriend, Hiro turns to the internet. Hold hands, be touchy. The list is simple, but for her it feels like an impossible mission. She tries to imagine a lovey-dovey future, but the memory of his scary face crashes the party. As her friends call her for lunch, she reaches a bleak conclusion. This just isn't happening. Now it's PE time, and the post-lunch slump hits Hiro hard. But the teacher's whistle snaps her awake with a challenge. Find a partner and play catch. A sudden, piercing gaze locks onto Hiro, sending a chill down her spine. Dan's expression is so intense it's practically terrifying, leaving her completely bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. The pressure doesn't let up. Even as they play baseball, Dan's unsettling stare follows her every move, making Hiro so nervous that she instinctively scrambles backward just to get some breathing room. One clumsy trip later and Hiro is seeing stars on the ground. While the boys from the next class laugh at her misfortune, the mockery triggers a bitter memory of her junior high days. One of the mocking boys asks for the ball, but Dan's response is a chilling sorry, accompanied by a throw that carries a dangerous weight. The boy's laughter vanishes instantly, replaced by pure shock, and just like that, the scary aura evaporates. Dan returns to his sparkling, perfect persona, claiming he's not even good at baseball with a bright, innocent smile. But Hiro saw through the act. That throw was a calculated strike, exactly like a delinquent's attack, and she can't help but wonder, did he just do that to protect her? Just as she's processing his hidden side, Dan leans in with a smile that makes her shudder. Then he drops a bombshell that makes her heart race. He wants to skip class. He plays the perfect student, convincing the others he's taking the injured Hiro to the nurse's office. Hiro is left in total shock, unable to wrap her head around his sudden rebellious streak. They end up in a deserted room, exactly as Dan planned. While Hiro insists she isn't actually hurt, Dan's smug confidence and a sudden, unexpected head pat leave her completely frozen. For a fleeting moment, Hiro thinks this is a romantic gesture, until Dan crushes her hopes. He reveals that her shakiness wasn't worrying him. It was actually just annoying him. Talk about an emotional crash. Dan suggests a simple solution to help Hiro feel better. Some much-needed sleep. Hiro tries to resist, but the temptation of a cozy bed is too strong, and she finally gives in. Tucked under the covers, Hiro teases him for being a nerd who shouldn't be skipping class, but Dan just brushes it off. As she watches him, her heart starts racing. What if he actually stays right here? Dan tells her to just go to sleep, but Hiro's mind is racing. She can't help but wonder why she's the only one who seems so nervous about the fact that they're dating. She recalls his determined words about proving he's different from other delinquents. Suddenly, a crushing realization hits her. Did they start dating just for that, and not because he actually likes her? Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Hiro feels like she's completely misread the situation. She catches herself staring at him, and when he notices, she quickly tries to play it cool. Dan calls her out for staring, and Hiro immediately denies it. She makes a clumsy excuse about his hair looking different, which he accepts with total obliviousness. Oro finds his reaction completely lame, but Dan is just laughing it off, admitting that he's getting too worked up. Oro is confused by his choice of words. But then Dan leans in and whispers a question that sends a shockwave through her. Is it a problem that he's worked up? Just as the tension peaks, Dan casually asks if she's going to sleep, leaving her completely stunned. She realizes she wasn't the only one with those thoughts on her mind. Completely flustered, Hiro dives under her covers to hide from the world. She's left wondering what just happened, but the smile on her face says it all. Dan treats her like a child, telling her to hurry up and sleep with a series of gentle pats. But Hiro isn't buying it. She's convinced he's just mocking her, and this definitely wasn't in the dating guides she searched for. Despite her suspicions, the warmth of the moment lingers. Hiro feels something shifting in her heart, while Dan watches her sleep in a heavy, thoughtful silence. The tender mood vanishes instantly as Dan lets out a laugh, calling her such a baby. Hiro snaps awake in a panic. She's completely forgotten that she needs to get back to class. Just as she tries to bolt, Dan's hand shoots out and grabs her. The sudden firm clasp sends a jolt through Hiro, leaving her frozen and blushing furiously. Panic mode activated. Hiro screams "not yet" and sends Dan flying off the bed. Convinced that delinquents just moved too fast, a furious Dan roars back that he was only stopping her from falling out of bed, leaving Hiro feeling incredibly awkward. With his glasses back on, Dan's composure returns as he asks how she's feeling. Hiro, still a bit flustered, admits that the nap actually helped, earning a simple, approving nod from him. As she looks at him, Hiro can't help but remember his promise to be different from the thugs of her past. To her, Dan has already become something special. The first good delinquent she's ever known. Back in the Helpers Club room, the post-nap bliss has faded into total boredom. Hiro is completely spaced out, wondering if anything interesting will actually happen today. Then, a new face appears. A stylish girl arrives at the door, clutching a torn flyer and questioning if this club really lives up to its promise of doing anything for its clients. Meet Michiru Kazuno, a second-year Gyaru with a wild request. She wants Dan to be her fake boyfriend to help her break up with her current one. Dan, ever the pragmatist, immediately asks the most obvious question. Why not just tell the guy she's done? A girl is venting on her phone about a guy who's been acting suspicious and refusing to give straight answers. Dan Ichikura listens with an uneasy expression as she explains the drama. She lied about liking someone else just to annoy him, and now he wants to meet this mystery guy. Hiro Mumpos steps in to offer her help, and Dan reluctantly agrees. The plan is set, and the Gyaru girl presents Dan as her current crush to the target. While the light-haired guy looks completely bewildered, Hiro watches from the sidelines, wondering if the lie will actually work. But seeing how close they are, Hiro can't help but feel a sudden prick of tension. The facade shatters instantly as the guy slams his hand down, refusing to believe the lie. In the chaos, Dan's glasses fly off, and Hiro's heart sinks. She knew this would happen. But then, the guy's shock turns into recognition. Wait, are you that Ichikura? Well, the Gyaru girl doesn't hold back, mocking Dan for his lame new look while revealing she knows him from Kodan South Junior High. As Hiro panics over Dan's secret past being exposed, the girl drops a bombshell. She wants to stop pretending and actually date him for real. Just as the tension peaks, Dan makes a move that freezes everyone in their tracks. He grabs Hiro and pulls her tight against him, shutting the other girl down with one cold line. Nope, I have a girlfriend. Hiro's brain practically shuts down from the sudden closeness. The Gyaru is completely unfazed, casually asking if having a girlfriend even matters. Dan remains deadpan, while the girl gives him one last playful offer to switch to her before heading off to work. Left behind, Hiro is still reeling from the shock, her face glowing. The drama isn't over yet, as the girl tries to squeeze contact info out of Hiro. Dan shuts it down hard, claiming he doesn't even own a smartphone and mocking her for calling his style lame. He slams the door on the conversation, declaring he's done with his delinquent days to focus on his studies. Now alone with the Gyaru, Hiro finds herself in the crosshairs as the girl demands her number. Hiro politely declines, but internally she's screaming, why on earth would she give away secrets? It turns out the girl is just desperate for some dirt on Dan since he won't tell her anything. With Hiro as her only source, the girl asks the one question that opens a door to the past. What was Ichikura actually like in junior high? A vision emerges of a completely different Dan, a silver-haired, terrifying delinquent who won every fight and broke every girl's heart. Oro is absolutely floored by the image of silver-haired Dan, unable to imagine him that way. As they discuss his legendary popularity as a scary delinquent, the conversation turns to Hiro's own relationship with him. The Gyaru is stunned to learn that the legendary loner actually did something unexpected for Hiro. A single question hits Hiro like a physical blow. What did he like about you? Just as she's struggling to find an answer, her companion drops a bombshell. An offer to show her a picture of Ichikura from his junior high days. Oro is all in, but the tease is real. With a playful nope, the other girl twists the knife, calling her out for wanting to know everything about the guy she likes. Horo's desperation is practically radiating off the page. The mystery of the old Ichikura consumes Hiro's thoughts. Fast forward to the next day, where we see the current Ichikura being pestered by the same girl, who's grilling him on his type while he tries to stay focused on his work. While Hiro is busy organizing paperwork, the conversation takes a sharp turn. What do you like about mimosas? The question is a total ambush, leaving Hiro frozen in shock while Ichikura simply tells her she's being too loud. Enter Optimist Momos. Despite the chaos, Hiro can't help but blush, wondering if it's her looks that caught his eye. But Ichikura isn't in the mood for romance. He just wants both of them to shut up. Pressure ramps up as the other girl grabs Ichikura, demanding an answer. As the tension peaks, Hiro's courage vanishes, and she hides her face behind a sheet of paper, unable to watch the scene unfold. Jealousy flares up in Hiro as she watches them together. The other girl doesn't stop, threatening to leak Ichikura's old photos if he stays silent, a threat that brings back a glimpse of his surprising delinquent past. Suddenly, Hiro finds her voice. Stepping in with unexpected intensity, she delivers a firm warning, don't ever do that. Her protective side has officially entered the chat. The mood shifts instantly. With a casual "I was just joking" and a parting shot calling Hiro stupid, the other girl slams the door shut, leaving Ichikura staring into the void. Now left alone with Ichikura, Hiro's brain goes into full panic mode. From protective to terrified, in seconds she spirals, wondering if she's now the enemy, and if she needs to beg for forgiveness. A mood is completely mismatched. Dan is laughing his head off, while Hiro is spiraling into a panic. She can't understand why he's so carefree when she's convinced he just doesn't care about her at all. Then come the rumors. Whispers fill the halls as other girls claim Dan is their boyfriend, leaving Hiro to wonder if he's being targeted again, or if there's some truth to the claims. O's anxiety grows as she wonders how Dan will handle it if this girl is actually serious. Meanwhile, a strange detail about silver hair surfaces, adding another layer of mystery to the situation. Suddenly, the nightmare becomes real. The girl appears out of nowhere, grabbing Dan's arm and demanding to talk to him, leaving a shocked Hiro frozen in place. Panic leads to total chaos as Hiro clumsily slams into a table. Dan tries to get her under control, his voice sharp as he tells her to stop and asks what on earth she's doing. Driven by a sudden surge of desperation, Hiro's composure completely shatters. With tears in her eyes, she blurts out the one thing she's been hiding, begging him not to go. Why, just as the tension reaches a breaking point, the door clatters open. The other girl strolls back in, casually asking why they're taking so long. The truth finally drops. It was all a game. The girl reveals she's back with her actual boyfriend, admitting she only used Dan to tease Hiro for her own amusement. As the force of nature departs, the air between Dan and Hiro shifts. He leans in with a smirk, asking the one question that makes Hiro's heart race. Did she really think he'd choose that girl over her? Before she can even process the question, Dan pins her against the wall. His voice is low and certain as he delivers a promise that freezes her in place. I won't leave. Dan drops a line that changes everything, his voice low and confident. Because I'm yours, right? Oro's brain practically short-circuits. She's frozen in place, her face flushing a deep crimson as the distance between them vanishes. He pins her against the wall, trapping her in a moment of pure heart-pounding tension. And then it happens, the kiss they've both been waiting for. But just as the world fades away, a sudden ping from a phone shatters the magic, leaving Hiro wondering who could be messaging her now. A confusing message about an apology gift pops up, but another notification follows immediately. Hiro and Dan lean in, only to find something completely unexpected. It's a photo of Dan from junior high, and he looks like a total menace. A terrifying delinquent with a gaze that could kill, the exact image he's been trying to erase. Well, the scene shifts to the classroom, where the gossip mill is in overdrive. Her classmates are stunned. Is she really dating the perfect Ichikura-kun? Blushing and beaming, Hiro admits he was the one who made the first move. But when her friends ask what's actually nice about him, she's practically bursting with praise. With eyes full of stars, she gushes about his kindness and reliability, insisting that he's actually cool. Her friends can see it instantly. She's completely smitten. The teasing is playful, but it triggers a dark memory for Hiro. As she thinks of her past, the trauma of facing delinquents rushes back, reminding her of the girl she's still trying to leave behind. A sudden question from her friend sends Hiro's mind racing. Have they kissed yet? While her friends can't even imagine the perfect Ichikura-kun in such a scenario, Hiro is left reeling, the word kiss echoing in her head. Hiro frantically denies everything, but her brain is already playing back a memory of that one near miss. Was it actually about to happen? Now, she's completely lost in a daydream, wondering if kisses really taste like lemons. The conversation shifts to summer vacation, and the mention of boyfriends hits Hiro like a ton of bricks. While she tries to hide her lack of plans behind a facade of academic defeat, seeing a friend's couple photo only makes the envy sting more. A simple photo sparks a deep longing in Hiro. She wants a picture like that with him. As she drifts into a fantasy, she recalls Dan's promise to be different from those punks, leaving her desperate to know how he truly feels. Her imagination runs wild, picturing a bold, possessive side of Dan that leaves her breathless. Even as the school day continues, Hiro can't shake the feeling. She can't help but be hopeful. Reality hits when Dan reveals his summer plans, pure, unadulterated studying. Hiro finds his dedication weirdly nerdy, but he quickly flips the script, reminding her that she's the one who always fails. Just as she's complaining about her lack of motivation, Dan suddenly pulls her close. The sudden proximity sends her heart into overdrive. He's so close she can practically feel the tension. Then comes the bombshell. Dan offers a deal. If she doesn't fail a single subject, they'll go on a date. When a flustered Hiro asks where, he just gives her a mysterious smile. It's a secret. The promise of her first ever date flips a switch in Hiro's brain. Suddenly, she's a study machine, scratching through notebooks and begging teachers for help, with a level of intensity she's never known. The moment of truth arrives as the tests are handed back. Against all odds, the scores are in, and Hiro has pulled off a miracle. Dan's smug smile confirms it. The date is officially on. Hiro is on a mission for her very first date, and she set a high-stakes goal for herself. She absolutely must get a photo with him. She's spiraling, wondering if he'll show up in his delinquent gear again since this is a real date and not just a club activity. But before she can overthink it, a voice cuts through her panic. Hey, and there he is, looking completely normal. Hiro can't help but blurt out her surprise, but Dan's reaction is instant. Is she actually trying to pick a fight with him? Turns out his friends Miki and Saotome were the secret stylists behind this look. With that settled, they arrive at their destination, the zoo. Dan catches a detail she didn't expect him to notice. Her love for those thin-eyed foxes. As they head to the ticket booth, the date is officially underway, though Hiro is already scrambling to find her ID. From smug vultures to towering giraffes, the zoo is a hit. But things get chaotic at the monkey exhibit. While Dan thinks the animals are trying to scare her, Hiro is convinced they're actually fans. Dan tries to be helpful, but one look from him is enough to freeze a monkey in its tracks. He's not even trying, but his natural aura has the animals bowing in submission. Suddenly, a monkey slams against the glass with a scream. Dan finds the whole thing hilarious, teasing her that the animals are looking down on her, and honestly, Hiro starts to believe him. Seeing other couples snapping photos brings back Hiro's main mission. She's desperate for a picture with Dan, but the nerves hit hard. How do you even ask that without sounding weird? The search for penguins distracts her for a moment, and a text from Miki asking for panda pics only adds to the chaos. But as Dan looks at the penguins and whispers how cute they are, Hiro's heart might just melt. A day at the aquarium starts with pure excitement as Hiro waves frantically to get attention. But just as she's soaking in the moment, a sudden snap captures a memory she didn't see coming. Mood shifts when Hiro realizes she's the only big kid in a crowd of children. How embarrassing. But while she's spiraling, Dan is focused on something else entirely, wondering if this is finally his chance to make a move. Seizing the moment, Hiro asks the one question that sends her heart racing. Can they take a photo together? Dan doesn't hesitate for a second, giving her a cool sure that leaves her absolutely beaming. Between teasing her about how excited she is and joking that a red panda is trying to intimidate them, the tension is practically electric. Hiro can't stop giggling, completely oblivious to the look in Dan's eyes. Say cheese. With Dan's arm wrapped around her, they lean in close for the perfect shot. It's the kind of moment that feels like a movie, but the real surprise is still to come. Click. In a split second, the photo captures something Hiro never expected. Dan leaning in for a sudden, daring kiss on her cheek. Her heart practically explodes in her chest, but before she can even process the shock, Dan pulls back with a playful blep. Just like that, he turns a romantic bombshell into a joke. They walk away. Hiro stares at the photo in total disbelief. Huh? What just happened? The world around her blurs as her brain tries to reboot from the emotional whiplash. While Dan thinks the day was a total success, Hiro has gone completely silent. He notices her distance, but she's trapped in her own head, wondering why her heart won't stop racing. Memories start flooding back, the near misses, and the tension of the past few days. Every little moment is suddenly hitting her at once, leaving her completely flustered and nervous. The air is thick with tension as Dan and Hiro hold hands by the water. When Dan admits he didn't actually hate the situation, Hiro is left blushing and completely speechless. Then, Hiro finally lets it out. She was actually happy. The mood is sweet and romantic for a split second before she shifts into a chaotic energy that leaves Dan totally stunned. Just as the romance peaks, Dan drops a blunt reality check, calling her stupid. Hiro isn't having it, immediately firing back that he's being mean. But the bickering stops instantly. Dan reaches out and cups her face, pulling her in so close that Hiro's breath hitches in her throat. The world around them fades away. This time, there's no hesitation. They finally lean in for a kiss that feels like everything is changing. Hearts are racing and the tension finally snaps. It's a moment of pure heart-pounding bliss. But the perfect moment is shattered. A voice cuts through the air, calling out Dan's name and bringing a sudden, unwelcome guest into the picture. Enter a mysterious blonde stranger who seems to know Dan far too well. He's been searching for him everywhere, and the look on his face suggests a past that Dan might have wanted to forget. He doesn't just want to chat, he wants a rematch. He challenges Dan to a fight like old times, leaving Hiro absolutely panicked about what side of Dan is about to emerge. Dan delivers the ultimate cold shoulder, claiming he doesn't even remember the guy. He simply turns his back and leads Hiro away, leaving the stunned stranger completely in the dust. While a mysterious blonde delinquent breathes a sigh of relief that a fight was avoided, the rest of the school is absolutely terrified of him. But Hiro is in her own world, practically vibrating with excitement because summer vacation starts tomorrow. The scary guy suddenly spots Hiro and tosses something her way with a blunt "Hey, it's her lost card case." Hiro is completely floored that the school's most feared student just did her a huge favor. Just as she tries to leave, he grabs her shoulder, stopping her dead in her tracks. The mood shifts instantly as he starts grilling her about her relationship with Ichikura, leaving Hiro flustered and confused. Suddenly, Ichikura swoops in and yanks Hiro away, demanding to know what's going on. As a staff member begins screaming at the delinquent for trespassing, Hiro can only feel a wave of pure relief. He actually came for her. The delinquent makes a swift exit, leaving his admirers baffled by how quickly he can switch his vibe. While Hiro is still shaken by the encounter, the blonde guy casts one last sharp glance back at them. Walking away, Hiro can't help but wonder if the freaky guy is actually kind deep down. But the universe has other plans, because she immediately crashes right back into him, stumbling into an awkward apology. The kindness is short-lived. He bluntly labels her as Ichikura's girl, and demands she come with him. As she's swept away, Hiro can only pray that her theory about him being a good person is actually true. Meanwhile, Ichikura is playing the part of the perfect, helpful student. His peaceful day is interrupted by a rare phone call from Hiro, and he answers with a smile, completely oblivious to the chaos. On the other end of the line, the delinquent's voice drops a chilling, "Been a while." The moment the words hit, Ichikura's expression completely collapses into a look of pure horror. Toro finds herself tied up under a bridge, but she's surprisingly calm, asking if she's about to be beaten up. The delinquent just scoffs. He doesn't do lame things like hitting girls. He only messes with strong guys. The air is thick with irritation, as a light-haired guy waits impatiently for Ichikura, muttering about the man's terrible taste in clothes. But the mood shifts instantly when Hiro spots the man of the hour finally arriving. Ichikura makes his entrance, only to be met with a cold reception from the light-haired guy. While Hiro greets him with excitement, the other man cuts through the tension with a cryptic, "Sorry, but..." Then Ichikura drops a bombshell. He promised someone he would never fight again. He even offers himself up as a punching bag, leaving the light-haired guy staring in utter disbelief. Wham! The light-haired guy doesn't hesitate, sending Ichikura's glasses flying with a single brutal blow. He's not buying the nice guy act for a second, demanding to know if he's being mocked. Toro is left shaken by the sudden violence, torn between Ichikura's promise and the raw emotion on display. As the dust settles, the light-haired guy reveals a deeper wound, noting that Ichikura was always alone back then. A glimpse into the past reveals a different dynamic. where the light-haired guy felt completely invisible to the Mr. Nice Guy version of Ichikura. The pain of being ignored still lingers in his eyes. Back in the present, the light-haired guy mocks Ichikura for becoming lame, but then he drops a line that catches Hiro completely off guard, claiming someone actually thinks he's cool now. Instead of getting angry, Ichikura just laughs it off with a beaming, carefree smile. His response is simple and blunt. He couldn't care less. Oro is left speechless by the exchange, her heart racing as the light-haired guy abruptly turns to leave. She scrambles to stop him, desperate to clear up a suspicion. The light-haired guy questions Hiro's interest in Ichikura, but the truth is revealed in a flashback. Back in junior high, the aggressive Igarashi Mio was actually the only person who ever acknowledged Ichikura. The tension snaps as he finally admits the truth. He does remember. But as the restraints slip away, Dan's first thought isn't for himself. He apologizes to Hiro, feeling guilty for dragging her into this mess, while she can only stare at him in silence. Oro isn't having it, telling him he should have fought back because it looks painful. This sparks a confused debate about the rules of engagement, leaving Dan wondering what he was even supposed to do. Then he drops a bombshell. He's keeping a promise to someone he likes. One look at his determined face, and Hiro's heart practically skips a beat. Despite his kindness, Dan can't shake the feeling that he's just another one of the delinquents Hiro despises. But Hiro is already moving in, closing the distance between them. Dan is absolutely frozen. His brain practically shuts down as the shock of the moment hits him like a freight train. Oro just teases him, laughing at how red he's turned. But then her voice softens, telling him that from the day they first talked, he's been nothing like those other guys. With a radiant smile, she lets the truth out. He's always been cool in her eyes, and that's exactly why she likes him. Wrapped in a sudden tight embrace, Dan can only ask the one question that confirms everything. Is this actually a confession? A sudden breathless moment as a boy with a wild smile asks what took her so long, leading into a passionate, unexpected kiss. Pull apart in a haze of blushing tension, the air thick with the sound of racing hearts as she lets out a soft, stunned gasp. But the romance is shattered by a shocking move. He licks her lip to clean away blood, leaving her reeling in disbelief that her first kiss tastes like iron. Disappointment hits hard as she realizes this is nothing like the sweet lemon-flavored dream she imagined, leading her to a firm conclusion. She doesn't like delinquents. Fast forward to the present, where Hiro Momoshi is working as festival staff, bringing a lost first grader named Haruto-kun to the information tent, or stands Dan Ichikura, the picture of perfection and brightness as he handles the announcement, while Hiro sighs at their role as the festival's official gophers. Irony is painful as the lost boy begins treating Hiro like a personal servant, demanding water and a fan, a feeling that all too easily reminds her of her dark past. In junior high, Hiro was the ultimate gopher for delinquents and gyaras, a cycle she desperately hoped to break in high school until she met the nerd, Ichikura-kun. But the glasses were a mask. In reality, Ichikura was a powerhouse who could shut down any troublemaker with a single menacing glare and a cold command to get out of his way. The truth is simple. Ichikura is a former delinquent who reinvented himself as a nerd, and Hiro is the only one who knows the dangerous side of the boy behind the glasses. A sudden clash. Dan's hidden strength comes out, leaving a muscular guy stunned, while Hiro frantically tries to keep Dan's delinquent side under wraps. But the chaos ends abruptly when a frantic mother arrives to reclaim her lost child. After the storm comes the spoils. The little kid tries to keep his fox mask, but Hiro's excitement is too much. She claims the prize with a strength that leaves the boy completely bewildered. With a polite bow and a no worries, the situation is settled. Dan puts on his perfect student act for the parents, though he can't help but mutter "little brat" under his breath as the kid picks his nose. Then comes the real danger, matchmaking adults. A grinning woman declares them a couple and pushes them toward a date, leaving Dan deadpan and Hiro blushing. Later, Dan asks the one question that makes the air heavy. Did she actually tell people they're dating? Dan teases her with a smirk, wondering if she was just too excited to spread the news. While the local ladies put the pressure on, Hiro's mind drifts back to the truth. They really are a fresh, one-month-old couple. Between the club and the heat, they've barely seen each other this summer. As they stroll through the festival, the sight of other couples hugging makes Hiro realize just how awkward and exciting their first real date in a while actually is. Watching the intimacy around them, Hiro's heart starts racing. She wonders if they'll ever be that close, before a sudden memory of a past kiss sends her into a total internal meltdown. With her heart pounding, Hiro starts imagining a romantic moment happening today. But instead of a kiss, she gets a surprise attack. Dan suddenly lunges forward and bites right into her takoyaki. It's your fault for looking away, Dan teases with a mischievous grin. While Hiro fumes over her stolen snack, they wander deeper into the festival, passing the loud blasts of the shooting gallery. Dan proves he's still got those sharp reflexes by snagging a plushie for her, even if his grip is a bit weird. From the too sweet vibes to the yo-yo fishing pond, the date is finally hitting its stride. The festival mood is peak sweetness as Dan calls Hiro a kid, leaving her flustered but completely starstruck. But the vibe shifts instantly when a menacing stranger appears, coldly ordering everyone to go home. Just as they settle back into their stroll, Dan's stomach lets out a roar that rivals the festival noise. He's suddenly craving fried chicken and grilled squid, leaving Hiro wondering if this bottomless appetite is just a boy thing. The peace is shattered when they stumble upon a crime in progress. A delinquent is blatantly robbing a group of students, casually claiming he's just borrowing their money. Hearing the victim plead for the money to buy his sister a candy apple triggers something in Dan. Deciding security is too slow, he suddenly shoves his glasses onto Hiro's face and tells her to hide. But he's not going in as himself. With a confident, dangerous smirk, Dan takes the fox mask from Hiro, declaring that he's going to need it. Watching from the sidelines, Hiro remembers the truth. Dan is a delinquent at heart with a short fuse. He once promised her he'd never fight again. But the situation is getting desperate. The breaking point hits when the delinquent starts getting violent. Some promises are meant to be kept, but some crimes are simply unforgivable. The thugs are completely baffled by the mysterious masked stranger who just crashed their party. They try to laugh it off, mocking his cool mask, unaware they've just provoked a monster. Silence is the most terrifying response. Dan doesn't utter a single word, letting the tension build until the delinquent's frustration turns into pure blind panic. Then, in a flash of absolute dominance, the perfect student vanishes. Dan slams the delinquent into the dirt with a brutal joint lock, twisting him into submission while a horrified Hiro watches from the shadows. Someone's getting their arm twisted into a pretzel. While the victims scream in pain and call their attacker a weirdo, a mysterious figure suddenly appears, leaving everyone stunned. The masked savior keeps his identity a secret with a simple shush, leaving the rescued boys in absolute awe and desperate to know who he is. Watching from the shadows, Hiro is impressed by Dan's strength. But Dan stubbornly insists that since he didn't punch or kick anyone, it technically wasn't a fight. Dan's excuse, that he just felt like twisting some joints, is completely bizarre. But Hiro finds it oddly endearing because he's trying to keep his promise. After the adrenaline fades, Hiro praises Dan for helping the kids, but the mood shifts instantly when she spots a romantic couple nearby, making her suddenly aware of the tension between her and Dan. Just as Hiro is caught daydreaming, Dan leans in dangerously close, catching her in the act and asking if she wanted him to do something. Hoi's brain completely short-circuits, and she spirals into a panicked ramble about things moving too fast, only for Dan to hit her with the ultimate insult, calling her a pervert. After the awkwardness, Dan simply reaches out his hand, a silent gesture that brings the focus back to the two of them. When Dan moves in close, guiding her hand in a way that makes Hiro's heart race, though he can't help but tease her for being so slow. With a sudden grab, their hands lock together, leaving Hiro completely breathless and lost in the moment. The tension is electric as Hiro feels the warmth of Dan's hand, her heart racing while she spirals into a nervous, blushing mess. And then, the world stops. The distance between them vanishes as they lean in, inches away from a first kiss. But just as it's about to happen, boom, Dan pulls back with a playful laugh, admitting he simply got carried away. Chloe's brain practically shuts down. She's completely overwhelmed, unable to handle the emotional whiplash. Fast forward a few weeks. Summer vacation is officially over, and the quiet romance is replaced by the chaotic chatter of the classroom. Reality hits hard as Hiro struggles with a mountain of unfinished homework. But her mind keeps drifting back to that one electric moment. One memory of Dan's laugh is enough to send her into a daydream, even while her classmates buzz about a mysterious new transfer student. Bell rings and the teacher drops a bombshell. A new student has arrived. Everyone meet Mio Igarashi. Enter Mio. He looks like trouble personified, and while he gives a polite greeting, his eyes scream that he's here to cause absolute chaos. Panic sets in for Hiro, who knows exactly who this delinquent is. And then the ultimate nightmare happens. The teacher assigns him the seat right next to her. Just when things seem calm, the teacher drops a bombshell, asking the perfect Ichikura to show the new student the ropes. He agrees with a confident grin, but Hiro is absolutely spiraling. A current delinquent and a former one in the same class? This is a recipe for disaster, but the mask slips fast. In a tense hallway confrontation, Ichikura's voice turns ice cold, warning Igarashi never to blow his cover. Later, Igarashi claims he just wants to focus on his studies, leaving Hiro wondering why someone would go to such lengths to bury their past. Curiosity gets the better of Hiro, and she asks how he managed to transfer so easily. His answer? A blunt "my parents have power." When she asks if he misses his old friends, he shuts her down with a single cold word: nope. Then comes the truth that stops her cold. He doesn't have any friends. Hiro can't help but look at him with pure pity, but that's the worst mistake she could make. Igarashi snaps, his delinquent side flaring up and sending Hiro scrambling back in total terror. Despite the scare, Hiro realizes something. Igarashi is basically a lonely chick following Ichikura like a hen. But while she's daydreaming about their weird bond, the teacher notices a problem. Igarashi has completely vanished from the classroom. Duty calls and Hiro is tasked with tracking down the missing delinquent to bring him to the faculty office. She finally spots him and delivers the message. But Igarashi looks completely lost, barely processing what she's saying. After making sure he knows where to go, Hiro makes her great escape, feeling the weight of the world lift off her shoulders. Mission accomplished. She can finally head back to class, leaving the scary delinquent to his own devices. As she walks back, a tiny bit of worry creeps in. Can he actually find his way back alone? But the moment she turns the corner, she freezes. Igarashi is right there, waiting for her with a look that makes her heart skip a beat. The silence between them is suffocating, and Hiro is practically vibrating with nerves. Then, without warning, he reaches out and grabs her hand. She lets out a shriek, but his voice is soft as he apologizes for that time. A sudden memory flashes back, a moment of sadness and isolation. As they stand there, hands locked, the atmosphere shifts from tension to something far more emotional. What exactly happened that time to make him apologize now? Tension explodes as Ichikura suddenly snaps, grabbing the other guy's collar in a flash. Hey, what are you doing? He demands, his usual composure completely gone. The blonde guy just smirks, teasing him about abducting Hiro and calling him jealous. But Ichikura isn't in the mood for games. He yanks the guy closer, declaring that a simple apology isn't nearly enough. Woe is absolutely floored, panicking that Ichikura is letting his delinquent side slip in public. Around them, the classroom erupts into whispers as students wonder if a full-blown fight is about to break out. In a blink, the switch flips back to perfect student mode as Ichikura politely asks Hiro to leave. But as they walk away, he can't hide his irritation, stomping off while admitting that talking to that guy just ticks him off. Hiro is actually touched by the gesture, but Ichikura just sighs. He admits it won't be easy, but he's determined to make sure the other guy fits in with the class quickly. As they walk, Ichikura mutters one more time about how much it pisses him off. Hiro can't help but stare, completely caught off guard by this side of him. Paul realizes that Igarashi is the trigger for Ichikura's anger, but she hopes that if Igarashi makes other friends, he'll finally leave Ichikura alone. Suddenly, the mood shifts as Ichikura leans in close, reminding her with a dangerous intensity. I'm yours, right? The air turns heavy as he locks eyes with her, his voice dropping. That means, you're mine. He grabs her chin, demanding to know if she understands exactly what he means. For a second, Hiro is convinced he's turned back into a bully, stammering a confused "Vyep," before he suddenly flicks her forehead. The tension breaks just as the class turns their attention to the sports day relay signups. While the teacher lists the fast runners, Ichikura enthusiastically suggests Igarashi join the relay. Igarashi shuts him down immediately, calling it lame, leaving Hiro wondering if this aggressive kindness is actually a plan to help him socialize. Van tries to be the supportive friend, but he makes one fatal mistake, calling Igarashi the slowest. The result? Igarashi's competitive fuse is lit, and he explodes with a vow to be the fastest of them all. Watching the sparks fly, Hiro is absolutely terrified that a brawl is about to break out. She knows Dan's secret is on the line, so she resolves to be the human shield and stop a fight before it starts. With her mission locked in, Hiro heads to the sports field. The air is buzzing with energy as students gather for the mixed relay practice. Then, Dan goes into full mentor mode, giving Igarashi a crash course on how to not be so intimidating. But between Igarashi's indifference and Hiro's teasing, Dan ends up sounding more like a nagging parent than a cool classmate. The mood shifts when Dan drops a heavy question. If Igarashi doesn't care about making friends, why did he even bother transferring here? The intensity in Dan's eyes makes the air feel suddenly thin. A tense stare-down begins, and Hiro can practically feel the fight coming. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, she swoops in and forcibly shoves them both toward practice to kill the vibe. Oro breathes a sigh of relief, thinking she's saved the day, but her luck runs out fast. While the other students are wetting the dusty ground, a clumsy stumble leads to a sudden collision. Splash! In a split-second reflex, Igarashi pulls Hiro close to his chest, shielding her completely and taking the full force of a water blast to the face. Oro is mortified to see Igarashi completely drenched because of her. Panicking, she frantically drapes her towel over him, apologizing a million times for the accident. As Hiro frantically rubs his head dry, the silence becomes deafening. She's convinced she's finally pissed him off, but a tiny hidden heh suggests Igarashi might actually be enjoying the attention. A sudden moment of softness as Igarashi notices the Tibetan sandfox patterns on the girl's belongings, teasing her about her obsession. When she frantically apologizes for a spill and offers to change, his gentle response, telling her it's fine, leaves the girls completely starstruck by his unexpected smile. For a second, Yuma is convinced he's actually kind, but the mood flips instantly. Igarashi lets out a menacing leer, while claiming he doesn't mind, sending the girls into a total panic. One girl snaps at him for scaring his potential new friend with that terrifying face, while another practically bolts in fear. Looking genuinely defeated, Igarashi reveals the source of his struggle. A certain someone told him he should smile more. The girl can't help but laugh at his failure, bluntly telling him he's terrible at it. She mentions that his previous smile was actually better, leaving a confused Igarashi wondering exactly when that happened. Watching the entire awkward exchange from the sidelines, Dan Ichikura wears a knowing smirk. He's seen every single second of the struggle. As the class begins practicing for sports day, the air is filled with the chatter of students coordinating their relay. Just as the group is focusing on the baton, a single word cuts through the noise. Hey. The atmosphere turns heavy with a literal aura of doom as Igarashi asks if they're going to practice. His expression is so intense that the other students can only stammer a terrified yes in response. A classmate tries to bring up the baton, but Igarashi's confused reaction comes off as aggressive. Realizing he's accidentally intimidating everyone again, he quickly tries to apologize and fix the vibe. From a distance, the girls notice that despite his scary exterior, Igarashi is actually putting in a lot of effort. Convinced that he's secretly kind, one of them turns to Ichikura for confirmation. With a bright supportive smile, Ichikura agrees, hoping that Igarashi can finally fit in and find some peace in his high school life. The energy is electric as the school gathers for the 32nd sports day. Amidst the buzzing chatter and festive atmosphere, the day of competition has finally arrived. Horo is on edge, praying she can finish her remaining events without getting hurt. Meanwhile, Dan is in a mood, teasing a classmate about his lame glasses, with a smirk that's far from his usual perfect image. A total disaster. Every time Hiro looks away, Dan and Igarashi start bickering again. But when she comments on how cool Igarashi seems, Dan's reaction is a complete blank, leaving him totally bewildered. Haro tries to play peacemaker, even mentioning that Igarashi might temporarily join their club. But suddenly, a realization hits her, and she freezes, hiding her face behind her program in a moment of pure panic. Just as Igarashi is called away, Dan shuts her down with a blunt "just shut up." That intense look in his eyes leaves Hiro absolutely stunned, and just like that, he's gone. Dan walks away, leaving Hiro in a daze and questioning everything, while he effortlessly slides back into his perfect persona with his friends. Wait, Hiro's brain is officially short-circuiting. She realizes her attempts to help have created a massive misunderstanding, and she's desperate to fix the mess before it's too late. While the ball toss is in full swing, Hiro is lost in thought, wondering if Dan's earlier irritation was actually jealousy. Then, bam! A ball slams right into her face, turning her into the center of everyone's laughter. Lunchtime is a nightmare. While others brag about their success, Hiro is spiraling, reliving the trauma of her public failure, and the fact that everyone was laughing at her. The whistle blows, and the borrowing race begins. As Hiro dashes off with a shout of good luck, she's still reeling from one shocking thought. Could the untouchable Dan Ichikura actually be capable of jealousy? Hiro is reeling from a sudden realization. Could the unflappable Ichikura-kun actually be feeling jealous? The thought hits her hard. Maybe he likes her far more than she ever imagined. Her heart starts racing, but she quickly snaps herself back to reality, with a violent slap to her own face. The surrounding students are completely baffled, wondering if she's had a mental breakdown and needs a nurse. Panic sets in as Hiro decides she must find Ichikura-kun the second this event is over to clear up any misunderstandings. She grabs her instructions from a student and bolts, opens the slip of paper expecting simple directions. But as she reads the words, her face turns bright red. Whatever is written there has completely thrown her for a loop. Meanwhile, Ichikura is in a state of total despair, labeling himself regretting Kura. He's convinced he was incredibly lame, leaving his classmates to whisper in confusion about his sudden mood crash. Enter Igarashi, a guy who truly doesn't know how to communicate. He tries to check on Ichikura, but his clumsy attempt at encouragement sounds more like an insult, prompting a grumpy shut-up from the sulking boy. Igarashi's cluelessness finally hits a breaking point. When he asks if Ichikura fought with a girlfriend, the tension snaps, and Ichikura is ready to explode over exactly why he's so irritated. Just as the mood hits rock bottom, Hiro appears like a vision of light. She stands before the brooding Ichikura, holding her paper and radiating a hopeful energy. Hiro holds up her instruction slip for all to see, and the words are unmistakable. Person you like. With a blush, she asks him to come with her, leaving Ichikura absolutely stunned. In a sudden move, Ichikura reaches out and grabs her hand. Without a word, he pulls her away from the crowd, and the two of them dash off together, hands locked and hearts racing. Hiro is absolutely terrified of being the center of attention. But in this moment, the nerves are almost overwhelming. Then the MC drops a bombshell that freezes the air. The instruction for the race was to bring the person they actually like. The crowd erupts in a frenzy of wows and woes. MC doesn't stop there, teasingly claiming Hiro brought her actual crush. Panic sets in instantly, and Hiro practically bolts to escape the spotlight, screaming internally about how bold she's being perceived as. While Hiro is dying of embarrassment, Dan finds the whole situation hilarious. His laughter only makes her want to hide even more. As they head to the next station, Hiro frantically tries to explain that she was just helping a classmate, terrified that her excuse sounds way too shady. Suddenly, Dan's mood flips. He snaps that he wasn't jealous, he was pissed off, before instantly switching back to his usual calm self, leaving Hiro completely bewildered. But then, Dan seizes the moment. Holding up the instruction paper with a smirk, he asks the one question that makes Hiro's brain short-circuit. "I'm the one you like, right?" She doesn't just agree, she doubles down. With a blush that could light up the stadium, she whispers, "Only you," leaving Dan completely stunned. Just as the race ends, Dan throws a total curveball. "Wanna kiss?" Before Hiro can even process the shock, he hands her his glasses and heads off to his next event, leaving her in a daze. He doesn't just walk away, though. With a sudden spin and a confident grin, he grabs her attention one last time with a simple command. "Look at me." Oro is left in a complete daze, but the noise of the crowd snaps her back to reality. Dan Ichikura is called over by his classmates, and it's immediately noticed that he's ditched his glasses for the race to make running easier. Energy is high as Dan reunites with Igarashi and the rest of the team. He's all smiles, radiating a positive vibe as they gear up to give it their absolute best. While some are just chatting about headbands, Igarashi's expression shifts into something far more intense. The confidence in the group is peaking. They're already convinced this is going to be an easy win, but not everyone is friendly. A rival group starts talking trash, mocking the culture club members and delinquents. They're arrogant, boasting about their athletic superiority and wondering how they could possibly lose. The tension spikes instantly. While Dan tries to keep things chill, Igarashi is absolutely livid. He's not ignoring the insults. He's recognizing them for exactly what they are, a challenge. The bond between Dan and Igarashi is intense, to say the least. Their encouragement involves threats of breaking legs, creating a terrifying aura that doesn't escape Hiro's notice. A pact of mutual destruction. No mistakes allowed. The air around them practically crackles with a delinquent energy that's impossible to ignore. While the stage is set. On one side, the perfect athletes from the next class are coasting on confidence. On the other, Dan's group is a wild card, with Igarashi looking like he's ready for war. Hiro can feel it. Something is definitely off. Horo knows Dan's competitive streak, and she can only hope he doesn't go overboard. Then the signal fires. Bang! The runners explode off the line in a blur of speed. Ohm takes an early dominant lead, leaving the crowd in awe of his speed. But just as the other team thinks they've got this in the bag, Igarashi plays dirty. One swift, brutal kick to the ankle, and the race just took a dark turn. Chaos erupts during the relay race when one runner takes a massive dive. Thud, the teammate, is horrified, screaming apologies while internally calling him an idiot for falling. But the momentum doesn't stop. The blonde runner grabs the baton with a sharp "got it," and quickly checks on his fallen comrade before charging ahead. Well then, the atmosphere shifts instantly. A terrifying glare cuts through the air as the dark-haired runner snaps, turning into a force of nature and roaring for everyone to get out of his way. He becomes a blur of speed, leaving the crowd in absolute shock. While the blonde runner fumes over the lead the other class has, the dark-haired runner is fueled by a grudge, refusing to lose to the guys who started a fight. The intensity doesn't drop at the handoff. He practically shoves the baton into the next runner's hand with a brutal ultimatum. "Get anything but first place and I'll kick your ass." Now it's the final stretch, and the last runner is absolutely tearing up the track. The crowd is losing it, comparing his insane speed to a horse, a compliment that's as unique as it is flattering. Dead heat. But the dark-haired runner isn't settling for second. With one explosive burst of energy, he blasts past the leader in a flash. Total victory! Class C snatches the win at the very last second, sending the crowd into a frenzy. While the blonde runner is left in a state of pure frustration, the winner just stands there, looking effortlessly cool while thinking a sarcastic sorry to the losers. Of course, he can't let the victory go unmentioned. He rubs it in with a smug laugh, teasing the blonde runner about the culture club's win, much to the other's annoyance. The aftermath? He's an instant celebrity, with girls swooning over how hot he looks. But for the girl with glasses, a sudden realization hits. She's seen this face before, and it's bringing back some very concerning memories. Kuro is on a mission to return Dan's glasses before anyone notices, but she finds him at the sink and immediately showers him with praise for his incredible speed in the relay. When Hiro asks about his secret to speed, Dan drops a bombshell. He didn't train in a club. He just learned to run while chasing down people he was fighting. Hiro instantly regrets asking. With the awkward conversation over, Hiro hands back the glasses, but since Dan's hands are wet, she leans in close to put them on for him. Dan's direct request to put them on sends Hiro's heart racing as she finds herself inches away from his face. The air thickens as Hiro carefully slides the glasses onto his face, leading to an intense, breathless stare down. After the tension, Hiro offers her handkerchief to help him dry off, and Dan's polite response only makes her swoon more over his manners. Just as she's admiring him, Dan suddenly leans in, closing the gap until they're almost touching. And then it happens. Dan leans in and catches her in a sudden, breathtaking kiss. Panic sets in as Hiro abruptly pulls away, leaving a completely bewildered Dan wondering what just happened. The sound of other students approaching sends Hiro into a panic, but Dan remains completely unfazed, smugly admitting that he doesn't mind kissing her at all. Hiro is completely floored by a sudden moment of tension with Dan. One small touch, and her heart is already racing. A memory of that touch lingers, and Dan's smug, confident expression only makes the air feel heavier. With a triumphant grin, Dan claims his prize and prepares to leave, leaving Hiro breathless. As Dan strolls away, Hiro's brain practically shuts down. She's caught in a whirlwind of panic and admiration, unable to shake that smug look from her mind. The excitement of sports day winds down as the students begin the cleanup. Amidst the chatter, Hiro can't stop thinking about Dan's victory in the relay. The mood shifts when Dan brings up a shocking revelation. Igarashi apparently transferred schools just to be his friend. While Igarashi tries to play it cool, Dan finds him absolutely annoying. Dan doesn't stop there, teasing Igarashi by suggesting he actually came for Hiro. The result? A total meltdown from Igarashi, who frantically insists he's only into smart girls. Dan reflects on their rivalry with a cold truth: Igarashi lost. But despite the annoyance of being followed, Dan acknowledges the sheer willpower the other boy possessed. Then comes the unexpected olive branch. With a laugh, Dan finally admits he considers Igarashi a friend, leaving Hiro absolutely beaming at the heartwarming moment. Igarashi is practically floating on cloud 9, seeing flowers everywhere. But just as he accepts the friendship, Dan drops a bombshell out that kills the mood instantly. He never actually said he wanted to be friends. It's the same old story with these two. Ichikura and Igarashi are locked in another heated battle over who's the bigger loner. While Igarashi tries to play it cool, Ichikura isn't having it, bluntly calling him out for having zero friends. Fulll steps in to stop the chaos, but her legendary clumsiness strikes at the worst possible moment. One wrong step, a sudden trip, and a loud click. She's just accidentally activated the school's PA system. Unaware of the microphone, Ichikura grabs Igarashi by the collar and drops a menacing threat. Stop messing with him or get a beatdown. Then, a deafening screech of feedback rips through the air. The world freezes. As the screech fades, a heavy, suffocating silence falls over the schoolyard, where every single student is now staring at them in absolute shock. The silence breaks into a storm of whispers as the students realize the perfect Ichikura just threatened someone over the loudspeaker. Hiro's heart sinks as the reality hits her. She completely messed up. A total disaster. Ichikura's voice, filled with delinquent aggression, has blared across the entire campus for everyone to hear. The secret is officially out. As students gossip over ice cream, they start connecting the dots, questioning why Ichikura always kept his junior high years a mystery. Oro is spiraling into a pit of guilt, terrified that Ichikura will be shunned because of her mistake. She looks to Igarashi for help, but he looks even more devastated than she is. Just as the tension peaks, Igarashi drops a bombshell that leaves Ichikura completely bewildered. He actually already figured it out. She lists the red flags, the unexpected muscles in gym class, the strange scars, and the way Ichikura practically dove behind him at the sight of a police officer. The facade is gone, the secret is finally out, and it happened in the most awkward way possible. A classmate connects the dots, realizing Dan's surprise at the school's intact windows means he likely came from a rough junior high. But instead of judgment, he gets a surprising wave of support, with his friend telling him he's still the same guy regardless of his delinquent past. With the tension broken, the group settles into a peaceful moment with some peach-flavored ice cream. Hiro is visibly relieved that the revelation didn't cause a scene, while Dan quietly reflects on the fact that he was the one who accidentally leaked his own secret by switching on the mic. Even with the air cleared, Dan's intense expression still manages to intimidate some of the other students. He quickly softens his tone to apologize for losing his temper, leaving Hiro to wonder if something is still weighing on his mind despite everyone else being okay with it. School day shifts gears as the Helpers Club steps up to assist with the Meijo High School Open School event. Amidst the chatter of visiting students, the club members prepare to guide the newcomers through the registration process. For a few days, life returns to a blissful, quiet routine, and Hiro finds herself wishing this peace could last forever. But just as she lets her guard down, a sudden, insistent voice cuts through the silence, signaling that the calm is about to end. The bomb drops. A message from a classmate reveals that photos of Dan's delinquent days have leaked online. Hiro is horrified as she scrolls through the images, seeing raw, secret shots of Dan in the middle of violent fights. It's a side of him that feels worlds away from the person she knows. Staring at the screen, Hiro can't help but wonder what truly drove Dan to leave that life behind. Was it really just to focus on his studies? Her thoughts are interrupted when Dan suddenly reappears, catching her and her friend staring at his phone with a suspicious look. Back to the event, the junior high students are tasked with writing English speeches about their goals. While some struggle with the grammar, Igarashi finds himself completely out of his depth, leaving Hiro to watch Dan and wonder how he's handling the chaos. Proves to be a natural, effortlessly charming junior high student who dreams of becoming a hairstylist. Seeing him smile and encourage the kids, Hiro can't help but feel a flutter of admiration, noting how much he seems to be enjoying himself. The sight reminds Hiro of how patient and kind Dan was when he tutored her in the past. As the event reaches its peak, a student leader announces a school-wide scavenger hunt game, sparking a new wave of excitement as the students prepare to hunt for treats. School is buzzing with excitement over treats being handed out. But one girl has a much more personal mission. She's convinced she's destined to reunite with a certain glasses-wearing senpai, and she's determined to hunt him down and get his number. Toro tries to find Ichikura, but her helpful nature becomes her downfall. She spends the entire time guiding other students to classrooms and the gym, leaving her exhausted and empty-handed. Completely drained, Hiro wanders the halls in a daze. She's walked the school multiple times, but Ichikura is nowhere to be found, leaving her feeling defeated. Just as she's about to give up, a familiar voice whispers right in her ear. Ichikura appears out of nowhere, leaning in close enough to send Hiro's heart into overdrive. Oro is confused as to why he's hiding on the upper floors, unaware that Ichikura actually ditched the crowd of girls hunting for his number. He just needed a break from the chaos. In the quiet of their hiding spot, Ichikura reveals a surprise. He saved a special treat just for her, a small gesture that leaves Hiro absolutely beaming. The mood turns reflective as Hiro asks about his future. Ichikura admits he's still unsure of his dream, but as he prepares to share something personal, he asks her not to laugh. The reveal is a total shocker. The former delinquent wants to become a teacher. Hiro's genuine surprise is almost too much for Ichikura, who quickly tries to shut down the conversation in embarrassment. It all makes sense now. Ichikura's change of heart wasn't random. It was inspired by a teacher who saved him during his darkest days in junior high. He wants to pay that kindness forward. But the inspiration wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. A flashback reveals the reality of their relationship. A stern teacher and a delinquent student stuck writing endless apology essays. A teacher reads through a blunt list of reasons for violence, his expression a mix of confusion and contemplation. While he's firmly against fighting, he can't help but notice that the student is surprisingly in touch with his own emotions. With a smile, the teacher praises Ichikura for having a clear moral code, calling it cool. However, he leaves the boy with a gentle reminder. There are plenty of other ways to be cool that don't involve winning fights. Later, Hiro and Ichikura find a quiet spot to lounge together. Intrigued by his aspirations, Hiro asks the one question that keeps the conversation flowing. What subject does he actually want to teach? Oro is absolutely beaming, convinced that any class taught by him would be a blast. Meanwhile, Ichikura is trapped in a mental spiral, cringing at memories of his own lame behavior from the past. Despite his internal turmoil, Hiro's enthusiasm is unstoppable. She looks him in the eye and declares with total conviction that he was actually super cool. The mood shifts as Hiro's admiration turns into something more intense. With starry eyes and a racing heart, she finds herself completely captivated by him. The air grows heavy when Ichikura leans in and whispers a sincere thank you. Hiro freezes, her heart hammering against her ribs as she wonders if he's blushing just as much as she is. In this intimate moment, Hiro feels a rush of giddiness. She cherishes the secret bond they share, touched by the fact that he trusts her with his past and remembers the things she likes. Hiding her true feelings behind a smile, Hiro offers him a snack. As she feeds him, the distance between them vanishes, and her finger brushes against his lips. While Ichikura simply comments on how sweet the snack is, Hiro is having a total internal meltdown. One tiny touch of his lip has her heart racing, leaving her completely speechless while he looks on, totally oblivious. Van leans in with a playful smirk, turning the moment into a tease. "Wanna touch me some more?" he asks, leaving Hiro completely flustered. Oro's brain practically shuts down, leaving her completely frozen. Dan realizes he's pushed her too far, jokingly checking if her circuits have officially overloaded. Romantic tension is shattered when a clubmate bursts in, furious that they ditched open school day. But the chaos doesn't stop there. Girls are already swarming Dan, begging for his number. Just as the girls press him, Dan drops a bombshell that leaves everyone stunned. With a confident grin, he shuts them down completely. "My girlfriend will get jealous!" The girls are absolutely mesmerized, but Hiro sees something deeper. She realizes Dan is finally stepping out of the shadows, no longer afraid to show the world who he truly is. Meanwhile, photos of Dan are spreading like wildfire through the school. The students are obsessed, calling him cool, and wondering who could have captured such professional-looking shots. The gossip mill is in overdrive, with everyone speculating that Dan was a legend back in junior high. Hiro listens in, recalling a mention from Gyaru-senpai about his past popularity. While stuck on cleaning duty, Hiro can't stop her mind from wandering. She asks her clubmate if Dan ever had a girlfriend, only to find out he was usually a loner. But then, a new name drops, Sakyo. A rumor once linked Dan to a mysterious girl who spent all her time in the library, leaving Hiro to imagine a calm, intelligent nerd who once held Dan's attention. Hiro tries to deny it, but the curiosity feels a lot like jealousy. Suddenly, Dan grabs her arm, sending her into a total panic as she tries to snap back to reality, leaving him completely confused by her sudden emotional whiplash. Hiro gathers her courage to ask Dan for a detour on the way home, nervously pitching a weird new potato juice. Dan doesn't hesitate for a second. He's in. One makes it very clear that the third wheel isn't invited with a swift kick to the gut. Later, as they stroll through town, Hiro asks for a quick bookstore stop, leaving Dan alone with his lingering thoughts about a certain library girl. Inside the store, Hiro is completely floored by a stunning girl. From the elegant private school uniform to her effortless aura, she's the definition of perfection, leaving Hiro absolutely starstruck. But the dream ends abruptly when Sakyo suddenly yanks Dan away into a corner. Hiro is left in a total panic, wondering if she just witnessed a kidnapping or a secret rendezvous. Terrified but curious, Hiro creeps closer, mentally preparing her loudest scream just in case things go south. She freezes in place, heart racing as she peeks around the corner. The perfect girl's mask slips instantly. She's no damsel in distress. She's standing over a defeated guy on the ground, looking completely bored by the whole ordeal. Caught in the act, the two girls lock eyes. The tension is thick as the mysterious beauty offers a polite good day that feels completely out of place given the scene of the crime. Just as things get weird, Dan pops up to rescue Hiro. But the moment he says the name Sakyo, the air shifts, revealing a past connection that the blonde guy remembers all too well. Dan drops the perfect student act and reveals his true self, expecting a reunion. But the response is a total bombshell. She has absolutely no idea who he is. Now settled in a cafe, Dan introduces the two. But he doesn't stop at the introductions. He drops a massive lie that leaves Hiro's brain completely fried. He just called her his girlfriend. A bombshell drops when Dan confirms Sakyo is his girlfriend. While she praises his fighting skills, Hiro is left spiraling in a panic, feeling the crushing weight of an intense stare from a beautiful girl. Sensing the confusion, Dan steps in to clear the air. But the explanation comes with a shock. The elegant girl reveals a wild past as a delinquent who didn't hold back. Fulll tries to play it cool, though she'd already guessed the truth. But as the girl explains how she left her delinquent life behind in junior high, Dan finds himself intimidated by her piercing gaze once again. The story flashes back to the library where they first met. It turns out she was the one who guided Dan, giving him the tips he needed to leave his delinquent ways behind. A nostalgic smile crosses her face as she remembers those quiet moments with Dan. Watching this, Hiro can't help but feel a strange tug of emotion. Just as Hiro gathers the courage to ask the big question, a new face crashes the party. Koikawa bursts in, interrupting the tension with a cheerful greeting and a curious question. The mood turns awkward as Koikawa's arrival leaves everyone flustered. After a quick introduction, Koikawa whisks Hiro away, leaving the tension unresolved. Before they can leave, Sakyo makes a bold move, demanding their contact info. Dan is too stunned to refuse, leaving Hiro to spiral over the complexity of dealing with a potential ex-girlfriend. As they walk, Dan tries to bridge the gap, suggesting that Sakyo might actually want to be friends. He defends her character, but Hiro is still struggling to process everything. Finally, Hiro can't hold it in any longer. She blurts out the question that's been eating at her, is Sakyo really his ex-girlfriend? The tension spikes as Dan pulls Hiro close, his voice low as he asks if her strange behavior today was all because she was worried. Dan quickly clears the air about Sakyo being just a friend, But then he leans in and drops a bombshell right in Hiro's ear. She is his very first girlfriend. The shock hits Hiro like a lightning bolt, and she erupts in a screeching panic that leaves Dan begging her to keep it down. The noise dies down. Hiro sinks into a quiet, blushing realization, finally understanding the truth behind his words. Oro feels a wave of relief, but the mood shifts when Dan admits the real reason he asked her out. He just wanted the inside scoop on Sakyo. The realization flips again. Hiro spirals into a panic, wondering if this wasn't even a date, only for Dan to remind her that she was the one who asked him. Oro starts connecting the dots, wondering why he agreed so fast, but her train of thought is cut short when Dan suddenly yanks her forward. Not one to back down, Hiro declares the date is still on until they reach home. Dan plays it cool, but he can't help but reach for her hand. Dan takes the lead with a confident smirk, suggesting a more intimate way to interlock their fingers since they're officially on a date. Walking through the city lights, Hiro makes a secret vow to ask him out properly next time, because seeing him this happy is exactly what she wants. Oro is on cleaning duty, wondering if the boys have ditched their trash duty, when a mysterious voice suddenly cuts through the air. It's the stunning Sakyo-san, returning something Ichikura forgot. While other students gawk at her beauty, she hands the bag to Hiro and calls her Momo with a friendly smile. After coordinating some club help, Hiro is left with a sudden cryptic confession from another girl. She actually envies Hiro. When comes the bombshell? The perfect, gorgeous Sakyo-san looks Hiro in the eye and admits the one thing she wants, to be just like her. Those words echo in Hiro's mind, turning her world upside down. Why would someone so perfect look up to her? But as Sakyo-san breezes away, Hiro's brain does a complete 180. She doesn't see a compliment, she sees a declaration of war. To be like her means wanting Ichikura for herself. Back at home, the panic only grows. Hiro can't stop spiraling. How is she supposed to compete with a girl that beautiful? He runs the numbers, and the result is devastating. Between the grades, the status, and the looks, Hiro feels like she's bringing a toothpick to a sword fight. If Sakyo-san makes a move, does Ichikura even stand a chance at resisting? Desperation leads to a discovery. A school makeup tutorial flashes on her screen, and suddenly Hiro has a plan. It's time for a glow-up. But the execution? A total disaster. With cheeks like bright red apples and a look that's way too much, Hiro realizes that beauty isn't as easy as a tutorial makes it look. Maybe she really doesn't stand a chance. Determined to change her image, Hiro makes a bold decision. She's going to start working on her abs. The next morning, Hiro is practically vibrating from muscle pain. When Dan asks if her stomach hurts, she admits to her late-night workout, though she's secretly convinced a single sneeze would be fatal. Hiro claims she just wants to get in shape, but she's hiding the real reason. As she imagines Dan's hidden physique, she hopes she's finally bulking up, only for Dan to brutally shut down her delusions. One glance is all it takes for Hiro's imagination to run wild. She can't stop staring, her mind projecting the shredded abs she knows are hidden beneath his school blazer. Caught in the act, Hiro panics and bolts, but not before Dan drops a monotone bomb, calling her creepy for ogling him. He's left with a smug realization. She definitely was staring. The commitment continues at lunch, where Hiro presents a depressing bowl of nothing but salad. Her friends are baffled, but she's determined to get slimmer, even if her stomach has other plans. Mid-lesson, Hiro's hunger strikes with the force of a thunderclap. The growl is so loud it actually distracts the class, leaving her mortified and Dan wondering what's going on. Desperate, Hiro hides in the stairwell, trying to trick her brain into feeling full with a peach-scented stick. But just as her stomach growls again, Dan appears, catching her in her most pathetic moment. One questions why she's skipping study time, and Hiro admits she's just hiding her hunger. Then, he reveals the ultimate temptation, a yakisoba bread. He offers it just to stop the noise, sparking a brutal war in Hiro's mind between her diet and her starving stomach. Before she can even decide, Dan rips open the packaging and makes a move that sends Hiro's heart racing. With a playful "say ah," he offers to feed her himself, turning a simple snack into a moment of pure, heart-pounding tension. Oro decides to finish her food herself, and Dan's simple good leads to a moment of pure bliss as she realizes just how yummy it is. On's gentle smile and kind words send Hiro's heart racing, turning a simple snack into a romantic spark. Oro can't help but feel touched that Dan went out of his way to find her and is choosing to spend his time by her side instead of in class. In a sudden burst of motivation, Hiro declares she'll do her best, leaving Dan completely bewildered by her random outburst. A sudden text from Sakyo crashes into Hiro's day, demanding a secret meeting after school. Panic sets in instantly. Is this a friendly chat, or is she being called out for a fight? Oro tries to psych herself up for a woman-to-woman showdown, but her confidence vanishes the moment she looks in the mirror. And just as the tension peaks, a much more urgent problem hits. The restroom is freezing, and she can't hold it anymore. Just as Hiro is spiraling, a Gyaru senpai breezes in, offering to listen to her troubles out of sheer boredom. But when Hiro starts to open up, the senpai's excitement hits a fever pitch. She wants in on whatever drama is unfolding. The senpai's unshakable confidence is a world away from Hiro's traumatic junior high days, where she was mocked for being plain. Seeing the senpai's boldness makes Hiro long for that same strength. Hiro describes her struggle as a lowly villager facing a demon king, a metaphor that goes completely over the senpai's head. But the senpai has a different plan. She's about to hand Hiro a weapon that might just level the playing field. Meanwhile, Dan's peace is shattered by a clingy acquaintance who demands to be taken to the same cafe. One sudden, clumsy slam later, and Dan is left wondering why this guy is even in his life. Toro looks absolutely radiant, her smile lighting up the air, and right there, completely captivated, is Ichikura, unable to take his eyes off her. But the moment is shattered when Hiro suddenly bolts, apologizing in a frantic rush. As she disappears, Ichikura's friend jumps to the most scandalous conclusion. Could she be rushing off to meet another guy? The blonde friend dares Ichikura to follow her and find out the truth. Though it's pretty obvious his real motivation is just getting a potato drink on the way. Turns out Hiro isn't with a guy. She's meeting a mysterious dark-haired girl in the park. Meanwhile, Ichikura and his friend are literally spying from the bushes, watching the encounter unfold. The mystery girl is revealed to be Sakyo. While Hiro tries to cheer her up with some power buff energy, Ichikura remains hidden, wondering why Hiro is spending time with her. Sakyo drops a bombshell. She's a former delinquent who wants to hide her scary side and become more approachable. She asks Hiro to help her practice, hoping to finally make a real connection with someone. When Sakyo mentions wanting to get along with that person, Hiro's mind immediately races to Ichikura. The tension spikes as Hiro mistakes Sakyo's intense gaze for a challenge, leaving her completely panicked. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hiro decides to ask the big question. With her heart pounding in her chest, she finally lets it slip. Does Sakyo actually like Ichikura? Just as the truth is about to come out, a clumsy brat crashes into them, ruining the moment. But the old Sakyo flashes back instantly, grabbing the kid by the head to teach him a lesson in manners. Sakyo's delinquent mode is in full swing, terrifying the boy into a sincere apology with a demonic grin. Hiro can only watch in stunned silence, realizing exactly how scary Sakyo's past really is. Iroh's bravery gauge hits rock bottom, as she's completely intimidated by the girl before her, thinking she's absolutely terrifying. But the moment of awe is cut short when Sakyo-san, brings up a certain request. Sakyo-san doesn't waste time, dropping a request for just 1 hour of help that leaves Hiro completely frozen. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, Ichikura and his companion watch the encounter unfold with curiosity. Despite her fear, Hiro's helpful nature wins out, and she agrees instantly. Watching from afar, the boys can't help but comment on just how much of a pushover she really is. Coming to the pressure, Hiro has officially signed up for whatever Sakyo-san has planned. Little does she know, she's being tailed by the two boys who are just baffled by her ease of compliance. As they walk through the city, Hiro's mind is racing. Is she really playing wingwoman to help Sakyo-san get closer to Ichikura? The tension is palpable, and Hiro is convinced that the scary aura radiating from Sakyo-san means something is very wrong. The plan is revealed. Sakyo-san wants to practice her social skills by pretending to meet someone after school. Hiro is terrified of messing up the critique, but before she can even process it, they collide head-on with a stranger. The stranger makes the mistake of clicking his tongue in annoyance, but Sakyo-san isn't having it. She snaps instantly, grabbing him and demanding he not talk her. Oro is in full panic mode as Sakyo-san's delinquent side slips out. After a brief, terrifying confrontation, Sakyo-san suddenly switches back to being polite, leaving the bewildered boy wondering what just happened. Seeing Sakyo-san actually try to control herself, Hiroso feels a sudden spark of hope. Maybe this practice is actually working for her. As they move on, the boys continue their mysterious surveillance, still completely lost. The final test comes at a checkout counter when the machine glitches. Hiro holds her breath, fearing a total meltdown. But Sakyo-san manages to keep her cool and offer a kind word to the panicked clerk. The air is thick with an awkward tension as Sakyo tells Hiro there's no rush. But as they settle onto the bench, Hiro realizes the silence is absolutely brutal. Desperate to break the ice, Hiro starts frantically practicing small talk in her head, but her attempt to bring up social media hits a dead end. Now, she's just praying for the moment to end. Suddenly, a kid takes a massive dive, but instead of a scolding, Sakyo gives him a laugh and a compliment. Just like that, her scary image starts to crack. It turns out Sakyo's kindness comes from a crowded house of brothers. And when Hiro asks if they're all delinquents, Sakyo just shrugs it off. Apparently, it's just in the genes. Hiro can't help but notice the similarities between Sakyo and Ichikura. She starts wondering, could there be something more between the two of them, because they're so alike? Then, Sakyo opens up about the loneliness of her junior high days, where her wild behavior pushed everyone away. Even after trying to change, she admits that fitting in is still a struggle. Moved by the confession, Hiro goes all out to cheer her up, listing every single nice thing Sakyo has done. She knows she's helping her rival, but she just can't ignore that Sakyo is a genuinely good person. Comparing herself to the invincible Sakyo, Hiro feels completely outmatched. But the mood shifts instantly when Ichikura enters the frame, and Hiro's tight grip on her own skirt signals a surge of nervousness. Just as Hiro is trying to find her words, Sakyo cuts straight to the chase with a question that freezes her in her tracks. Does she actually like Ichikura-kun? The question hits like a physical blow, leaving Hiro in a state of total panic. While the boys in the background are being their usual gross selves, the air between the two girls has become completely suffocating. The scene opens with total chaos as a dark-haired girl explodes, shouting, "Not one bit!" while the others look on in sheer confusion. But the tension breaks when Koikawa introduces herself, revealing she's already made plans to grab food with the light-haired girl. Now comes the interrogation. The light-haired girl grills Koikawa on why she wanted to be like her, and why she kept things a secret from Ichikura. Koikawa's answer is surprisingly honest. She just wanted to feel normal, and find someone who understands her. While Ichikura breathes a sigh of relief that the drama is settling, the conversation takes a sharp turn. The dark-haired girl admits her scary face is just nerves, then drops a bombshell question. What exactly do you like about Ichikura? Light-haired girl recalls a scary moment with Ichikura, but her affection completely blinds her to it. She gushes about how kind and cool he is, while Ichikura, listening in, can't help but think she sounds like a total elementary schooler. It only gets cuter from here. She mimics Ichikura's smile with her fingers, calling him cute like a little kid. As she talks, she drifts into a daydream, admitting that his smile makes her feel something special. A heavy silence falls as Sakyo just stares. Then the light-haired girl lets out a smile so pure and radiant it practically glows. The dark-haired girl is officially won over, thinking she's cute, but Ichikura is not having it. He's visibly ticked off, and his friend doesn't miss the chance to tease him about being touched by the compliment. Ichikura's response to the teasing? A brutal headlock. He decides it's time to go home, leaving the light-haired girl calling after him in total confusion. The scene shifts to a quiet path, leaving a lingering question in the air. Where did Momose and Sakyo disappear to? Just as the girls are checking messages, the mood flips instantly. A group of thugs, the same ones Sakyo beat in the alley, reappear, and the light-haired girl can only wonder why this nightmare is happening again. The tension is peaking as a guy grins, itching for a fight he's finally prepared for. But just as things are about to explode, Hiro crashes the party, completely oblivious to the danger as she looks for her missing friend. Sakyo isn't having it. With a cold, challenging gaze, she steps forward and shields Hiro from the conflict, daring her opponent to try and push past her. Things turn ugly fast when the guy shoves Hiro aside with a brutal get out of the way. The sudden violence sparks a chaotic scene of screams and shouting as the group descends into panic. On seeing Hiro on the ground triggers a memory in Sakyo. As she watches her friends smile through the pain, she starts questioning her own violent past. Did she really fight this much back then? The internal struggle is short-lived. A simple, arrogant hey from the guy is all it takes to snap Sakyo's patience completely. Bam! Sakyo doesn't just fight. She obliterates him with a single devastating strike that leaves Hiro and the other girl absolutely speechless. The mask is officially off. Sakyo declares she'll lay out anyone who hurts her friends, while Hiro realizes with a shock that Sakyo is totally blowing her quiet student cover. The guy tries to fight back with a pipe, but he's outclassed. Sakyo dodges the swing and delivers a humiliating precision blow right to his head. The fight descends into a ridiculous argument about unfair weapons, as the blonde girl gets caught in the crossfire, yelling at the guy for getting in her way. Just as the chaos reaches its peak, a sudden slam echoes through the hall. Dan arrives on the scene, his calm voice cutting through the noise as he checks out the commotion. You really got yourself in trouble, huh? The air is thick with tension as Dan Ichikura appears with a smug grin, catching Hiro Momose in a moment of pure panic. Toro's brain practically shuts down. She's completely blindsided, barely able to stammer his name in disbelief as she blushes furiously. While Hiro is still questioning why he's even here, Dan doesn't waste a second. He tosses his gear aside and suddenly reaches out, grabbing her head with zero warning. Then comes the chaos. He starts shaking her head vigorously, frantically asking if she's hurt, while Hiro is just praying her neck doesn't snap in the process. But the mood flips instantly. The moment a blonde delinquent tries to step up and challenge Glasses, Dan shuts him down with one devastating lightning-fast kick to the face. Toro is left screaming in protest, but the damage is done. As Dan casually scratches his neck, the defeated boy groans on the floor, swearing he's not the type to forgive and forget. That's when Dan drops the line that changes everything. With a cold, menacing gaze, he declares that he doesn't forgive anyone who puts his girlfriend in danger. Iroh's world completely freezes. She's blushing a deep crimson, her mind racing as she tries to process that bombshell of a claim. Meanwhile, the defeated blonde boy is having a crisis, trying to ignore the mush-sheeps. He finds an unexpected kinship with another guy who seems just as bewildered by the situation. But there's no time for bonding. A girl suddenly yanks the blonde boy up by his hoodie, giving him one final, brutal order. Take his friends and get out of her sight, and never come back. The command is absolute, leaving a bruised boy trembling on the ground in total defeat while two others look on. The tension breaks instantly as Sakyo shifts from menace to kindness. She turns to the trembling pigtail girl with genuine concern, asking if she's hurt. Sakyo tries to distance herself to protect the girl, promising to leave her alone from now on. But a blonde classmate pipes up, dropping a bombshell. Sakyo is actually an elite delinquent. The blonde girl explains that despite the scary exterior, Sakyo isn't a bad person. She actually really wanted to hang out and eat with her today. Sakyo is left completely speechless by the reveal. Instead of being terrified, Momose's brain does a complete 180. She's absolutely smitten, finding the elite delinquent vibe incredibly cool and thrilled to be called a friend. Momose doesn't care if it's scary. She's all in. She beams at Sakyo, declaring her desire to talk and hang out with her even more. Sincerity wins over Sakyo, who breaks into a hearty laugh. With a gentle pat on the head, she finally accepts Momose's friendship. Momose is practically floating on cloud 9, her heart hammering in her chest. Meanwhile, the blonde boy pushes Igarashi to escort the girls to the restaurant. Despite Igarashi's complaints about the hassle, the blonde boy trusts Igarashi to keep them safe, and with a reluctant sigh, Igarashi agrees. The group parts ways, leaving the girls in the care of the glasses-wearing boy. As they walk, Momose wonders why they were there in the first place, while Igarashi struggles to hide the embarrassing truth. Reflecting on the chaos of the day, Momose realizes just how lucky she was that Ichikura showed up, a desperate grip and a heartfelt confession. Hiro clutches Dan's hand tightly, her voice trembling as she thanks him for saving her. Relief is overwhelming, but the mood shifts fast. After a tearful thank you, Hiro's curiosity peaks. She can't help but wonder why Dan looks so different today. Then, Dan does the unthinkable. With a bold, mischievous grin, he leans in and drops a compliment that hits like a lightning bolt. "You're so cute, it surprised me." Romantic tension is electric. Until a loud growl shatters everything. Hiro's stomach betrays her at the worst possible moment, turning the mood from steamy to starving. Enter the hunger support system. To fight the cravings, Hiro frantically applies peach-flavored lip balm, a strange habit that Dan has definitely noticed. Just as the conversation settles, Dan makes a move that freezes the world. Without a word, he leans in and steals a kiss right there in broad daylight. The aftermath is pure chaos for Hiro. Dan calmly confirms the peach flavor of her lip balm, leaving her completely flustered and in a state of total emotional collapse. Uro is spiraling, shouting about the suddenness of it all, while Dan remains impossibly cool. He just brushes off her panic with a teasing there, as if he didn't just flip her world upside down. Then comes the secret weapon, a smile so bright it's practically a cheat code. Hiro is completely mesmerized, thinking he looks like a cute kid, only for Dan to reveal he heard her thoughts and bolt. A romantic spark turns into a full-blown chase. Dan vanishes in a blur of speed, leaving a bewildered Hiro screaming after him. Oro's mood is soaring after receiving a sweet text from Sakyo, who's already eager to hang out again. She's absolutely beaming, glad that things are going well between Sakyo and Koikawa-san. A simple tube of peach lip cream is all it takes to trigger a vivid memory of that blissful kiss. Her friends notice she's glowing, but Hiro is keeping the secret of her happiness close to her chest. The girl's interrogation begins, and Hiro is hit with a shocking realization. She and Dan haven't actually gone on a proper date in months. While they've had plenty of pseudo-dates, a real one is still missing. Determined to make Dan happy, Hiro decides it's time to take the lead. She pulls out a notebook and turns to her friends for the ultimate guide to dating destinations. The list is complete, but one option sends Hiro into a total spiral. House. Is it too bold? And if it's her place, her room is definitely not ready for a guest. Enough overthinking. Hiro decides to go straight to the source, nervously presenting her list to Dan and asking him to pick where they should go this weekend. The tension is electric as Dan scans the options. Without a second thought, he makes his choice, and it's the one option that has Hiro's heart racing for all the wrong reasons. He chose his house. Hiro is completely frozen in shock, while Dan just gives her a casual head pat, totally oblivious to the mental earthquake he's just triggered. Hiro is practically malfunctioning. The realization that she's invited to Dan's house has her brain short-circuiting as she stumbles back to her friends in a complete daze. Desperate for answers, Hiro asks what a home invite actually means. Her friend drops a suggestive hint about getting lucky, sending Hiro into a panic, though she tries to convince herself that Dan just didn't think it through. Hiro is a complete nervous wreck, her face flushing as she spirals into her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Dan and a blonde friend are just chilling, completely oblivious to the storm brewing in her head. The moment has finally arrived. Hiro is heading to Dan's place for a date, but as she arrives at the station, Dan looks just as bewildered as she is. Armed with a gift from a famous shop, Hiro tries to play it cool, but her imagination is already painting a nightmare scenario. She's terrified that Dan's mother will be a monster, who forces them to break up on the spot. Dan tries to ease her nerves by explaining that his parents and grandpa are mostly out, leading Hiro to a moment of pure relief. But then, the realization hits her like a truck. Wait, does that mean it's just the two of them alone? Panic mode, activated. Hiro's anxiety hits the ceiling as she imagines every possible disaster before they finally step up to the front door of Dan's house. Just as Dan is fumbling for his keys, the door swings open with a click. A sudden surprise guest appears, sending Hiro's anxiety gauge straight into the red. Meet Dan's mother, young pretty and a mirror image of her son. While she casually asks if Hiro is his girlfriend, Hiro is internally screaming, convinced she's about to be judged and rejected. In a desperate attempt to be polite, Hiro completely malfunctions, shouting her introduction with a bow so aggressive it looks like she's recruiting for a club. She's so flustered she can't even figure out how to hand over the gift. Hiro clings to her gift bag for dear life, her brain practically shutting down from the stress. Dan can't help but laugh at the absolute chaos of her reaction, leaving Hiro in a state of total despair. But then the unexpected happens. Instead of being offended, Dan's mom bursts into laughter, finding Hiro's awkwardness absolutely adorable. The nightmare is over, and Hiro is welcomed into the home with a smile. The mood is suddenly tense as a woman grabs Dan's face, whispering a stern warning. She trusts him, but he'd better keep things chaste. Dan just tells her to get to work already, leaving Hiro staring in complete confusion, realizing that Dan definitely inherited that intensity from his mother. Once alone, Hiro finds herself in Dan's room, and she's shocked by how spotless it is. While Dan heads off to grab some drinks and tells her to make herself at home, Hiro can't help but admire the unexpected cleanliness of his space. A single Delinquent-style shirt remains as a remnant of his past, but Hiro is more focused on the cologne she finds, thinking it's incredibly manly. She's so lost in her thoughts that she doesn't notice Dan has returned, catching her still standing there in a daze. Then comes the sweetest surprise. A cute bunny cake Dan picked out specifically because he thought she'd like it. Hiro is completely touched, snapping a photo as she realizes he thinks of her even when they're apart. The air turns electric when Dan leans in close to check the photo on her phone, his face just inches from hers. Panicking at the sudden proximity, Hiro practically jumps across the room, only for Dan to tease her about thinking something weird again. As they talk about the dates they've missed, Hiro mumbles her curiosity about why he chose his house for today. After a brief misunderstanding, Dan looks her in the eye and drops a bombshell. He simply wanted to be alone with her. Honesty is contagious, and Hiro blushes furiously as she admits it too. She also wanted to be alone with him. The tension between them reaches a breaking point. A soft gaze, a deep blush, and then it happens. In a moment of pure impulse, they lean in and share a kiss, leaving Hiro completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. They pull apart. Dan wears a triumphant, satisfied grin. A simple good to know is all he says, but his expression says everything. Floating on cloud nine, Hiro can't stop smiling, feeling like they're finally acting like a real couple. As Dan suggests watching a movie on the family tablet, she wonders if they'll go for a sweet romance or something more fitting for Dan's past. A gangster flick. A sudden jump scare sends Hiro into a total panic, but Ichikura just looks at her with a straight face, claiming this zombie movie is actually a comedy. He doesn't stop there, teasing her that while she might survive the apocalypse, he'd be the one getting bitten on day one for being too panicked. The tension settles. Hiro catches a scent that makes her freeze. She leans in, completely captivated, and blurts out the one thing that changes the mood instantly. Ichikura-kun smells nice. Intrigued, Hiro asks what kind of perfume it is, only for Ichikura to reveal it's a scent he's used since before high school. Then, without warning, he makes a move, closing the distance between them. With a playful smirk, he invites her to come even closer to get a better smell. Hiro's brain practically shuts down as she spirals into a panic. Is he actually asking her to hug him? Ichikura catches her expression and calls her out for thinking something weird again. He insists he has no ulterior motives, urging her to just move closer. Caught in his gaze, Hiro is mesmerized by how pretty his eyes are, all while fighting a mental battle over whether she's just nervous or actually being dirty-minded. The tension finally snaps as Hiro lunges into a sudden tight hug. But just as quickly as she dove in, she pushes him away with a forceful shove, leaving Ichikura looking completely bewildered. Completely lost in the scent, Hiro exclaims how amazing he smells, practically sniffing him like a cat. While Ichikura is left wondering what's happening, Hiro convinces herself that the scent is enhanced by the warmth of his body. A wave of strange satisfaction washes over her as she lingers in the moment. For Hiro, this unexpected closeness feels right, and she can't help but think he smells truly wonderful. Just as things get romantic, a mental alarm screams for her to keep it chaste. Ichikura kills the mood with a joke, telling her that if she wants more, she'll have to pay, prompting Hiro to push him away in total confusion. With the movie finally over, Ichikura suggests a change of pace, playing some vintage games. As he explains how his dad and grandpa love the old models, Hiro finds herself admiring the sweet bond he shares with his family. A high-stakes driving game turns into total chaos as Hiro leans her entire body into every turn, nearly knocking Dan over. While she panics about going the wrong way, Dan can't help but burst into laughter at her sheer intensity. Between the cake, the movie, and the games, Hiro is floating on cloud 9. She's more than satisfied with the day, but one lingering hope remains. Does Dan feel the same way? Oh. The clock strikes late, and Hiro realizes she needs to head home before she overstays her welcome. But just as she's about to leave, Dan offers the perfect parting gesture. He'll walk her home. As they stand together, Hiro's heart races. She wants to ask for one last thing, but the words come out awkwardly as she mentions paying for it. With a sudden burst of courage and open arms, Hiro asks the question that changes the mood. Can she have one more hug? Dan, however, is still completely stuck on the part about paying. The confusion clears instantly as Hiro clarifies the price for more affection. Dan's shock quickly turns into a loud, boisterous laugh, the tension breaking in the best way possible. Without hesitation, Dan pulls her into a tight, warm embrace. "This one's on me," he declares, turning the payment into a sweet moment of his own. Oro melts into the hug, savoring every second of the closeness. But as they pull apart, Dan's inner thoughts reveal he's quite pleased with this freebie. Just when Hiro thinks the moment is over, Dan strikes. A sudden, bold kiss leaves her completely breathless. He laughs it off, teasingly noting that it's already the second time today. With a mischievous grin, Dan drops a line that sends Hiro's brain into a total meltdown. Since they aren't in public, he wonders if he can just keep kissing her. A sudden, crushing hug. Dan pulls Hiro in tight, but as he mentions needing to head home, Hiro is left breathless, thinking about just how strong his arms are. A total clash of energy. While one boy looks completely exhausted, Dan is the picture of calm, collected perfection. Wait, is he actually stepping on his friend's face? It turns out Dan and Igarashi were acting as delinquent models for the Manga Club, and the president is absolutely obsessed with their authentic poses. Manga Club's passion is infectious, but the real hype starts when the topic shifts to Culture Day. Hiro's curiosity is piqued. What on earth is her class planning? The classroom is a whirlwind of chatter, and one idea is already winning by a landslide. A cross-dressing cafe. The only problem? They need the costumes to look high quality to make it a hit. It's official. The class decides to turn the boys into the main attraction for a high-end cross-dressing cafe, leaving the girls buzzing with excitement over who will be the cutest maid. Oro is wearing a smile so intense it's actually bordering on creepy, according to her classmates. Beside her, Igarashi tries to enjoy the mood, though his own history with Culture Day is clearly a bit messy. For Hiro, the excitement is tainted by a flash of trauma, memories of being a delinquent's errand girl in junior high. But she quickly snaps back, wondering who in her class would look the most stunning in a dress. As Dan and Igarashi head off for more modeling, Hiro's brain practically shuts down. The mental image of Dan Ichikura in girls' clothes is just too much. He'd be dangerously cute. When Hiro asks about his team, Dan chooses decorations just to stay out of the way. But the moment he sees her choice, he decides to follow her lead, picking the same team just to be near her. Haro is absolutely beaming after a parting word from Ichikura, her mind already racing with the excitement of working together for Culture Day. But then, the mood shifts instantly as she whispers a sudden, apologetic confession. Her imagination runs wild, picturing Ichikura in everything from a maid outfit to a nurse's uniform. She's practically vibrating with the desire to see him dressed as a girl. As she walks home, Hiro is completely giddy, wondering which outfit would suit him best. Then it hits her. Since everyone knows his delinquent past, why not lean into it? A delinquent girl version of Ichikura might just be the perfect look. Road brings back the memory of how she first discovered Ichikura's secret, but it also holds a darker significance for her. Just as she's reminiscing, a voice cuts through the air, freezing her in her tracks. Someone has recognized her. The ghosts of her past have returned. Her former classmates mock her new look, triggering a flood of traumatic memories from junior high, where she was forced to do their bidding. Even after all this time, these people still terrify her. They comment on her changed appearance with a fake kindness that feels more like a threat than a compliment. Without warning, she's yanked along by her arm, pressured to join their group. Hiro is paralyzed by fear, knowing that refusing these people is a risk she can't afford to take. A sudden jolt snaps her out of it. She's tired of being the victim, and in her moment of weakness, she finds herself wishing Ichikura was there to stand by her side. As the girl tries to drag her away once more, Hiro finally finds her voice. With a look of sheer determination, she delivers the one line she never dared to say before. "I'm not going." The group is stunned by her sudden defiance, noting how much she's changed. But the shock quickly turns into a cold, menacing glare, because in their eyes, she's just become rude. Horo is back in her worst nightmare, facing off against her old tormentors. They look even more menacing than they did in junior high, leaving her paralyzed and unable to stand up for herself. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, a tall, confident stranger steps in. He cuts through the atmosphere with a single, chillingly calm question. "Is there a problem here?" The bullies try to brush him off, but he doesn't budge. Instead, he drops a bombshell, bluntly asking if they're just a bunch of bullies, leaving the group completely thrown off. One look at the guy's imposing presence, and the bullies bolt in a total panic, terrified of getting their butts kicked. As they flee, they scream a desperate warning to Hiro. "Don't tell the glasses guy anything!" Hiro is left absolutely stunned. With the danger gone, Hiro frantically thanks her rescuer. He asks if those people were actually her friends, and after her shaking response, he simply wishes her well and walks away. As she watches them leave, Hiro reflects on the encounter. Despite their scary appearance, they were actually kind, a feeling that reminds her exactly of how she first met Ichikura-kun. Back at school, the atmosphere is electric. The votes are finally in, and the result is a disaster for a few unlucky students. They've been chosen to be the class's beautiful cross-dressers. While Hiro is absolutely thrilled by the outcome, the chosen boys, including Ichikura, look like they've just been handed a death sentence. They are beyond done with this situation. Ichikura is brooding over his fate when he spots Hiro's joyful expression. In a sudden, aggressive move, he reaches out and grabs her face, cutting her smile short. He demands to know who she voted for, and Hiro honestly admits it was him. When she confesses she just wanted to see him as a girl, the mood flips instantly, leaving Ichikura completely weirded out and speechless. Horo opens up about a scary incident from yesterday, admitting to Dan that despite her efforts to be brave, she ended up needing to be saved once again. While Dan observes Hiro's melancholy, chaos erupts nearby as a gust of wind sends school papers flying, leaving a group of students in a total panic over a missing page. Out of nowhere, Dan reaches out and grabs Hiro's head, rubbing it in a comforting gesture that leaves her completely stunned. He then asks the one question that cuts through her confusion. Did she actually tell them she wasn't going? Dan flashes a brilliant, encouraging smile, telling her that her action was amazing in its own right. The sudden warmth hits Hiro like a wave, leaving her completely love-struck. The moment is pure bliss, as Dan praises her for becoming strong, but the mood flips instantly. He reminds her that she was strong enough to trick him into wearing a dress, and Hiro realizes he's still holding a grudge. One is left brooding over some colorful-haired students, but Hiro is quickly swept away by her classmates. The decoration team needs her for a shopping trip, and for once, she's eager to join in. The shopping trip is a whirlwind of excitement and chaos. From tablecloths to giant stuffed animals, the girls are brainstorming every possible decoration to make their project perfect. Hunger strikes, and the group decides on an after-school diner trip. Hiro is absolutely beaming, secretly cherishing this normal high school experience that she never had in junior high. Culture Day is actually fun. The cozy diner vibe is shattered when a massive argument breaks out at a nearby table. Just as Hiro is enjoying her treat, she finds herself caught in the crossfire of some serious relationship drama. The tension in the air is thick, but as Hiro looks closer at the couple, she freezes. She recognizes the man. He's the same guy she encountered the other day. The air in the cafe turns ice cold as a public breakup erupts. A girl desperately clings to the relationship, demanding to know why they have to break up, and if he simply doesn't love her anymore. Then comes the brutal blow. With a look of total indifference, the guy reveals the crushing truth. He never liked her to begin with. Watching from the side, Hiro can't help but find his honest cruelty almost refreshing. Just as the tension peaks, the peace is shattered by heavy stomping. Out of nowhere, a delinquent in leopard print bursts in and grabs Hiro's arm, demanding she come with him. Chaos reigns as the delinquent shouts his wild theory to the room. He's convinced Hiro is the new girl Yachio likes. Hiro's brain practically shuts down as she realizes this is the real reason for the breakup. Enough is enough. Pushed to her limit, Yachio snaps and launches a watery assault, dousing both guys in one go. Hiro can only watch in horror as the scene turns into a complete disaster. In the aftermath, Hiro tries to be helpful by offering the soaked guy her handkerchief, only to be told it looks like a dirty rag. But when she offers it again, he finally accepts, glancing at the name Momose Hiro written on the fabric. A sudden realization hits him. He stares at Hiro, recognizing her not as a stranger, but as the kid who was bullied. With a cold thanks, he walks away, leaving Hiro frozen by the reminder of her past. Back at school, Hiro sighs, wondering why she's such a magnet for delinquents. But as she catches up with Dan Ichikura, he picks up on the drama from yesterday and becomes instantly curious. The mood shifts as Dan's gaze turns piercing, wondering if this other guy is someone Hiro likes. Just as Hiro convinces herself she'll never see those people again, a friend drops a bombshell. A hot red-haired guy is waiting for her at the entrance. Dan isn't about to let this slide. Under the guise of taking out the trash, he insists on tagging along, his smile hiding a deep, burning curiosity about who exactly is looking for Hiro. With a nervous prayer that there won't be a fight, the air is suddenly broken by two newcomers. One is a burst of high energy with a leopard print style, while the other remains cool and collected. The calm one, Yachiyo, returns a washed handkerchief, casually revealing he already knows Hiro's name in school. Before she can even process that, Yataro jumps in, showering her with snacks as a heartfelt apology for yesterday's chaos. Overwhelmed by the mountain of treats, Hiro can't help but think that Yataro is actually incredibly nice. Even Yachiyo joins in, offering a recommendation on the best flavor while Dan watches the exchange with a neutral gaze. Introductions are made, and it turns out they're all first years. But just as the mood settles into a friendly rhythm, Yachiyo drops a question that changes everything. Out of nowhere, Yachiyo asks if Dan is Hiro's boyfriend. Hiro's brain practically shuts down in shock, but Dan doesn't even blink. He just casually drops a "Yep, I am," leaving Hiro absolutely reeling. While Hiro and Dan are left in a state of total confusion, Yachiyo seems perfectly satisfied. With a simple bye, he abruptly vanishes, leaving behind a cloud of mystery and a very bewildered pair. The moment they're alone, Hiro desperately asks if Dan knows them from junior high. He denies it completely, but his expression is far from calm. He's clearly irritated and doesn't like the situation one bit. The tension shifts instantly as Dan closes the distance, pinning Hiro against the fence. The sudden closeness makes the air feel heavy and electric. Dan gives her a cryptic warning to not make Yachiyo like her too much, but Hiro completely misses the signal, insisting it'll never happen. Dan's annoyance peaks. She really doesn't get it, does she? Vent his frustration, Dan gives her a playful ruffle of the hair and a childish tongue out before walking away. Hiro is left fixing her hair, wondering why on earth he's acting like such a kid. We won't even see each other again, right? A single desperate thought echoes as Hiro stares blankly into the distance. For her, this silence is a relief. At least for now. But the peace is shattered by a pair of delinquents frantically scouring the pavement. Hiro freezes, torn between her instinct to help and her desperate need to remain invisible. Curiosity wins and Hiro asks if they've lost something, only to be met with sight that defies all logic. This tough-looking guy is hunting for a tiny heart-patterned pouch, a gift from an elementary school girl that he accidentally dropped. The reason is surprisingly sweet. He doesn't want the little girl to find her precious gift lying in the dirt. Touched by this unexpected kindness, Hiro can't help but offer her help in the search. Meanwhile, back at school, Dan Ichikura is starting to worry about Hiro's absence. When a classmate teases him about using the errand as an excuse to be alone with her, he doesn't deny it. He just smirks. A rare, boisterous laugh from Dan leaves his classmates stunned by this new side of him. But the mood shifts back to the street, where the delinquent guy lets out a sigh of defeat. The pouch is nowhere to be found. Watching him search, Hiro begins to wonder if he's actually a good person at heart. The thought leads her to a painful place, prompting her to tell him he should have been this kind when he broke up with his ex. The conversation turns deeply personal, as Hiro admits how much it would hurt to be told, "I never liked you," by someone she cares for. In her mind, the image of Dan flashes by, and the thought of him saying those words is almost unbearable. "I won't say that anymore then," the guy replies, a small promise that catches Hiro off guard. Just as the moment softens, a sudden glint in the trees catches his eye. "Oh!" Hiro screams in triumph as she spots the pouch dangling from a branch. But as the search ends, a new tension rises. A phone call to someone named Yataro goes unanswered, leaving the caller frustrated. Dan plays the perfect gentleman, claiming it's the least he can do to repay her, while Hiro worries about him carrying the heavy juice. But behind that smile, he's wondering if it's okay to just ditch someone. A sudden moment of vulnerability as Dan muses that he might not even have a heart. But Hiro isn't having it. With a bright smile and a thumbs up, she insists he's a good person, leaving the usually composed guy completely flustered. The mood flips instantly. Just as things get sweet, Hiro drops a truth bomb, admitting that during their previous drama she actually thought he was pretty crappy. And the kicker? He just agrees. Instead of getting offended, Dan burst into laughter, teasing her for the sudden 180-degree turn from compliments to insults. Hiro can only offer a nervous apology, totally bewildered by his reaction. Dan calls her awesome with a genuine smile, but the kindness ends there. He hands the heavy bag back to her with a warning, and Hiro, trying to be tough, insists she's got it. Disaster strikes in seconds. The weight of the bag sends Hiro wobbling before she slams face first into the ground with a loud crash. As she reels from the pain, Dan can't help but call her stupid while giving her a pitying pat on the head. While Hiro frets over a potential bump on her head, she's completely unaware that they aren't alone. From the shadows, a mysterious observer is watching their every move. Dan's genuine concern for her is interrupted by a chillingly familiar voice echoing in Hiro's mind, a warning to not let him like her too much. The sudden memory freezes her in her tracks. Enter the troublemaker. With a smug grin and a playful glint in his eyes, the mysterious observer wonders if he just threw a wrench into their little moment. The piece is officially over. Momosi thinks she's in the clear, but the air is thick with tension. Suddenly, Ichikura snaps, grabbing her with a look of pure frustration. Did she really just lead another guy on? The long-haired stranger plays it smooth, offering to hold her bag and gently nudging her to leave. Completely oblivious to the storm brewing, Momos just smiles and heads out. Momos leaves thinking she dodged a bullet, but the second she's gone, the mood flips. The stranger drops a total bombshell on Ichikura. He claims Momos is actually his girlfriend. Now he's digging. The stranger asks Ichikura what he even likes about her, claiming it's just gossip. But that smirk? He's definitely hunting for a reaction. Then comes the ultimate provocation. He tells Ichikura that if his reasons for dating her aren't important enough, he might as well just take her for himself. You'd expect panic, but Ichikura's reaction is different. A dangerous wide grin spreads across his face as he lets out a confused, "Huh?" The stranger bursts into laughter. He's got it. The mask has finally slipped, and he's realized Ichikura isn't the goody two-shoes everyone thinks he is. Ichikura storms off, his aura so menacing that other students practically shrink away in fear. The stranger just watches him go, knowing he's finally seen the real Ichikura. Ichikura is absolutely fuming, while the stranger offers a half-hearted apology for his having her comment. As he pats Momos's head, he confirms his theory. Ichikura is completely whipped. Trying to cool down with a drink, Ichikura overhears Momosi gushing to her friend. She thinks his jealousy is cute. Little does she know just how intense that jealousy actually was, or is convinced that getting jealous without a good reason is just irritating. But the girls nearby aren't buying it. They're practically laughing at how insecure he's being, calling his hot-headedness totally uncool. Enter self-conscious Kura. While he tries to play it cool with a slow sip of his drink, the air around him is thick with awkwardness and internal turmoil. After tossing his empty drink, Kura makes a quiet exit, but as he leaves, the blonde girl admits a surprising truth. If he never gets jealous, it actually feels a bit lonely. A sudden encounter leaves the blonde girl confused, wondering if Ichikura-kun sent someone ahead just to pick a fight. The tension spikes as she braces for a confrontation that might be coming. Just as she's imagining a menacing version of him, Kura appears, surprisingly calm. He simply asks where to leave the bag, completely diffusing the drama with a simple favor. The blonde girl is stunned by his different reaction, realizing he's not acting like he used to. With sparkling eyes, she can't help but tell him, "You've grown, Ichikura-kun." School is in full festival mode, with every class going all out on their attractions. But the peace is shattered by sudden chaos as voices scream for someone to stop a runaway student. In the middle of the madness, Agarashi is dragged away by a mob, accidentally ripping the blonde girl's cardigan in the process. It turns out it's costume fitting day, and Agarashi is clearly not taking it well. Realization hits. They still need a photo of Kura for the advertising flyer. The blonde girl is suddenly buzzing with excitement, dying to see what kind of costume he's wearing. The hunt is on. Searching the halls and even wondering if he's hiding in the restroom out of reluctance, she scans every corner until something finally catches her eye. Momos notices the Helpers Club door is wide open, wondering if Ichikura-kun forgot to lock up. But as she peeks inside, she finds she's not alone. Momos is completely floored by the stranger's beauty, but the confusion quickly sets in. Who is this girl? And what is she doing in the clubroom? A sudden blink and the girl turns, her voice cutting through the silence with a blunt question. "What are you looking at, Momos?" That voice, it sounds hauntingly familiar. The realization hits like a lightning bolt. It's Ichikura-kun. Momosi completely loses it, showering him with praise for how absolutely adorable he looks in the disguise. While he can only respond with an irritated tsk, Momosi can't stop touching the hair, marveling at how perfect the wig is, and recalling Mari-chan's wig collection. But the mood shifts instantly as Ichikura-kun snaps, calling out her unreasonable jealousy and freezing her in her tracks. Momose is confused. Ichikura-kun leans in, their faces inches apart. He drops a bombshell of a warning. Don't get too close or I'll kiss ya. What? Momose is left reeling as he storms out, the door slamming shut behind him. Her heart is racing, her mind spinning with one thought. She actually thought he was going to do it. Outside, Ichikura-kun lets out a breath of relief, knowing he barely escaped being seen through. He decides to bury these unnecessary feelings by focusing entirely on the upcoming festival. He quickly brings up the advertisement flyer photos to keep things professional, and she simply agrees. But as she watches him go, a lingering doubt remains. Why has he been so awfully quiet lately? It's just weird. Momose tries to convince herself that everything is just her imagination. But the quiet is shattered when a voice suddenly calls out her name. The next day, the vibe has completely shifted. Ichikura is acting cold and distant, leaving Momose spiraling. Is she imagining things? Or is he actually avoiding her? Then comes the absolute chaos. Igarashi is rocking a maid outfit. It turns out the only way to get him into the dress was to shower him with non-stop praises. While the other girls gush over the costumes, Igarashi drops a bombshell. He's holding on to a certain photo of Ichikura, and he's not planning on letting it go. Orochi finds the photo hilarious and perfect for future blackmail, but Ichikura isn't laughing. He delivers a swift, brutal whack to the head. The tension returns instantly when Ichikura coldly tells Momose that her team is calling for her. Now she's certain. Something is definitely wrong. Desperate for answers, Momose asks Igarashi if Ichikura is acting strange. He just shrugs it off, teasing her that maybe she's simply become a pain in the butt to him. A sudden realization hits her like a ton of bricks. She remembers calling him cute. And for a guy obsessed with being cool, that might have been the ultimate insult. Igarashi tries to cheer her up with candy. Ichikura watches from the sidelines, radiating pure gloom. Momose misreads the mood entirely, wondering if he's actually just insecure. It's a total stalemate of misunderstandings. She's terrified she's annoying him, while he thinks asking her is just lame. Both are left completely frustrated and clueless. The light-haired girl is absolutely beaming, showering someone with compliments, but the second she's alone in her head, the panic sets in. Did she go too far? What should I do? Walking home in a daze, she tries to convince herself she's just overthinking things, until a sudden, heartbreaking wail cuts through the air. Could it be a child in need? She rounds the corner only to find a scene of pure chaos. A guy sobbing his eyes out while his friend looks on with total indifference. Her jaw drops. These two again? It turns out the wailing is just a weekly tradition. The long-haired guy casually explains that his friend gets his heart broken every single week, because he's way too intense with his confessions. While the friend is mid-breakdown, the long-haired guy doesn't offer comfort. He takes a photo for the laughs. Watching them, a chilling realization hits her. Is this exactly how Ichikura-kun sees her? Curious about their bond, she asks if they're childhood friends, leading to a reveal about their middle school days. It turns out the dangerous long-haired guy was actually a target for bullies because of his blue hair. A flashback takes us back to the classroom, where a simple summons from an upperclassman is actually a trap. He walks in, completely unaware of the trouble waiting for him. The bullies give him a choice: dye the hair or keep getting beaten up. But the mood is weirdly light as his friend just laughs it off, totally feeling himself. The pressure mounts as the bullies threaten to drag his friend into the mess too. Panicking, he does everything to protect his buddy, but the next day, everything changes. He shows up with a shocking new look. Bright red hair, but it's not a fashion statement. It's a strategic move to make sure they both get picked on together. Now that's a ride or die friendship. A story has just wrapped up, and one guy is practically beaming with pride, loudly proclaiming how amazing his friend is. The friend, however, looks like he wants to vanish on the spot, desperately pleading for him to keep his voice down. The girl is completely starstruck, her face flushing as she stares at him with wide, shimmering eyes. He catches her intense gaze and can only react with a bewildered, "Huh?" On deeply moved, she exclaims that it was the most moving story ever, while secretly wishing she'd had friends like that in middle school. But before the moment can linger, her classmates call her away, snapping her back to reality. She's practically glowing with a warm, fuzzy happiness that's so intense it's almost tangible. It's so much that the long-haired guy actually feels a bit awkward, admitting that her vibe is making him uncomfortable. When the conversation shifts to how to avoid being annoying to girls, the advice to mind the distance hits her like a revelation. She takes it to heart, convinced that maintaining a reasonable distance is the absolute key to a successful relationship. The school festival is in full swing, and Ichikura-kun is diligently helping out with the cafe prices. It's clear he's incredibly pumped for the event, perhaps because this is his first real school festival. Unbeknownst to him, Ichikura-kun has become the talk of the hallway, with girls swooning over what a hottie he is. The blonde girl listens in, feeling a mix of agreement and a slight uneasy sense that it's all a bit too much. The moment a call for volunteers to distribute flyers goes out, she doesn't hesitate for a second. "Over here! I'll do it!" she shouts, practically scuttling toward the task just to be in his orbit. While sticking up the cafe flyers, she finds herself struggling to reach the top of the window. As she strains, she reminds herself to stay composed, fearing that showing any jealousy over his busyness would be annoying. Suddenly, Ichikura-kun steps in, reaching right over her to place the flyer at the top. The sudden, breathtaking closeness leaves her completely frozen, her heart racing as he looms just inches away. The tension spikes as he leans in dangerously close, catching her completely off guard. He asks the one question that makes her heart race. Did she want to say something just now? But just as quickly as the tension built, it vanishes. He simply grabs some papers and walks away, leaving her stunned and wondering if he really chased her down just for that. He can't seem to just leave it alone, though. He stops and turns back with a confused, "Huh? What?" keeping her on edge. Looking at him, she realizes there's so much she actually wants to say. But the words get stuck in her throat. She just can't bring herself to say them. Instead of a confession, she lets out a sudden ear-piercing scream of determination. He practically jumps out of his skin, begging her to stop shouting in his ear. The conversation shifts to a mysterious red-haired guy. He admits they spoke yesterday, but before he can elaborate, he heads off to put up some flyers. Left alone, she grips a flyer for a lovely cafe, her expression turning pensive as she stares at the paper. A chaotic scene where a friend in terrifying ghost makeup decides to target the guy in glasses. The jump scare is so effective it leaves him completely bewildered. He's clearly still irritated, muttering about how much that red-haired guy pisses him off. Meanwhile, the girl walks home with a heavy sigh, lost in her own thoughts. Stopping by a takoyaki stand, she can't stop thinking about Ichikura's weird behavior. But her deep thoughts are shattered when Yataro suddenly booms a greeting, nearly scaring her half to death. Imagine being so desperate to sell takoyaki that you're literally crying to your customers. Yachio is in full panic mode over too many ingredients, but Momosi is just confused that he's working part-time, though she still agrees to buy a set. But the mood shifts instantly when a familiar face reappears with a question that changes everything. With a knowing look, the woman drops a bombshell. Is Ichikura actually a delinquent? Caught off guard, Momosi can only mumble a kinda before being grilled on how her romance with the delinquent even started. She recalls a moment of chaos where Ichikura stepped in to save her from an awkward situation. The woman finds the story strangely familiar, leading to a heavy silence. As they sit together, she can't help but wonder what would have happened if she had met Momos sooner. The tension breaks when the freshly made takoyaki finally arrives, but the conversation quickly pivots to a new target, the upcoming school cultural festival. Wachio's brain practically shuts down with excitement at the thought of bodies filling the festival, making him desperate to attend. However, the woman wonders if Ichikura will actually be okay with them going. Momose believes Ichikura has finally matured enough to not mind, so she's not worried. As she prepares to head home, Yachio dashes off to grab a bag for her leftovers. Just as Momose is about to leave, the woman starts to say something, but the words hang in the air unfinished, leaving Momose completely puzzled. She plays it off as nothing and promises to see her at the festival. But as Momose walks away, a hidden question lingers in the woman's mind. Is Yachio actually serious about her? And then, the clock ticks down. The stage is set for the night before the festival. Plagued by worry over Ichikura-kun, she finds herself alone in her room, where the silence only makes the loneliness hit harder. Then, a sudden spark of inspiration. She grabs Ichikura-kun's perfume and douses her fox plushie in it, convinced she's found the perfect solution to her longing. A pure bliss follows as she breathes in his scent. But as she drifts off to sleep, she reminds herself to maintain a healthy distance. She can't let her loneliness interfere when things get busy. In her dreams, the distance finally vanishes. She clings to him in a tight embrace, inhaling his scent in a hug that feels all too real. Then, bam, she jolts awake, her heart hammering against her ribs. After a dream like that, sleep is the last thing on her mind. Fast forward to the school festival, and she's a total zombie. Between the chaos of the lovely cafe preparations and a sleepless night, she's barely functioning. A sudden encounter with Ichikura-kun reveals him surprisingly glasses-free for the cafe makeup. But as they stand close, a wave of panic hits her. Did he smell the perfume? Unable to keep it in, she blurts out the truth. She spent yesterday sniffing his perfume. Now, the silence between them is deafening, and she's convinced she's just made things incredibly weird. She tries to backtrack, claiming her sleeplessness was just nerves, but she knows she's said too much. Just as the tension peaks, the makeup team calls for the boys, offering a desperate escape. As they head toward the waiting room, the awkwardness shifts into something new. With his arm draped over her, the tension remains. But the distance is finally gone. The air practically freezes as Momo pulls Ichikura into a sudden, tight embrace. While he struggles to process the contact, he can't help but mutter to himself that she's so cute it's actually irritating. A total death grip squeeze that leaves Ichikura gasping for air. But as the tension peaks, a small, soft smile finally breaks across his face. The moment they break apart, Momo's brain goes into complete overdrive. She's spiraling, desperate to know if she actually heard him call her cute or if she's just imagining things. After a brief moment of anxiety over some warnings from Igarashi, Momo is beyond relieved when Ichikura finally arrives. She thinks she's finally sorted everything out, but the truth is, she's still completely misunderstanding the situation. Enter the lovely cafe, where the promise of a place filled with maids and nurses is enough to make any guy lose his mind with excitement. The boys are hooked instantly, but the dream ends the second they step inside. The pretty girls greeting them are actually menacing guys in costumes. They've been totally played. Just as they're losing hope, they find a few staff members who actually look the part. However, when they try to keep their orders simple, the staff isn't having it. One intimidating look from Ichiko and the boys find themselves pressured into ordering way more than they ever intended. From cookie sets to pancakes. The aggressive energy is so intense it feels more like a rowdy ramen shop than a cute cafe. And while the boys are left shaken by the experience, Momo lets out a sudden, timely sneeze. With a little push from her friends, Momo starts to blush at the idea of spending more time with Ichikura. She's shy, but she's finally considering inviting him to hang out. The atmosphere is electric, as girls whisper and swoon over a certain red-haired guy. While Momos wonders what all the noise is about, a mysterious voice spots her in the crowd. The buzz grows as the lovely cafe opens, and the crowd is eager to visit Momos' spot. But as she guides her guests, Momos is a bundle of nerves, praying that Ichikura's newfound maturity keeps the peace. The festival is in full swing, and Momos is beaming with pride over the hard work put into the event. But the mood shifts the moment she points out her classmates, and there stands Ichikura, looking as detached as ever. Total chaos. The cafe is completely swamped, and the attention isn't just on the food. While girls fawn over Ichikura's looks, Momose finds herself feeling a sudden, unexpected sting of jealousy over a photo. The photo frenzy continues, leaving some feeling, left out and desperately jealous. Amidst the noise, Momose can't help but steal glances at Ichikura, who seems completely drained by the attention. Just as the crowd peaks, a sudden yank pulls Momose out of her thoughts. Ichikura has had enough, deciding it's time to ditch the noise for a different shop. Mosi is left blinking in confusion at his sudden change of heart. Before she can process it, they're already settled in at a quiet stall, treated to some peaceful snacks. In the quiet of the tea house, the air suddenly turns heavy. Ichikura drops a bombshell of a question. How do you actually fall in love? Sending Momose into a literal choking fit. Momosi tries to play it cool, recalling her survival mode middle school years where love was a luxury she couldn't afford. But Ichikura isn't letting her off the hook, pinning her down with questions that leave her completely defenseless. While a loudmouthed friend offers a cliché badump heartthrob explanation, Ichikura's voice drops. He describes love as the quiet ache of thinking about someone before sleep, and the inability to look away, a description that hits far harder than any heartbeat. A quiet moment turns deep as a girl describes her version of love, the longing to stay together and the sting of the tiniest jealousy. With a soft smile, she admits, I guess that's what love is for me. Then she asks the one question that changes the energy of the room. Is she actually in love? Her friend practically explodes with excitement, demanding to know who the mystery person is. Just as the tension peaks, the long-haired guy leans in and drops a simple yeah, leaving the girl completely jolted. She can only sigh, realizing that delinquents really do love to tease. But the Alec act doesn't last long. He suddenly turns bright red, frantically telling them to pretend they didn't hear a thing, because it's just too embarrassing. The mood flips from romantic to confusing in a heartbeat. Her friend is left totally baffled, wondering what on earth is actually going on. Trying to keep things polite, she bows and reveals she's already dating someone. But instead of backing off, he just smiles, declaring that he has no intention of giving up. She's left stunned by his sheer boldness. The scene shifts as the group gathers at the cafe, with the bustle of the festival calling them back to work. Just as she thinks she can breathe, he drops a bombshell. See you tomorrow then. Her mind races in a panic. He's actually coming back for the second day of the festival. On day 2 arrives at the lovely cafe waiting room. While her friend notes how things have suddenly spiced up, the long-haired guy remains determined to win her over. But the pressure is mounting. Her friends warn her that she needs to tell Ichikura the truth before things get messy, leaving her feeling completely sleep-deprived and conflicted. Momosi is standing out in the cold, feeling like a total outcast in her short sleeves while everyone else is bundled up. Just then, Ichikura finds her, and Momose admits she'd been looking for her too. The chill is real, and Momose is seriously regretting her fashion choice. The mood shifts instantly when Ichikura decides it's now or never. She drops a bombshell invitation to hang out alone at 3 p.m., sending Momose into a state of pure shock and excitement. Between the heart-pounding invite, Ichikura can't help but tease her for looking like a rebellious kid in the freezing weather. In a move that sends Momose's heart racing, Ichikura gives her own cardigan to the shivering girl. Momose is absolutely melting from the kindness, feeling the warmth of the fabric and the sweetness of the gesture, even if the fit is a little too tight around the neck. But Momose has a secret mission of her own. She's beaming with anticipation. But as she tries to find the right words to tell Ichikura something important, that intense gaze makes her brain practically shut down. She's spiraling, wondering how to say it without sounding too cheerful. Then, the unthinkable happens, driven by a sudden impulse. Momose grabs Ichikura's collar and pulls her into a kiss. Time freezes as they both lock eyes in total, wide-eyed confusion. The tension snaps when Ichikura calmly asks if that's what she wanted. The sheer weight of the embarrassment hits Momose like a truck, and she completely breaks, screaming that she can't do it before dashing away in a total panic. Left behind, Ichikura can only wonder why Momose is being so rebellious. Meanwhile, Momose is in a full-blown crisis, trying to send a text but fearing it'll be ignored. She realizes there's only one way to fix this. She has to go back and face Ichikura directly. Panic mode is fully engaged as Momose races to find Ichikura before those two arrive. She manages to track her down and tries to gather every ounce of her courage to finally start the conversation again. Just as she's about to speak, the worst possible timing strikes. Two intimidating figures peer behind her with a cheerful ta-da, and Momose's face falls instantly. It's a total game over for her romantic momentum. Desperate to save the moment, Momose frantically shoves the two guys away, claiming she promised to show them around just to get them out of the way. As she pushes them out, Ichikura just stands there, watching the chaos unfold. A smug smirk and a sudden heh set the tone, leaving the other girl completely blindsided and confused. All pure irritation boils over as she storms through the crowd, only to stumble upon a group of guys bragging about the lack of cute girls around. The atmosphere shatters with a violent slam of the door, and before the terrified boy can even blink, she's looming over him with a menacing grin. "Now place your order," she demands, turning the menu into a weapon of intimidation. He leans in close, her voice dripping with a dangerous edge as she asks if he'll be taking the whole menu. While the boy trembles in fear, a bystander can only note that the mood has turned absolutely toxic. With the immediate chaos settled, a blonde girl is left wondering how on earth she ended up in this awkward situation. The tension remains high as the bun-haired guy asks where she wants to go, only for her to burst into a desperate bowing apology. She's trying to make things clear. She's dating Ichikura-kun, but he isn't making it easy. Just as she thinks it's over, he makes a proposal. A 1-hour tour of the festival together. His smirk is predatory as he warns her that if she refuses, he'll just keep messing with her. Panicking, she agrees to the deal, but only on the condition that they keep a strict appropriate distance. Despite the agreement, she can't shake the feeling that he's genuinely scary and might not be joking at all. They end up on a bench, separated by a gap so wide it's almost comical. While she questions the extreme distance, he insists it's appropriate, until a stranger suddenly squeezes right between them. Without missing a beat, the guy politely directs the stranger to other empty seats, clearing the space. Left in the sudden silence, the blonde girl can only stare, her heart racing as she clutches her drink. The energy is high as the blonde girl declares it's time to get going. But as they walk away, the atmosphere shifts, whispers follow them, with onlookers recognizing the guy as the same mysterious person from yesterday. The attention is suffocating. While other girls gossip about how attractive he is, the blonde girl is spiraling into a pit of social anxiety, hiding her face and finding the whole situation completely awkward. Just as she's trying to disappear, he leans in way too close. "What you doing?" One simple, casual question and her brain practically shuts down in shock. Panic mode. She jumps back screaming that he's too close. In the chaos, it's revealed she's wearing Ichikura-kun's oversized jacket, a detail that sends her mind racing toward a sudden, romantic fantasy. The tension lingers in the silence. She's a blushing mess, clutching the fabric of the borrowed jacket, while he simply watches her with an unreadable expression. Then he drops a total bombshell. "Don't people often call you a pervert?" She's horrified, he knows. But the day continues in a whirlwind of fishing games, churros, and a confusing escape room. Time is running out. With only 15 minutes left, she's anxiously checking her phone, wondering why Ichikura-kun hasn't replied yet, completely oblivious to the fact that he's standing right behind her. She's clinging to her 3 p.m. plans with him, but when he jokingly suggests he might tag along, she shuts it down with a frantic no-go. He just laughs it off. He was only kidding. Their final stop, the haunted house. She's terrified and tries to back out, but he plays a little mind game, claiming he won't give up on her if she doesn't go. It works. She's forced into the darkness. Total mayhem ensues. From the moment they step inside, she's a screaming wreck, even scaring the monsters. By the end, he can't help but feel sorry for the staff who have to endure her ear-piercing shrieks. A teasing smirk and a tempting offer. Do they want to hold hands? The blonde girl isn't in the mood for romance, shouting her refusal. But the haunted house has other plans. Suddenly, a cold hand clamps onto her ankle. Total panic sets in, but Ichikura is one step ahead. They hand her a cute happy pouch with a simple solution. Grab the edge, and they'll guide her through without ever having to touch hands. She tries to play it cool, insisting she's fine and declining the help. That confidence lasts exactly 1 second before a monster leaps out, sending her into a complete meltdown. In a moment of pure terror, all those boundaries vanish. She lunges for their sleeve in a desperate tight squeeze. The tall stranger's eyes widen, completely caught off guard by the sudden contact. The chaos settles, leaving Ichikura alone with the forgotten pouch. A long, heavy sigh escapes them as they process the encounter. But the protection isn't over yet. The tall stranger pulls her firmly against them, shielding her from the remaining scares. The girl is completely frozen, her heart racing for a whole different reason now. With a calm, almost knowing look, they keep her tucked close. She's a blushing mess, trapped between the fear of the ghosts and the sudden, overwhelming proximity. A heavy silence falls as they lock eyes for a heartbeat. Then a sudden grab and a burst of speed. They're rushing out of there. What is even happening? She wonders, completely bewildered as she's practically dragged toward the exit. They burst through the curtains in a blur of motion. Finally safe, Ichikura admits that seeing her so terrified makes them want to apologize. But just as she's curious, they drop a bombshell. They'll stop bothering her. Just as they're about to part, she asks the one thing that makes the air feel suddenly heavy. Can she have a bit more of his time before he goes? Panic has left her hair a complete disaster, but as he steps in to fix it, she's floored. She had no idea he knew how to tie hair, and suddenly he seems way more amazing than she realized. He plays it cool, admitting he learned from the internet since he has long hair himself. But inside, he's spiraling, calling himself stupid for helping the girl he loves get ready to meet her boyfriend. He tells himself it's just an apology, because it kills him to see her looking so troubled whenever they're together. His touch is gentle, but the situation is heartbreaking. The moment he finishes, she beams with pure excitement, calling him truly amazing. A simple thank you that feels like a victory for her, but a sting for him. Despite the pain, he can't help but give her a soft, genuine smile. With a quiet, "You're welcome," the moment ends and he fades back into the noisy chatter of the school crowd. Then the reality hits like a ton of bricks. Between ignored texts from a friend and the cold truth of the situation, he realizes he's been politely dumped and completely rejected. Meanwhile, another girl is on a mission to find her, certain she's a first year. The memory of her words echoes in his head. She already has plans for the festival with someone named Ichikura-kun. Just as the searching girl is stressing over the time and thinking of texting her, a familiar voice cuts through her panic. "Whatcha doin'?" A mysterious text arrives. "I need to talk to you later." He's sending a ripple of tension through the air. While one girl prepares herself for the encounter, another scene unfolds in the shadows where a boy is being brutally beaten, refusing to fight back. What a weakling. His tormentor sneers, unaware that a pair of eyes is watching from the distance. The long-haired girl isn't impressed by his silence. In fact, his refusal to resist is only fueling her rage. "You planning to apologize by being unresisting? That's really pissing me off," she snaps. But beneath the bruises, the boy is haunted by a heartbreaking thought. The fear of being told he was never liked. "What's your problem?" she demands, her gaze sharp and unforgiving. Suddenly, the boy rises from the dirt, his movements heavy but determined. In a sudden shift of energy, he drops into a deep, formal bow, his voice trembling as he delivers a sincere apology for everything. A sudden humility catches her off guard, leaving her blushing and conflicted. But she quickly masks her emotion with a harsh dismissal, calling his apology childish and declaring him a turn-off before turning to leave. Just as the tension breaks, a voice from the sidelines mocks the situation. Is such a weak apology really enough to let him off the hook? The hoodie-wearing delinquent decides to help by pushing the boy back down with a violent thud, suggesting she'd feel better if the boy suffered more. The girl snaps, screaming for him to stop, but the boy's reaction is unexpected. With a sudden sharp movement, he grabs the delinquent's wrist in a vice grip. Stepping in with an aura of absolute authority, the girl pushes the delinquent back, her voice cold and commanding. "You shouldn't play around in someone else's school," she warns. As she turns away, a confident, dangerous smirk plays on her lips. Without warning, she delivers a crushing blow, pow, sending the delinquent reeling. The beaten-up boy is left stunned, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" while the girl simply walks away. From the shadows, an onlooker can only watch in awe, completely captivated by her coolness. Once the chaos settles, Ichikura is praised for making the troublemakers leave, though he brushes it off as nothing. He checks on the injured boy, offering a trip to the infirmary, but the boy insists he's fine. Between them, an awkward silence grows, filled with unspoken questions. Then comes the bombshell. "I confess to Momoshi-chan." The revelation hits Ichikura like a physical blow, leaving him reeling. The boy laughs off his own misery, admitting he was rejected, and that the heartbreak hurt far more than any punch. Genuinely confused, Ichikura asks why helping him would be a loss. The boy can only laugh at the absurdity of it all. Even as Ichikura tries to play it cool, claiming he never planned on helping in the first place, the bond between them has shifted. Overwhelming defeat. A heavy realization hangs in the air as one character accepts their loss, while Ichikura can't help but wonder what's so funny. The mood is somber, yet there's a lingering sense of finality. The scene shifts to a much brighter note as the blonde girl beams, thanking someone for their time. Then Ichikura arrives, apologizing for being late and leading her toward a handmade planetarium he spotted while walking. A cheerful receptionist welcomes them with a loud "welcome." While the girl is internally bracing herself for a serious conversation, she's swept away by the excitement of having the entire planetarium to themselves. Stepping inside, the girl is instantly enchanted, feeling like she's entered a secret base. As the projector ignites, a canopy of artificial stars fills the dome, leaving both of them in a state of quiet awe. Under the shimmering constellations, the atmosphere grows thick with tension. The girl fidgets, wondering if this perfect, romantic mood is the right moment to finally tell him the truth. Just as she's about to speak, he drops a bombshell. Does she really have a red-haired guy confessing to her? The girl completely panics, rambling frantically to explain that she had no ulterior motives. To her surprise, he remains calm, claiming he doesn't really care. This only makes her admire him more, calling him mature and cool, for not being fidgety or jealous. But that one word, nekmature, is the breaking point. The facade shatters instantly as he explodes in a shout, admitting he was actually so jealous. Mao, fully irritated, he pokes her forehead, lecturing her about not leading the other guy on. He vents his frustration, declaring that confessing to someone's significant other is basically picking a fight. As the heat of the moment fades, he turns away with a soft, honest admission. He didn't want to act out, because he didn't want her to think her boyfriend was boring. He's completely gone, lost in a daydream that's making her heart race. One name is on her mind, Ichikura-kun. Always so composed, so capable. It's almost unfair. She knows he's just a boy her age, but in her eyes, he's on a whole different level. Then the mood shifts instantly. Ichikura leans in and drops a line that freezes her in place. "I'll kiss ya if you get closer." The tension finally snaps. In one sudden move, the distance disappears and they lock lips. A sharp gasp, a moment of shock, and then the kiss deepens, turning the quiet room into a blur of passion. But he's not done yet. He pins her down, his gaze intense, leaving her breathless and trembling with a soft, shaky production. Just as she's trying to recover, Ichikura delivers a smug little blow. He reveals he noticed some lipstick left over, leaving her absolutely floored. Her heart is hammering so hard she can barely think. She's so overwhelmed by his maturity that she actually asks how old he is, only for him to remind her they're the same age. Later, tucked away in bed, she scrolls through photos of the cultural festival. It was a total whirlwind, but looking back, it was the best kind of chaos. But then the realization hits. He was actually jealous. She's halfway to a meltdown from the cuteness before a sudden wave of panic crashes over her. Wait, did she just make a huge mess of everything? Momosi is lost in thought, wondering how to make Ichikura-kun happy while feeling a lingering guilt over people from her past. Suddenly, a sharp notification breaks the silence. A message has arrived. Ichikura checks his phone to find a surprising invitation from Momosi to hang out after school. His brain practically shuts down as the realization hits. Is this actually a date? The next day at school, Momosi catches up with Ichikura, who admits he had to make a quick escape from Igarashi. With a playful smile, Momosi decides Igarashi can wait. Today is all about them. Ichikura doesn't hold back, confirming it's a date, and Momosi's excitement explodes. She clings to his arm with a grip of steel, her heart racing as she kicks off her mission to give him the perfect day. Momosi has a master plan. First, conquer the arcade to win Ichikura's favorite Ohana-chan doll, then end the night with a romantic fireworks display. She studied the strategy through videos, convinced she can pull off the ultimate date. Arriving at the arcade, Momose leads Ichikura straight to the prize machines. Spotting the elusive Ohana-chan doll, she declares with total confidence that she's the one who's going to win it for him. Armed with mental training and YouTube tutorials, Momose takes her shot. But the reality of the crane game is brutal. The doll slips away, leaving her frozen in shock. Just as Momosi is spiraling into despair over her failure, Ichikura steps in. He reaches out and guides her hand to the lever, the sudden physical closeness sending a jolt through the air. With Ichikura's expert guidance and their hands overlapping, the claw finally secures the prize. Momose is barely paying attention to the doll. Her heart is hammering against her ribs from the intimacy of the moment. Overjoyed by the victory, Momose beams and hands the doll over to Ichikura. But as she realizes how close they were, she suddenly panics and shoves the prize into his hands, trying to play it cool while her heart is still racing. Momosi spots a photo booth and completely loses it with excitement. She practically drags a bewildered Ichikura along, insisting they go in together. Inside the booth, Mobos is all about the cute poses, even trying to make a heart with their cheeks. But when the photos print, the result is a disaster. Ichikura looks like he's being interrogated, leaving Mobos is absolutely baffled. Ichikura's stubbornness kicks in, claiming he doesn't take orders from machines, even for a simple hug prompt. But Momose isn't letting him off that easy. She reaches out to force the moment. The countdown ticks down, 3, 2, 1, and just as the flash hits, they're locked in a sudden, close embrace. The tension lingers for a second, before Momose bursts out laughing, teasing him for actually doing what the machine said. She gives him a crushing squeeze before sighing over the photos. He's glaring or serious in every single one. Despite the stiffness, Momose finds the ID photo vibe kind of funny. She admits she wants to keep one in her phone case, even if the thought makes her blush with embarrassment. As they walk, Momose can't help but wonder if Ichikura is actually enjoying himself. She starts to worry she's just having fun on her own, completely missing the fact that he's actually putting in the effort. But Momose has a plan. She leads him to a railing with a triumphant look, claiming she still has one final trump card to play. They wait in the quiet night air, eyes on the horizon for something special at 7 p.m. Just as the clock strikes the hour and the excitement peaks, a stranger suddenly interrupts the moment. The bombshell drops. The fireworks are canceled because of rain elsewhere. Momose's heart sinks as she realizes her big surprise is gone, leaving her to lament that this is officially the worst. Just as the mood settles, the sky breaks and it starts pouring. But before she can even react, he's already shielding her with his jacket, urging her to make a run for it. Safe under the shelter, the guilt hits her hard. Looking at him completely soaked, she can't help but wonder if he's actually hating every second of this. As they wait out the storm, the truth comes out. She admits she wanted today to be all about him, Ichikura-kun, but everything including the weather seems to be working against her. She confesses her guilt over making him jealous, wanting him to at least have some fun today. He tells her to drop it, but a thought crosses his mind. Did her plan actually work? Then he drops a bombshell. He is having fun, but not for the reasons she thinks. To him, seeing her desperate at the arcade and devastated by the rain is the highlight of the day. The mood shifts instantly. She admits that seeing him like this only makes her realize how deeply she's in love, and he responds with a smile, confirming that he's truly enjoying himself. The air between them turns electric. Blushing and breathless, she's caught in a whirlwind of emotion, wondering what she should do right now. Driven by a sudden burst of courage, she whispers the one thing that changes everything. "Can we kiss?" He bursts out laughing, teasing her for how obvious she's being. But then the joke ends. He leans in close, his voice dropping as he gives her the green light. "Yes, go ahead." Stunned and trembling, she can barely process the permission. But as he stares into her eyes, the distance finally vanishes in a long-awaited kiss. A sudden, electric moment as they lean in, their lips finally meeting in a quiet, stolen kiss on the bench. They pull back, the air between them thick with tension. She beams with a blush that could light up the whole street, while he's left blinking in a complete daze. But he's not done yet. He grabs her and pulls her back in for a second, deeper kiss, one that lingers so long it starts to feel like time has stopped. A sudden roar of a passing car shatters the moment, sending her gasping for air. As she struggles to find her breath, he just lets out a laugh, teasing her for being so worked up, absolutely loving this. With a wide, genuine grin, he can't help but think that this is all just way too much fun. He looks at him with eyes full of admiration, completely smitten. But the romantic mood is instantly killed by a loud growl from his stomach. Turns out, he's absolutely starving. Just a quick trip for some ramen to fix the hunger, and she doesn't hesitate for a second. "Let's!" Meanwhile, elsewhere, another guy is stuck doing the dirty work. He scowls, sweeping the pavement and wondering why on earth he's the one stuck with this chore. It turns out, this is just another day for their club, where activities have basically become a fancy word for cleaning the school. But then, a familiar voice cuts through the air, leaving the girl completely stunned. Wolf enter a flashy duo who can't help but mock the existence of a garbage clean club. The blonde guy is about to snap, but he's suddenly yanked back by his hoodie, and it's the glasses-wearing boy, ready to shut down the noise. A sudden encounter. Ichikura is completely baffled to run into this group again, but Yuichio is far too busy flexing his hot look to care about the tension. While cleaning the school grounds for the Helpers Club, the buzz-cut delinquent decides he needs some help of his own. He doesn't take no for an answer, threatening to whack Ichikura if he doesn't listen. Cut to a fast food joint where the real motive is revealed. Ichikura can't believe his ears. He's being asked to play wingman for someone's crush. The target is revealed. The sweet and stunning girl working the register. Yuichio is completely smitten, praising both her looks and her kindness. Achio is desperate for help, because his own attempts always fail. But wait, he just had his heart broken last week? This guy falls in love faster than a heartbeat. Achio explains his failed methods by demonstrating one. He tries to play it cool by asking for the number on behalf of a friend, and surprisingly it actually works. The girl is totally blushing. Yuichio keeps showing off his patterns, using a fake girlfriend to spark interest. While the blonde girl is mesmerized, Ichikura is just completely exhausted by his antics. Even the tough guys are impressed. The buzz-cut delinquent admits Yuichio is just too cool for his own good, leaving the blonde girl feeling strangely touched. The blonde girl jumps in to help, but the buzz-cut guy gets a little too excited. Ichikura immediately shuts it down with a smack. Some things never change. Finally, the real question comes out. The hoodie guy wants the secret sauce. How do you actually make a girl fall for you? Yuichio's advice? Start with friendship and then make her heart flutter. A sudden, bold question throws the mood off. When exactly does a girl's heart flutter? While some stare in confusion, one girl quickly pivots, deciding to crowdsource the answer from her friends. The investigation moves to the classroom, where the girl asks her classmates for the secret to making a heart skip a beat. The first answer is simple: kindness. And for the boy watching, that sounds like a challenge he can actually meet. The suggestions pour in. From the thrill of hearing a crush say your name to the classic hero save. But as the boy with glasses takes notes, the conversation takes a turn toward his own habits. A moment of shared vulnerability reveals that neither of them is used to being called by their first names. But the peace is shattered when someone brings up a forbidden topic, the surprisingly cute first name of the sleeping Igarashi. The truth comes out. Igarashi's hatred for his first name stems from a childhood of being teased for his looks. As the class continues to share their heart-fluttering moments, the girl can't help but notice the unexpected bond forming between Igarashi and Yamada. Amidst the chatter, a single name is dropped: Hiro. While some classmates gossip about cool guys from part-time jobs, the atmosphere shifts. A sudden intense gaze locks onto the girl. Then he lets out a grin that's equal parts playful and dangerous. Her heart practically leaps out of her chest. One look from him and she's a blushing mess, only to realize he's just enjoying the chaos he's caused. What a jerk! She's been teased with her name before, but this is different. This is the first time a boy, specifically the boy she likes, has called her name, and suddenly, the theory from class becomes a vivid, heart-pounding reality. The tension is electric. She wants to return the favor and call him by his first name, but the words get stuck in her throat. A stuttering attempt is all she can manage as he looks back at her. A total meltdown. The girl is so flustered she can barely speak, prompting a blunt question. Is she malfunctioning? Desperate to calm down, she reaches for her phone to text Yataro-kun, and the reply comes back almost instantly. A determined message from Yataro makes her smile, and she can't help but hope things work out for him and that girl. But fast forward several days, and the school is buzzing with one shocking rumor: Yataro actually managed to get a date. The group reunites, but the vibe is confusing. Yataro, sporting his cap, admits he just told them to come along, explaining that his date is a girl from Susan's school who's also into him. While Yataro secretly wonders if things are moving too smoothly, the girl is already feeling the pressure. This place is way too expensive for a first date. They spot the couple in the distance, seemingly hitting it off. Nearby, the date is eyeing a brand new lipstick with longing, though she's fighting the urge to spend money she doesn't have. The mood shifts as she reveals a heartbreaking truth. Her family is struggling and her mother is hospitalized. She's worked part-time, but a luxury brand like this has always been out of reach. Then Yataro drops a bombshell of a gesture. I'll buy it for you. His friends can only watch in absolute disbelief, completely blindsided by the move. Welp, tears of gratitude well up as she thanks him for the unthinkable gift. Yataro plays it off as a simple thank you for the date, boasting about his part-time earnings. But the girl's response is a tender, lingering squeeze of his arm. The air is thick with romance as they both blush, and she confesses she's never met anyone as kind as Hino-kun. Meanwhile, the friends are convinced this is a train wreck, wondering if this is all just really bad. For the blonde girl, the sight is too much to bear. With a pained whisper of his name, she flees to the restroom, feeling a sharp stabbing sensation in her stomach that has nothing to do with food. Mosi is just trying to clear her head in the restroom, feeling a twinge of guilt over Yataro. But the quiet is shattered when a voice from the powder room drops a bombshell, and she's the only one there to hear it. The voice belongs to a girl on the phone, and her plan is cold. She's targeting a guy who brags about his money to squeeze every cent out of him. Momose listens from the shadows, her face twisting in pure shock. It gets worse. The girl isn't just looking for a little cash. She's planning to swindle him for a luxury wallet. Momose is reeling. Is this actually happening? As the reality sinks in, Momose can only imagine the poor soul on the receiving end. This isn't just a misunderstanding. It's a total disaster. The scammer is practically glowing with confidence, treating the whole thing like a game. She's already planning her next move, completely unaware that her secret is out. The group gathers, the air thick with tension. One of them realizes the truth is even darker. This girl isn't working alone. Momose is in full panic mode, desperately denying any part in this, while the others face a brutal question. How on earth do they tell Yataro he's being played? Right on cue, Yataro appears, looking absolutely thrilled. He's so blinded by his perfect date that he doesn't even notice the pitying looks on his friends' faces. He's practically floating, bragging that he was confessed to for the first time in his life. While he's basking in the glory, Momose is frozen, unable to break his heart with the truth. The hammer finally drops as he's told point-blank that he's being deceived. But Yataro is too far gone. He defends her with a tiny bottle of tea, convinced that such a kind gesture proves her love. A sharp jab to start. Yuichiro doesn't hold back, reminding the guy that he's never had an eye for this kind of thing. But he's not deterred. He's actually baffled that things are finally going his way for once. He doubles down with a smug grin, asking if it's so strange that a cute girl likes him instead of Yuichiro. The comment hits a nerve, leaving Yuichiro completely floored before she snaps back in a flurry of denial. Then, without warning, he bolts. He's on a mission to date the girl, leaving a bewildered Yuichiro and a silent witness in his wake. Once the chaos settles, Yuichiro takes charge, promising to handle the situation herself. But the boy with glasses can't just stand by. He knows Yataro is too nice for his own good and hates the idea of him being deceived. He decides they need an expert's perspective to figure this out. Enter Sakyo, who seems far too amused by the news of a girl causing money troubles at Suisen High. With a family full of delinquents, she's the perfect contact for the group to get the inside scoop. Sakyo quickly gets on the phone with her brother, but the conversation takes a sharp turn. "One, I'm busy," is all it takes to trigger her rage, and suddenly she's screaming at her brother, while the others watch in absolute terror. The boy with glasses immediately tries to distance himself from the outburst, praying they can just pretend they don't know her. Once she calms down, Sakyo reveals the truth. A growing group of students is running a money-collecting scheme. It sounds like a classic lure and trap operation, but the boy with glasses has a plan. He produces a list of their hangouts and suggests a peaceful approach, though some are already doubting if asking nicely will actually work. Sakyo's eyes light up at the prospect of a raid, instantly turning a peaceful request into a potential battle. While the boy with glasses is overwhelmed by her intensity, the blonde girl feels a tug of guilt. She can't just let Yataro suffer. Fast forward several days, and the silence is deafening. As they walk together, the blonde girl checks her phone with a worried heart, wondering why Yataro has completely vanished from the map. Yataro is in full-blown hero mode, shouting encouragement and helping an elderly woman cross the street. Ichikura watches from the sidelines, convinced that the guy won't learn his lesson until he hits rock bottom, though he can't help but feel a bit concerned. The scene shifts to a takoyaki stand where Yataro is working hard to help a girl named Yuma, whose mother is reportedly ill. Momose is touched by his kindness. Ichikura is immediately skeptical, warning him that the whole story might just be a lie. Yataro doesn't care if it's a scam. He argues that if the story is true, it would be heartbreaking if no one believed her. It's a simple, pure logic that leaves Ichikura completely speechless and unable to argue. Fed up with the nonsense, Ichikura calls Yataro an idiot and storms off. This leaves a panicked Momose alone to handle the situation, forced to make awkward small talk just to keep things from getting weird. With Ichikura gone, the floodgates open. Yataro excitedly gushes about the absolute thrill of Yuma calling him by his first name, and surprisingly, Momose totally relates, bonding with him over that special feeling of being seen. The mood turns soft as Yataro admits he hasn't been able to talk about this with anyone else, because they always tell him to stop. He sincerely thanks Momose for listening, while she internally panics, fearing that being too empathetic will only encourage him more. Momose looks at him and realizes that even if this girl is bad news, she's precious to Yataro. She understands the desperate need to share your happiness with someone when you're in love. Yataro offers a warm gesture of friendship, telling Momose he'll listen to her anytime because they're friends. It's a genuine moment of connection, but a lingering however suggests the peace won't last. Taking the opportunity, Momosi gently reminds Yataro that when his friends tell him to stop, it's only because they truly care about him. Yataro takes the advice to heart with a quiet, thoughtful, yeah. Back at the Helpers Club, Momose walks in to find a surprising sight. Ichikura has completely checked out, buried under a massive blanket and fast asleep on the couch. Last night was a disaster for Hiro. While she's staring at a sleeping Dan, wishing she could join him, her phone is blowing up with messages from Yataro about shopping for Yuma-chan. She's exhausted, trying to figure out how to steer the conversation away so Yataro doesn't overspend again. Hiro sends a carefully worded, long-winded text suggesting a budget-friendly approach. But the reply is a total shutdown. They're going to the expensive shop anyway. Just as she's spiraling in frustration, she remembers that Dan has also seemed unusually tired lately. Watching him sleep, Hiro wonders if the pressure of upcoming tests is what's draining him. In the heavy silence of the room, she softly whispers his name in her heart. Don Ichikura-kun. The tension spikes as Hiro enters a full-blown internal crisis over how to address him. Dan-kun? Dan? She's practically vibrating with nervousness, wondering if she should just go for the daring Dan-chan. Suddenly, Dan's eyes snap open, catching her in the act. He doesn't miss a beat, teasingly asking if she was planning to attack him in his sleep before dropping the ultimate blow, calling her a pervert with a smug grin. Aro is internally screaming, unable to handle the fact that he said it again. Meanwhile, Dan is completely unfazed, stretching and waking up refreshed as if he hadn't just completely flustered her. Then comes the bombshell. Wanna sleep. Hiro's brain immediately short-circuits, imagining a lap pillow and panicking. Dan, however, just thinks she's been yawning all day in class and actually needs the rest. Before she can even process the offer, Dan takes charge. With a sudden plonk, he pulls her down, and Hiro finds herself resting right on his lap in an instant, snuggled up and warm. Hiro tries to convince herself that touching his leg is perfectly fine, but Dan is noticing a hilarious contradiction. Why is she totally okay with a lap pillow, yet dies of embarrassment just from him saying her name, and is completely baffled by her weird standards, but Hiro is too far gone to care. Wrapped in his warmth, she feels herself drifting off, finally finding the peace she's been craving all day. A quiet, intimate moment unfolds as a boy gently twirls a girl's hair while she rests on his lap. But the peace is broken by a soft admission: she just can't sleep. As she lies there, her mind spirals into worry. She recalls a warning about things getting dangerous for Yataro-kun, and the unsettling fact that he hasn't spoken to Yachio-kun in ages. Will everything actually be okay? Hiro doesn't seem bothered at all. With a confident smirk and a playful glint in his eye, he brushes off the concern, insisting that everything should be just fine. Back at school, Momo stands alone with her lunch, surrounded by the loud chatter of classmates. While everyone else is obsessed with romance, she's completely lost, hearing nothing but gossip she doesn't understand. The loneliness hits harder when her friends bail on her for club meetings. Just as she accepts eating alone, a hand suddenly grabs her arm. A voice cuts through her disappointment, offering her a lunch partner. With a theatrical ta-da, Yataro is pushed into the spotlight. He looks completely bewildered by the situation, while the surrounding hallways buzz with the usual school noise. Watching from the sidelines, a friend can't help but call him an idiot, even if she's secretly excited by the love story unfolding between them after their trip to the department store. As they share their meal, Yataro's confidence reaches a peak. While munching away, he can't help but think that he's clearly the one Ichikura-kun actually likes. Momo, however, is fighting a war inside her own head. She desperately wants to call him by his first name, but every time she tries, she freezes up, her voice dying in her throat. Unable to take the tension, she suddenly screams about the cold weather to hide her panic. Then, in a burst of courage, she blurts out her request to use his first name, and he gives her the green light with total ease. Turn around. The command hangs in the air as they lock eyes in a stare-down that feels electric. Now sitting in a heavy silence, she struggles to find the words, her face flushing as she steals a nervous glance at him. The silence is deafening until she snaps, calling out his face. He just admits it, then tells her she can just call him Ichikura-kun if she's too nervous. He goes on a weird tangent about how some names just sound better, but the girl is completely unconvinced. No way, she thinks. Suddenly the mood flips. He looks genuinely irritated, and the two of them settle into a stubborn, sulky standoff. But then the girl's mood shifts to pure excitement. She lunges forward, asking if it bothers him that she's casual with other guys, leaving him completely baffled by her sudden energy. He asks why first names make her so nervous, and she finally lets the truth slip. She's not just nervous, she's actually happy and completely overwhelmed. Taking a huge leap, she asks the one question that changes everything. Should she start calling him Hiro from now on? In an instant, her mind spirals into a romantic fantasy where he's suddenly affectionate, calling her his first girlfriend. Back in reality, She blushes deeply and admits the truth. She actually loves it when he calls her Momos. The air suddenly turns electric when the boy leans in with a smug grin, dropping a line that leaves the girl completely frozen. "You're really into me, aren't you?" He doesn't stop there, doubling down on the affection by admitting how much he loves calling her Momos. Before she can even process the tension, they're high-fiving, leaving her utterly confused about why they're even doing that. Just as the mood settles, a notification hits. It's a message from Red Hair Yachio asking them both to meet after school, sparking a sudden realization Ichikura-kun has her number too. As they head out, the group is missing a key member. Igarashi is a no-show, apparently held hostage by the urgent duty of walking the dog. Suddenly, the peace is shattered. They stumble upon a chaotic scene where one guy is absolutely ripping into another, leaving the girl completely blindsided by the sudden aggression. The confusion peaks until the truth comes out. A girl named Yuma claimed she'd have to drop out of school due to tuition costs and asked for a staggering 150,000 yen. And here's the kicker. The idiot actually handed over every single cent of his savings. He thinks it's no big deal since it's his money, but his friend is practically losing his mind. The argument explodes, with the leopard print guy shouting Yachio down. Fed up, the other guy just gives up on him entirely, leaving the girl caught in the middle of the meltdown. As they walk away, the frustration boils over. Yataro had been saving up to travel abroad, but he threw it all away for a girl, leaving his friend wondering why he listens to her but completely ignores him. A brief glimpse of their past friendship makes the current tension feel even heavier. In the quiet that follows, a single haunting question lingers. Does this whole situation just make them feel lonely? The air suddenly turns electric when the man drops a bombshell. "So, are we dating?" But before anyone can even blink, he laughs it off as a joke, quickly shifting the mood to the real reason he's here, getting some money back. The playfulness vanishes as he reveals his target, a damned girl who has his money. He turns to Ichikura asking the one question that will set everything in motion. Does he know where she is? A heavy silence follows as Ichikura simply holds up a piece of paper. The scene cuts away, moving through the noisy chatter of the city toward a hidden destination. Elsewhere, a short-haired girl is practically glowing with excitement, flaunting a stack of cash. She's hiding out in an empty building with two cohorts, convinced they've successfully scored a payday. Bam! The door is violently kicked open, sending the group into a state of pure shock. With a terrifyingly casual smile, the man crashes the party with a simple, "Excuse me." The time for talking is over. He demands the return of their idiot's money, leaving the girl staring in disbelief, wondering if they've been followed this whole time. Outside, the blonde girl is left in a cloud of gloom, feeling completely abandoned. She checks her phone to find a message from Yataro, confirming the team has already moved in. One of the thugs tries to play the innocent middle schooler card, claiming the money was taken with consent. He doesn't even get to finish his laugh before a bottle smashes across his head with a brutal crash. "This is nothing to laugh at, brat." The man's voice turns ice cold as the tension spikes. As the remaining thug reels, he notices the silent figure standing in the back. Who exactly is this guy? The guy with glasses is reaching his limit, his patience snapping at these arrogant brats. While the thugs continue to underestimate them, the blonde girl outside starts to panic. Is this the part where they call for backup? The peace is shattered by a single demanding shout. "Hey!" And then comes the order that changes everything. "Call all the guys out." The demand is repeated, and suddenly the air is filled with the synchronized ringing of phones. While the guys look on, one girl can only watch in sheer panic. A desperate plea for a favor is sent out, but the response is a cold, hard can't do. The confusion is real. What on earth is going on? Just as they're trying to make sense of the chaos, a voice cuts through the night. "You guys, are you Yuma's friends?" Under the harsh glow of a streetlight, a mysterious figure in a black hoodie looms, hiding their face in total shadow. The tension snaps. After a brief, suspicious exchange, the hooded stranger lunges forward with terrifying speed, the streetlight crackling above them. The fear is rooted in a dark warning. A mysterious hunter who knows where they live and where they go to school. They all know the description. A guy their own age with unruly black hair. Then the focus shifts to Ichikura. His serious gaze melts into a chilling, knowing smile. And then, he just mocks them. A playful, chaotic BE that feels more threatening than a punch. Mask comes down, and the truth is finally out. The weirdo they feared is the one right among them, and he's been meticulously crossing their names off a list all night. A sudden explosion of confusion. What? The air turns thick with suspicion as the sailor-uniformed girl looks on, while Sakyo-san notes that the boy came straight here despite having a massive to-do list. Flashback chaos erupts. A metal pipe clangs on the floor as the truth comes out. He's been fighting all night. From a peaceful nap to a sudden outburst, he swings with everything he's got, screaming for them not to get cocky. The noise doesn't stop. A loud smash echoes, and the sailor girl can only groan in despair. Here it goes again. Then, without warning, a short-haired girl delivers a brutal kick, sending her sprawling to the floor. The tension shifts. While the sailor girl looks on in awe, a man in a leopard print jacket is left huffing and puffing. Trapped behind a barrier, he screams in frustration to be let go. The argument heats up. The short-haired girl snaps that he's just a nuisance and this has nothing to do with him, all while violently dragging the sailor girl away by her bag. But the sailor girl isn't backing down, screaming back that it absolutely does. A sudden, heartfelt confession. Amidst the noise, the sailor girl reveals the truth about Yataro-kun, that he's actually a kind soul who held on to hope even when he knew he was being lied to. Then she drops the bombshells. She likes him too. Pure emotion takes over. With tears in her eyes and a blushing face, she pours her heart out, declaring that it's only natural to hurt when someone you care about is in pain. The man in the leopard jacket can only listen in stunned silence. The mood flips instantly. A low chuckle breaks the tension as the boy pins the leopard jacket man to the floor. While the man struggles and yells, Yuma looks on with cold eyes, mocking the good girl act. A desperate grab. The man suddenly seizes Yuma's arm, his expression pained. He looks her in the eye and asks the one question that cuts through the noise. Has everything she told him been a lie? Ultimate punchline. Instead of a confession, Yuma gives him a cold reality check. Only a fool would believe her. The tension vanishes instantly, leaving them all laughing at the absurdity of it all. Gross! One word is all it takes to crush the mood as the girl storms off, leaving the buzzcut guy staring after her in total defeat. He can only whisper her name, Yachiyo, as the distance between them grows. The scene shifts to a room of chaos, where a messy-haired guy greets a newcomer with a shrug. It's already over, he says, gesturing to the defeated thugs coughing on the floor. But amidst the wreckage, a silent, sharp gaze is fixed on the buzzcut guy. Without a word, the blazer-wearing guy steps in and slips something into the other's pocket. A single blunt command follows. Hey, idiot, let's go home. The blazer guy leads the way out, leaving Igarashi to loudly thank Yachiyo, while simultaneously demanding she bow down and apologize to everyone first. Yachiyo is shaken, admitting she never knew the buzzcut guy risked himself fighting every night. But Igarashi isn't having it. He corrects her with a laugh, claiming it was just cleaning up trash, before reminding her that even trash are human beings. The conversation turns to Yachiyo's sudden change of heart, but the mood flips instantly when a teacher appears. He holds up a pack of cigarette butts with a pointed question. It's you, isn't it? Blazer guy doesn't blink, arguing that if he were the culprit, he'd be far more careful. When the teacher decides to believe him and keep investigating, the blazer guy is left genuinely baffled. Why on earth does this man trust him? The teacher's logic is simple. If he's lying, only the teacher gets hurt. But if he's telling the truth and no one believes him, the pain falls on the student. Even then, the blazer guy can't help but tease. I might be lying, you know? Small grin from the teacher leads to a realization. So, in the end, you're saying you don't believe me, the blazer guy concludes, only to be shut down immediately. As the buzzcut guy looks at Yachiyo, a quiet thought lingers. It would be sad if no one believed her. Watching the whole scene unfold, Igarashi can only sigh. He just can't ignore that kind of idiot. The tension is high as one boy bows deeply in a desperate apology, only for another to coldly demand he get down on his knees. But Momose just beams with a smile, genuinely happy that the money was recovered. Then comes the line that shifts the entire mood. I like you too, Momose-san. With a promise of takoyaki and a pair of enthusiastic thumbs up, the air turns sweet. Not everyone is feeling the love, though. Dan is practically radiating annoyance, even as he's told the other guy is just like a big dog who's grown fond of her. While Momose reflects on Yachiyo's unexpected fighting side, she and Dan walk together in a soft, blushing silence that speaks volumes. Suddenly, the peace is shattered. Dan lunges forward and squeezes her cheek, demanding to know if she thought the other guy was cool and thoughtful. Momose can't help but notice how easy he is to read when he's jealous. A sudden clink interrupts the chaos, as Dan realizes his glasses were in his pocket the whole time. As they both squat down to retrieve them, the world seems to shrink down to just the two of them. Momose doesn't hold back, telling him with sparkling eyes that he's always the coolest. Dan can only look away, completely caught off guard by the sudden praise. Then, without warning, he snaps. He grabs her head in a grip so strong she's left screaming in pain, wondering if he's finally lost it. But look at his face. Behind the aggression, he's actually blushing. He's not angry. He's just completely overwhelmed by a surge of happiness. He sighs, admitting it's a little annoying, but he's finally starting to get her. And as he refuses to let go of her hand, Momose is left wondering just how long this grip will last. The countdown begins. With only 2 weeks left until the end of term tests, the teacher delivers a stern reminder to the class. It's time to give it their absolute best. The timer hits 0, and the tension peaks as students exchange their quiz papers. While Momosi is just hoping she passed, Igarashi's results are a disaster. He only managed to solve a single question. Watching Igarashi yawn through the chaos, Momose realizes he's completely lacking motivation. She desperately searches for a way to spark his interest, and suddenly, eureka, she's got an idea. It turns out Igarashi is a secret pro at drawing dogs, even if it only earned him 20 points on the test. He's so focused on teaching Momose his art that he doesn't notice the teacher's fury until he's caught red-handed. Later, Momosi finds Ichikura hiding out in the Helpers Club room. He admits he's there to study because he can't stop falling asleep at home, leaving Momosi impressed by his sudden drive. Momose confesses that she actually relates to Igarashi's lack of motivation. After all, it's hard to work when there's nothing to look forward to. Ichikura just stares at her, thinking, "This girl." Then, Ichikura drops a total bombshell. He suggests they spend Christmas together with cake and presents. But there's a catch. If she fails her exams, the date is off. With a smug smirk, he asks for her thoughts. Momose's brain practically shuts down as the realization hits her. A real Christmas date with Ichikura? Her motivation levels just hit the stratosphere. As Momose geeks out over the prospect of a gift, Ichikura can't help but worry about how simple-minded she really is. Result? Momose has transformed into a studying beast, muttering like a roaring monster in the classroom. When her friends ask what happened, she proudly reveals the secret. She's studying for a Christmas date. Momo is setting the stakes high. If she fails her exams, there are no Christmas presents. But it's more than just a gift. It's her first chance to receive one from the person she loves, and she's determined to make it happen. The support system kicks in. Her friends jump in to help, offering their skills in English and math to ensure she doesn't fail. They even plan a full-blown study session to get her through. The grind begins, and it's brutal. Between late-night study sessions and desperate questions for teachers, Momo is pushed to her limit. Then the moment of truth arrives. The first day of exams. As the days pass, the tide turns. Momo starts feeling the momentum, realizing the study tips actually worked. By the end, she's practically glowing with confidence. Convinced her dream Christmas is now a certainty. Overjoyed, Momo showers her friends with gratitude, but they remind her there's still one final hurdle tomorrow. As she waves goodbye with a huge smile, Ichikura can't help but notice just how confident she's become. The weather takes a turn, and a sudden downpour hits. While Momo is safe under her umbrella, she spots a familiar figure shivering under a ledge. Ichikura is completely caught in the rain. Disaster strikes on the final day. The teacher announces that Momo is too sick to be in class and will be taking her exam in the nurse's office. For the students, it's bad timing. For Momo, it's a nightmare. In the nurse's office, Momo tries to play it cool, but the coughs give her away. Meanwhile, Ichikura is riddled with guilt, wondering if he pushed her too hard to study and caused this collapse. The next morning, the fever finally breaks, but a new panic sets in. Momo realizes she was so out of it during the exam that she can't even remember what she wrote. Did she just throw away her Christmas dreams? Just as she's spiraling, her mom reveals a surprise. Ichikura stopped by to leave her class notes and gifts, and before she can even process his kindness, her phone lights up with a call from the man himself. Recovering in bed and surrounded by get-well gifts from her friends, Momose's day takes a sudden turn when she receives a phone call from Ichikura. As she looks at the kind messages and offers of help from her classmates, the sheer weight of their support leaves her momentarily speechless. But the mood shifts instantly when Ichikura hears Momosi start to sob on the other end. Panicked and unsure of how to react, he abruptly ends the call, his face clouded with worry. Unable to just leave it alone, Ichikura rushes over to her house. He doesn't even wait for a formal invitation before the door clicks open. Facing her mother, Ichikura drops a bombshell that leaves the woman completely stunned. He boldly claims to be Momose's boyfriend just to get inside. Inside her room, Momose is spiraling with anxiety, convinced she's ruined everything by crying out of nowhere. Then a knock at the door changes everything. Ichikura is actually here. Pure chaos ensues as Momose frantically tries to compose herself, only for Ichikura to walk in and find her kneeling in a bizarre formal welcome. He's left completely baffled by her sudden behavior. Awkwardness vanishes the moment he speaks. With a gentle, knowing look, he admits the real reason he came. He knew she was crying. The floodgates open as Momose confesses her guilt over letting everyone down. But Ichikura doesn't judge. Instead, he tells her she's too spirited, admiring her for pushing through the test despite her illness. Her voice trembles as she reveals the truth that's been weighing on her heart. More than the tests or the guilt, she just really wanted to exchange presents with him. The mood is chaotic as she pours her heart out, admitting she desperately wanted to exchange presents with him. But instead of a romantic response, he just laughs it off, calling her completely childish. Then, he reveals the real reason for the surprise. He tells her that the woman she lent her umbrella to, A mother returning from the hospital with her child came to school just to return it, calling her a total lifesaver. Overwhelmed by the gesture, she can barely find the words. He just smirks, teasingly noting that her kindness earns her a perfect score. The tension spikes as he leans in, telling her he's looking forward to their presence. She's absolutely frozen, clutching the gift bag as her face turns bright red. Suddenly, the dam breaks and she bursts into loud, messy tears. He panics, wondering if he did something wrong, but she's just sobbing because his kindness is too much to handle. Unable to just watch her cry, he reaches out. With a gentle touch, he begins rubbing away her tears, the atmosphere shifting from comedic to something much softer. They lock eyes in a heavy silence. As his hand slides across her cheek, the world around them seems to vanish. He cups her face, pulling her closer until they're inches apart. He whispers her name, Momosti, and for a second, it feels like the moment has finally arrived. But wait. The romantic tension is shattered. He realizes she's burning hot and assumes she has a fever, frantically demanding to know where the medicine is. She's left dazed, wondering if her racing heart is a sickness or just pure excitement. A moment is gone, and a new mystery drops. As he looks back, one question lingers in the air: a Christmas party? Excitement fills the air as a girl shares the news that Igarashi and Yamada are planning something for the 25th. She suggests a secret plan to have their own celebration on the 24th, since school ends early, before waving a cheerful goodbye to her friend. The girl is absolutely beaming, her heart racing as she counts down the days to the 24th and 25th. But there's a problem. She hasn't bought a gift for Ichikura yet, and the guy in question is practically sprinting out of school the moment the bell rings. A sudden confrontation. Ichikura catches her off guard, questioning her with a suspicious glint in his eye. She tries to play it cool, but her response is barely a whisper, leaving the mood heavy and uncertain. Determined to find answers, she turns into a secret agent, tailing Ichikura through the shopping street. Her mission leads her to a surprising destination, the Hashimoto fruit store, where Ichikura disappears inside. While spying, she overhears the store owner calling Ichikura Don-chan. Confusion sets in. Is he just running an errand for his family? Or is there something more to his presence at the shop? Busted. She reveals herself, leaving Ichikura completely stunned. The truth comes crashing down. The cool, distant Ichikura actually has a part-time job, and apparently, he's a huge hit with the local ladies. The interrogation begins. Ichikura admits he's working a few jobs on the street, including the fruit store, through his father's contacts. When asked if it's just for pocket money, he hesitates, hinting that there's a deeper reason. And then he drops the bombshell. He's not just working for money, he's doing it for her. The air suddenly turns electric as he admits he's earning, because someone is looking forward to Christmas way too much. Her heart practically explodes. The realization hits her. Could he be working just to fund her Christmas present? Even as she swoons, she recalls his cocky confidence while handling the shop's customers. Just as she's lost in her thoughts, he closes the distance in a heartbeat. With a playful grin and a piece of fruit in hand, he leans in dangerously close, turning a simple offer into a moment of pure tension. A sudden spark of longing hits her. She thinks she could get one too, but the moment is shattered. Stormangermelt cuts in with a request for help, leaving the girl to fume over these shady tactics. The walk continues, and a cat cafe catches her eye, but the mood is freezing. While she tries to ignore the tension, Kura is just over the cold, wanting to get home, until a sudden, piercing scream echoes behind them. Bam! Out of nowhere, a stranger crashes into their path. Kura freezes, his mind racing with one question. Who on earth is this guy? The stranger is convinced he's found his target, stuttering out Ichikura's name. Even when Kura denies it, the man charges forward with a desperate attack, claiming a certain photo has made Ichikura a legend at his school. One slap is all it takes. The aggressor is flopped onto the pavement in an instant, dissolving into pathetic, loud sobbing that leaves the girl panicking and Kura completely cringed out. As they settle on a bench, the man introduces himself as Kusunoki, a former middle school peer who once viewed Ichikura as a savior. Kura's response is a cold splash of reality. He doesn't remember him, and Kusunoki didn't even go to that school. The tragedy unfolds. Kusunoki was so desperate to be like Ichikura that he enrolled in Geka High, a school famous for delinquents, just to find him. He's now bawling his eyes out because he was too scared to even check if Ichikura was actually there. Feeling like a delinquent's toy once again, Kusunoki reveals the real reason for the fight. At his school, a brutal competition is underway among class reps to determine who truly sits at the top. School's hierarchy is simple. The first person to defeat the legendary Ichikura becomes the top. With the lame glasses target identified, the order is given to hunt him down. Kusunoki admits he tried to use the mission to climb the ranks himself, but now he leaves Kura with a chilling warning. More people are coming for him. Meanwhile, the girl watches the sobbing man, feeling a strange nagging sense of familiarity. The tension is thick as the blonde guy pushes for the truth, asking if Ichikura should just spill the inside story. But Ichikura remains silent, haunted by a dark realization. No matter how much he changes his look, he's still just a toy to them. With a grip of desperation, Ichikura admits the heartbreaking truth. The people he's been trying to emulate aren't the ones he actually wanted to be like. As they head home on the train, the girl tries to stay positive, insisting Ichikura will be fine. But the blonde guy isn't so sure. He knows Ichikura is a target now, and more fights are inevitable. Guilt washes over the girl as she recalls a leaked photo from sports day, fearing it's all her fault. She and her friend both dread the same thing, that Ichikura might end up right back where he started. The blonde guy doesn't hold back, dropping a question that freezes the air. If she's so worried about him, why doesn't she just pull him away from all that chaos herself? Left speechless and completely flustered, she can't find the words to answer. The scene shifts, jumping forward to a chilly Monday in mid-December. While the girl struggles to balance her fear of delinquents with the stress of Christmas shopping, Ichikura is suddenly on a mission, determined to do some research of his own. A sudden sweet invitation. She asks Ichikura to go get limited Christmas sundaes, and the two head out to explore the city shops together. It's a race to find the perfect present. After almost getting distracted by some cute earrings for herself, she spots a watch and decides it's the perfect fit for him. Reality hits hard when she sees the price tag. It's way over budget. But then, seeing a couple with matching items sparks a new blushing idea that leaves her completely flustered. Bam! With a burst of pure excitement, she presents a ridiculously cute bunny shirt, asking Ichikura if he's into matching items. His reaction is instant and brutal, a flat nope, as he questions if she seriously thinks he'd ever wear that. Rejection hits hard, and she can't help but imagine how matching clothes would finally make her feel like she's in a real relationship. But just as the mood dips, her energy flips back in a heartbeat. She's still got more shopping to do. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifts from cute to dangerous. A group of guys is tracking Ichikura via photo and phone calls, confirming his identity with a chilling finality. They've finally found him. Back with the pair, the girl is in total gloom over her failed gift hunt and the tragedy of sold-out Sundays. But Ichikura's focus is elsewhere as his phone buzzes. It's Kusunoki again, and he is not amused. Ichikura vents about Kusunoki's habit of sending useless messages separately, deciding he's just going to ignore him. But the conversation is cut short by a sharp voice from behind, calling him four-eyed. Enter Tatsuki Katsura from Gekka High. With a predatory grin and a casual wave, he greets Ichikura with a long time, no see that feels more like a threat than a reunion. Then comes Oto Kamei, another face from Gekka High. He eyes Ichikura up and down, noting that his new style is so different he almost didn't recognize him. The girl's expression turns to pure anxiety as haunting warnings echo in her mind. The urgency is clear. Someone is coming for him, and he needs to watch his back. Ichikura tells her to get home, his voice low as he acknowledges the presence of the people behind them. He's banking on the info from Kusunoki being correct. But one look at that guy tells him things are complicated. Unable to stand the tension, she makes a bold move. Thinking she needs to pull him away from this chaos, she grabs his hand with a desperate plea, "Let's run away together." The tension is palpable as Hiro grips Ichikura's arm with a desperate strength. He looks completely caught off guard, frozen by the sudden heavy closeness between them. The moment is shattered by Tatsuki Katsura, who demands to know what they want. Ichikura quickly shuts it down, coldly telling the other boy to go on his own as Hiro reluctantly lets go. A painful distance opens up. Hiro casts one last worried glance at Ichikura before she turns and walks away, her footsteps echoing the sudden loneliness. But Hiro isn't just going to fade away. She pushes through with a desperate high-energy plea to pass, leaving the other boy, Kame, absolutely flustered and blushing. Total chaos erupts as Katsura screams at Kame for being a complete idiot around girls. Meanwhile, Ichikura just watches the meltdown, confirming that the intel on Kame's awkwardness was 100% accurate. Katsura brushes off the distraction, focusing back on the goal, finishing Ichikura. As a voice calls him over, Ichikura lets out a heavy sigh and begins to strip off his outer jacket. Even in the middle of a confrontation, Ichikura's obsession with order takes over. He starts folding his clothes with surgical precision. This only fuels Katsura's rage, leading him to snap and hurl the clothes back at him. Then, in a heartbeat, the neat student vanishes. Ichikura explodes into action, delivering a brutal, lightning-fast kick that sends Katsura flying. Katsura is thrilled by the sudden fight, but Ichikura's expression has turned ice-cold. He slides off his glasses, revealing a dangerous edge as he laments a promise he can no longer keep. While Katsura is left bewildered by the mention of a promise, Hiro is already far away, breathless and exhausted from the emotional whirlwind of the encounter. Absolute chaos. She's spiraling, torn between staying put or rushing back to him. One voice echoes in her head, urging her to pull him away from the madness, but she's terrified of getting in the way. In a total meltdown, she screams out for Igarashi-kun, completely unable to cope. Desperate, she reaches for her phone, praying for an answer. When Dan Ichikura finally picks up, it's like a lifeline. She's practically vibrating with relief. She quickly assures him she's safe at the station. But the real question is he okay? Cut to the scene, and it's a total wipeout. Tatsuki is completely pinned, barely able to mutter a bye as he's crushed under Dan's weight. With a chillingly calm expression, Dan just tells her he'll call her back, as if he isn't currently dominating a fight. Witness is absolutely shook, answering a phone call in the middle of a brawl. That's not considerate, that's just scary. With a heavy thump, Dan tosses the defeated guy aside like trash. He's exhausted, but he's got something on his mind. Enter the weirdest guy in the scene. He claims he's not into fighting. He's only here for his lover, Era. But wait, Era is a 2D anime character. He launches into a full-blown otaku manifesto about waifus and delinquent types, leaving Dan completely baffled by the nonsense. Dan can't help but think this guy is a total freak. Meanwhile, Tatsuki is already stirring. He's tougher than he looks. As they talk strategy for the battle for the top, Dan warns that the other classes are scumbags, and trust is a luxury they can't afford. The conversation shifts to Dan's new straight and narrow look, but he's clearly irritated that he's been dragged into this nonsense. He explains the brutal logic of their win condition. If they have to beat each other, there's no room for cheating. It's all part of a mysterious promise. Everything is falling perfectly into place for Dan. Even the beaten-down Tatsuki can't help but laugh at how hard he got hit, though the mood shifts instantly when Dan threatens to kill him, and just as things get tense. The police arrive. And just like that, poof! Dan vanishes into thin air, leaving the others wondering how he moved so fast. The otaku boy is left panicking as the cops swarm in, recognizing them as the usual troublemakers from Gekka High. They're looking for a third person, but Tatsuki isn't talking. Dan makes his clean getaway, leaving a frustrated Tatsuki to take the heat. Tatsuki snaps at the police, aggressively insisting it was only the two of them. Watching this, the otaku boy has a sudden, heartwarming realization. Tatsuki-kun is actually kind of nice, but then reality hits. The day starts with a nightmare scenario in Ichikura's head, himself being grilled by the police for a brutal fight. But the fantasy vanishes as the school day begins, and Misa arrives with a bright, cheerful morning. Misa's mind is racing with worry about Ichikura's well-being. When she discovers he's already in the building, she has a sudden realization. He must be hiding out in the Helpers Club. Misa crashes into the room only to find the most unexpected sight. Ichikura calmly sewing a button. But the shock turns to horror when she notices his arms are absolutely covered in bandages from yesterday's brawl. On seeing him like this, Misa's heart swells with admiration, but so does her anxiety. She desperately wants to protect him from more fights, yet she knows asking his rival to just stop is a complete fantasy. Always been the one saving her, the one always there to help. Now, looking at him in the quiet of the clubroom, Misa is determined to find a way to finally return the favor. Eager to help, Misa jumps in to take over the sewing, leaving a confused Ichikura behind. It's a sweet moment of teamwork until prick! A sudden needle slip turns the mood into a scream of pain. After the chaos, Misa realizes she's lost the button in the scuffle. She's mortified and bows in deep apology, but Ichikura just brushes it off, insisting he'll just buy a new one himself. Just as things settle, Ichikura drops a bombshell. No going home together or hanging out until Christmas. Misa panics, thinking he's furious about the button, but he quickly shuts that theory down. The truth is heartbreakingly selfless. He's pushing her away not out of anger, but to keep her safe from the violence that follows him. Misa can only sink into a deep, heavy gloom. He tries to tease her for sulking, but Misa's voice is small and fragile. She asks the one question that cuts through the tension, is he really not sad about them being apart? Ichikura tries to play it cool, reminding Misa that they can still see each other at school and talk on the phone. But as Misa wonders why she can read his mind so perfectly, the school bell rings, and a sudden sharp snatch of the hand freezes the moment. Atmosphere shifts instantly. Ichikura's gaze turns intense as he admits he feels bad rather than just sad, his grip on her hand sending a jolt of tension through the air. Misa's brain practically shuts down. Realizing how clingy she's been, she tries to deflect by asking if he's not sad. But the second she's alone, she completely flops in a heap of blushing embarrassment. A heavy, charged silence settles over them as they sit side by side on the sofa, the space between them humming with unspoken feelings. Then, he drops the line that changes everything. He'll be fine as long as they spend Christmas together. Misa is left completely floored, her heart racing at the sudden confession. Not letting the moment slip, Ichikura offers a pinky promise to make it official. Misa doesn't hesitate for a second. Yeah, she agrees, locking in their holiday plans. With a final, soft okay, the promise is sealed. The two lean into each other on the sofa, finally at peace in the warmth of their new agreement. Fast forward to a late Tuesday night in mid-December. Misa is wide awake in bed, obsessing over the perfect gift for Ichikura and wishing she had someone to help her shop. She briefly considers Igarashi, but quickly dismisses the idea. He's far too blunt, but then a spark of inspiration hits. I know, she declares, venturing out into the bustling city crowds with a plan. Akio-san. Misa finds her target, apologizing for the sudden invite. As they walk, Misa explains the class Christmas party gift exchange, her mind already racing with ideas for the perfect present for Ichikura. Momo has a plan for a special present, but she's stuck on the design, and she's come to the perfect person for help. Sakyo doesn't just agree, she practically explodes with eagerness, declaring that she'll handle everything. While they browse the shops, Sakyo is fighting a war inside her own head. She's dying to ask if she can call her Momo-chan, but the panic is real. Is it already too soon to be this informal? Mission accomplished. After a successful shopping spree, the two settle into a cafe, both having secured presents. As the mood softens, Sakyo starts to let a nickname slip, but she stops herself just in time. Akio's brain hits the brakes, deciding that the time for nicknames hasn't come yet. As they wrap up their outing, the scene shifts toward the bustling tray return area, where a group of guys are gathered. Momo notices something strange. Guys from Gekka High are loitering nearby. While Momo is curious, Sakyo's delinquent instincts flare up. She spots a non-uniformed Gekka student and immediately considers giving him a little scare. Sakyo explains that Ichikura has always been a magnet for trouble, even offering to help Momo ambush anyone who gets in the way. Momo is touched by the reliability, but honestly, the offer is a little too disturbing. She just wants a peaceful Christmas. With the shopping done, Momo is a bundle of nerves and excitement, clutching her bag and praying that he'll actually like the present she picked out. Sakyo jokes that if he doesn't like the gift, she'll personally drag him out for punishment, leaving Momo terrified. But then, the scene cuts to the shopping street, revealing Ichikura in the most pathetic rabbit costume imaginable. It turns out the Mr. Rabbit look is a half-assed combination of a flea market head and altered pajamas. As his shift at the stamp rally ends, Uncle Tayama tells Dinchan to use his charm one last time before heading off. Despite the ridiculous suit, Ichikura has one goal on his mind, buying a present for his girlfriend. Even Uncle Tayama can't help but be impressed by the dedication. A rabbit costume, a swarm of kids, and total exhaustion. Ichikura thought this part-time job would be a breeze, but he's currently being demolished by a crowd of brats. He's so drained he can barely see, and when some strangers ask if he's seen Ichikura, he can only give a weak, frazzled nah. Suddenly, the mood shifts from misery to awkwardness as two guys swoop in for a selfie. While one is absolutely loving the cute rabbit, the other is just as beat as Ichikura is. But inside that mask, Ichikura is having a complete mental breakdown. Meet the Himasaki twins, Tsukino and Tsukiho, two delinquents from Gekka High who are hunting for Ichikura. Trapped between them in his costume, Ichikura realizes these are the same guys from his junior high days. Now he's just praying he can survive this encounter without being exposed. The conversation takes a dark turn when the twins start brainstorming how to lure Ichikura out. Their plan? Find his girlfriend and kidnap her. Ichikura, listening from inside the rabbit head, can only think one thing. Whoa, that's pretty mean. One twin thinks the kidnapping plan is a great idea, while the other just treats the rabbit like a stress ball, giving his head a rough pat. Just as Ichikura tries to make a quiet exit back to work, the twins aren't letting him go that easily. The cute act is over. One of the twins loses patience, grabbing the rabbit by the neck and mocking how lame he is. In a flash of violence, the stamp rally sign is smashed, and the rabbit is sent flying. But the rabbit isn't the victim here. Ichikura sheds the top of his costume, his eyes burning with rage as he asks exactly who they plan to kidnap. Before they can even react, he jams the rabbit head onto one of their faces and turns his attention to the other. Twins try to keep their cool with a smirk, finally recognizing the man beneath the mask. There you are, Ichikura, they say, but the atmosphere has already turned lethal. Total chaos erupts as Ichikura unleashes a brutal strike, sending Tsukiho crashing down. He's not playing around anymore, shouting for them to get up, because if they don't, he's taking everything. A complete one-sided beatdown. Ichikura grabs the twin's arm in a vice grip and launches him through the air with a massive throw. One loud thud later, and the cute rabbit has officially reclaimed his territory. Desperation is real as the blonde guy pleads for mercy, but it's too late. One final panicked scream of "We're sorry!" echoes through the air. Just when he thinks the nightmare is over, the dark-haired guy looms over him with a cold gaze. The words are a chilling promise. It's your turn next. Left trembling, the blonde guy realizes this guy is just as mean as anyone else. But the scene shifts. A mysterious envelope addressed to Dan-chan is finally opened. Enter Ichikura, bruised and battered but satisfied after getting paid. He's already thinking ahead, recalling a secret plan shared with his allies. But there's someone else on his mind. With a single-mapped phone, he reaches out to Momose, his voice low as he asks, "Hello?" Waiting at the station, checking in on her. On the other end, Momose is happily shopping with a friend, totally oblivious to the chaos he's just come from. Then comes the surprise. He's at her station and wants her to meet him at the west exit. Momose is stunned, but she can't say no. Pure panic kicks in. Between worrying about a hidden present and her own look, Momose is a nervous wreck, wondering why he's suddenly wanting to meet in public. Suddenly, the air vanishes. Ichikura swoops in and grabs her, dragging her away before she can even process what's happening. "Ichikura-kun!" Bam. He pins her against the wall, his face a mess of bruises, but then he drops a line that freezes her heart. He calls her cute, turning her panic into total emotional whiplash. The air is thick with awkwardness as Ichikura stammers through her explanation. But Hoodie Guy's gaze is fixed on her with a concern that's hard to ignore. Then, without warning, she closes the gap, throwing her arms around him in a sudden, desperate hug. Just as she tries to hide her face, he delivers a line that freezes her heart. He didn't just happen to be here. He came specifically to see her. Her world practically explodes. Between the shock and the blushing, she's floating on cloud 9, even if a small doubt still lingers. But the romantic haze vanishes the moment he calls her name, Ichikura, his tone shifting to something more serious. He drops a cryptic warning about the others having the same idea, leaving her wondering exactly what he's worried about. Meanwhile, Sakyo is fighting a losing battle for attention, snapping at a guy who seems more interested in his screen than her. Adikura rushes in to apologize, but she immediately catches the vibe. Is this guy actually hitting on Sakyo? And behind her, Hoodie Guy is already radiating a dark, menacing aura. Sakyo plays it off with a smile, but her phone tells a different story. She's literally searching for the legalities of punching a guy who hits on her. As the group splits, Hoodie Guy asks the other guy to take Momose home, leaving both him and Ichikura staring in total confusion. The tension is high as the woman warns Momo she might take the wrong train. But Momo is too distracted to care. The mood shifts instantly when the woman admits she just wanted to spend a little more time with her, leaving Momo completely floored. After a quick goodbye, the scene shifts to the train ride home. The conversation takes a sharp turn as the topic of Ichikura comes up. Apparently, he's injured after a clash with someone from another school. Momo is left wondering what exactly happened to him, while the woman casually mentions that fighting is a regular occurrence for her. But as she glances at Momo, a realization hits. Ichikura must really care about her to have asked for her safety. The woman keeps that secret to herself, leaving Momo to notice something strange on her phone. Ichikura has been messaging her non-stop since yesterday, a sudden surge of attention that feels completely unusual. The next morning, Momo finds Ichikura waiting for her at the school gates, bandage on his cheek and all. She's caught completely off guard, demanding to know why on earth he's waiting for her. Ichikura plays it off with a grin, joking about the hardships of being a mascot. But the other students aren't buying it. While they whisper about his injuries and potential fights, Momo is left staring, her mind racing with questions. Monday, December 20th, and Momo decides she needs answers. She turns to Igarashi with a request. Can he talk to Ichikura for her? When asked why she can't do it, her answer is simple. She has absolutely no clue how to deal with delinquents. Momo's doubt runs deep. She feels that even if Ichikura opened up, she wouldn't be able to help him. Amidst her worry, a sudden quirky memory of someone rejecting drawings of dogs flashes by. Then comes the dreaded club activity, cleaning the school grounds in the freezing cold. As Momo sweeps the pavement, she can't help but complain about the weather, unaware of who's creeping up behind her. Suddenly, Ichikura is right there, standing so close that Momo can practically feel his breath. When she asks if he's just cold, he gives a blunt, not really, leaving her flustered while Igarashi watches from the side, wondering why he's the one stuck with the work. A tense atmosphere lingers as a hooded figure stomps away in frustration, leaving Ichikura and Momosi behind. The heavy sound of a gate slamming shut punctuates the sudden silence. Momosi isn't buying it. She calls him out on his sudden overprotectiveness, from the morning wait to following her to the trash. But Ichikura just flips the script with a smirk, asking if she actually minds him being so close. Flustered, Momose quickly denies it, but the conversation shifts as a cold wind blows through. She brings up a suspicious detail. Did something happen with the students from Gekka High yesterday? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman is losing her mind over the phone. The warning is dire. Momose might be a target. Ichikura tries to argue for telling Momose to find a solution, but he's shut down. The reason? Momose is too excited for Christmas, and revealing the danger would only ruin her holiday. A pressure mounts as the woman offers to violently finish the problem, but Ichikura refuses. He's trapped in a miserable spot. Protecting her means lying to her, and that's the one thing he can't stand. A harsh reality check follows. The woman tells him he just has to endure it. Ichikura realizes this is the price they pay for a life of breaking rules. The consequences have finally caught up. Back with Momose, she tries to reassure him that his protectiveness isn't weird. But Ichikura has a different plan in mind. A strategy to get her to forgive him for his violent past. Ichikura plays it cool, apologizing for the trouble but insisting he'll handle the mess himself. Momose is stunned, realizing he was just trying to butter her up, and that he's actually thinking about her. Anger fades, replaced by a deep gnawing worry. Momose knows Ichikura can win a fight, but she can't stand the thought of him getting hurt. She's left speechless, torn between her trust in him and her fear for his safety. An awkward silence hangs heavy in the air as Momose remains speechless. Ichikura watches her, convinced that she absolutely hates the idea he just proposed. But then, Momose flips the script with a sudden burst of determination, asking if they should try their best to harvest the seeds they sow. The phrasing is so unexpected that Ichikura completely loses it, bursting into a massive guffaw. Still coughing from laughter, Ichikura teases her, pointing out that they aren't talking about gardening. Before she can even process the joke, he reaches out and ruffles her hair, catching her completely off guard. Blushing and bewildered, Momose wonders what he's doing suddenly. Ichikura just laughs it off, finally giving in with a promise to do his best. Momose asks if she said something funny, but as she fixes her messy hair, she feels a wave of relief. He laughed, so in her mind, everything must be okay. The mood shifts instantly as we move to the PE storage room. A menacing presence looms over Kusunoki as Aoi Oni drops a bombshell question. Is it true he knows Ichikura's girlfriend? Aoi Oni doesn't waste time with pleasantries. With a chilling smile, he delivers a direct and terrifying order. He wants Kusunoki to go and kidnap her. Kusunoki panics, questioning why such an extreme measure is necessary. Aoi Oni dismisses the concern, explaining it's simply insurance to ensure Kojima becomes #1, leaving Kusunoki stunned by this obsessive devotion. Aoi Oni argues that staying by the strongest guy's side is the only way to be safe, admitting it's all for his own sake. But the serious conversation is violently interrupted when a basketball slams right into Kusunoki's face, sending his glasses flying. Ignoring the chaos, Aoi Oni coldly reassures him that he has no personal interest in the girl. This is purely a strategic move for Kojima. As he tells Kusunoki he's counting on him, the poor guy looks like his soul has completely left his body. A cold farewell leaves Kusunoki alone in the PE storage room. But not before a smirking man in glasses drops a cryptic bombshell. I'm counting on you. The door slams shut, leaving a heavy silence behind. Panic sets in as Kusunoki's heart hammers against his ribs. He collapses to the floor, haunted by the crushing realization that no matter how hard he tries, he can never be like Ichikura. Meanwhile, Momose walks home in a pensive mood, the quiet streets mirroring her thoughts. A nagging doubt creeps in. Is he hiding something from her that he just can't say? One thought spirals into a full-blown crisis. From questioning if her life is at stake to random flashes of ramen, Momose's mind is a whirlwind until a sudden memory of the past stops her dead in her tracks. Just as she's lost in thought, a sudden presence flickers behind her. A sharp sound cuts through the air, and Momose freezes, sensing someone is right there. She whips around in a blur of shock, her eyes wide with alarm. Someone has stepped out of the shadows, catching her completely off guard. It's Igarashi. Momose explodes in confusion, demanding to know why he's even in this neighborhood, but he just brushes her off with a tired "so loud." But there's a secret deal behind this encounter. Ichikura has practically begged Igarashi to escort Momose home, admitting it's too risky for her to be with him, while he hunts for clues about Kusunoki. Even after a collar grab, Ichikura doesn't budge, playing the only buddy I can rely on card. With a determined look, he seals the deal. I'm counting on you, Igarashi. The result? An incredibly awkward walk where Igarashi pretends it's just a coincidence they're heading the same way. But as he hears other students chatting about a Christmas party, a flicker of curiosity crosses his face. It's December 24th, and the air is thick with Christmas anticipation. While cleaning the Helpers Club room, a girl can barely contain her excitement. Dinner, illuminations, and a secret present are all waiting for her and her favorite person. But the romantic mood is interrupted when Ichikura heads off to find a teacher, leaving her to wait at the school gate. Just as she's wondering why he isn't following her, she runs right into that same irritating face from before. Waiting alone, she's already dreaming of cake. But her heart sinks when she spots Ichikura talking to someone else. A sudden wave of jealousy hits. Now she wants that cake even more. Suddenly, a familiar face jumps out and gives her a massive fright. It's Kusunoki, looking beat up and desperate, asking if she's alone because he has something urgent to discuss. He claims she's the only one he can talk to, and she can't just leave him hanging. To be safe, she shoots a quick text to Ichikura, letting him know she's stepping away for a bit with Kusunoki. The moment Ichikura reads the name Kusunoki, his expression shifts. He tries to call her, but there's no answer, and that's all the warning he needs to bolt into action. He searches frantically, but the school grounds are empty. Just as he realizes she's gone, a cold voice cuts through the silence from right behind him. He turns to find himself staring down a pack of delinquents on motorcycles. The leader, a smug guy in sunglasses, makes his intentions clear. He's here to collect Ichikura. Before Ichikura can even react, his phone is snatched away to prevent any calls for help. The stranger introduces himself as Oni from Gekka High, and he's dropped a bombshell. They've already invited Ichikura's girlfriend to their party. The ultimatum is simple. Come quietly, or Momo whoever pays the price. Ichikura's gaze hardens, the festive spirit of Christmas completely replaced by a cold, dangerous tension. The stakes are lethal. One wrong move and he's dead. While some are wondering if Kusunoki managed the job, he's just trying to head home, unaware of the chaos trailing behind him. A single missed call and a heavy sigh. Kusunoki's hassle quickly turns into a frantic apology as he bows before Momose, the air thick with guilt. Kusunoki is spiraling, questioning if he's just a pawn in a messy game of delinquents. But in a sudden shift, he shows a softer side, worriedly asking Momose if she's feeling okay. Momose's kindness is a total curveball. She's not angry. She's worried about him. Her gentle smile only makes Kusunoki's guilt crash harder, leaving him absolutely devastated. The mood flips instantly. The moment the word hostage drops, Momose's world shatters into pure panic. Delinquents are scary, but the news that Ichikura is being taken to Gekka High is the real nightmare. Oki makes a break for it, leaving a bewildered Momose behind with a promise to save Ichikura. But as her calls go unanswered, the panic sets in. She can't just stand there and wait. A heartbreaking realization hits her. Ichikura didn't just go, he went for her. The memory of his concern flashes back, leaving Momose completely overwhelmed with emotion. Determination kicks in. Momose pushes through the exhaustion, racing through the city until she finally hits the nearest station to Gekka High, breathless and desperate. Arrives, a familiar face appears, Sakyo-san. A chance encounter at the station reveals Sakyo is early for a Christmas party, but she quickly notices something is very wrong with Momose. Momose tries to play it cool, but the tension snaps. In a sudden violent blur, Sakyo pins her against the wall with a bang. The friendly chat is over. Now it's time for answers. The tension is electric as Sakyo leans in close, leaving Momose completely flustered. But just as quickly as the mood shifted, Sakyo pulls away, casually announcing she's heading out and will be in touch soon. Panic sets in for Momose. Is Sakyo really just going to barge into Gekka High? Sakyo just laughs it off, claiming it's no big deal since the police would be there every day anyway, leaving Momose completely lost in the world of delinquent logic. With a knowing smile, Sakyo reminds Momose that she needs to get her present to him, but insists that Momose stay somewhere safe. Momose hesitates, her mind racing as she tries to find the words. Momose knows logically that she'd only be a hindrance, but her heart is pulling her in a different direction. Then, Sakyo drops a surprise invitation. Does she want to come along? Sakyo's only thinking about Momose's safety, fearing the risk and the scare of the place. But Momose is processing those words, struggling with the gap between what she knows and what she feels. The hesitation vanishes, replaced by a spark of pure determination in Momose's eyes. She finally speaks her truth. She wants to go and get Ichikura-kun back too. Sakyo is all for it, agreeing to go together with a smile. Feeling grateful and a bit guilty for relying on her again, Momose nervously mentions she has a favor to ask. The favor turns out to be a total curveball. Sakyo just wants to call her Momo-chan. While Momose is baffled that this counts as a favor, Sakyo is absolutely beaming with joy at the acceptance. Suddenly, the vibe shifts as Sakyo whips out a bandana and masks up, looking ready for battle. Momose can only watch in confusion, wondering if this is some strange delinquent etiquette. Sakyo crashes the party, interrupting a group of delinquents with her masked-up appearance. Without wasting a second, she gets straight to the point. She's looking for a guy with glasses and wavy hair in a school uniform. A guy tries to play it smooth, tugging at a woman's bandana and asking if he can take it off. But he misread the room completely, one sharp smack later, and the mood turns deadly. He doesn't just stop at a slap. A brutal kick sends him flying, followed by a thwacking blow that leaves him staggering in absolute agony. The carnage continues, as she pins him to the floor with a sickening splat of her heel. She offers a casual apology, but the truth is out. She's absolutely loving the fight. Her gaze turns predatory as she declares it's time to go hard. Nearby, a witness can only scream in pure terror at the intensity. Cut to room 1B, where the aftermath of some other chaos is evident. Beat-up students are scattered around a room decorated for a Christmas party that clearly went south. Then there's this guy, sitting alone in an empty classroom, munching on party snacks he wasn't even invited to. But a note on the board catches his eye. Everyone's heading to the gym. He decides to check it out, but he's not the only one moving. In a blur of speed, someone slams into him, sending him crashing to the floor with a heavy thud. He looks up to see a familiar, terrifying glare. It's the scary woman again, and she's wondering exactly what he's doing here. Mose isn't the only surprise. A hooded girl pops up, horrified by Igarashi's injuries. Meanwhile, Igarashi is just wondering why Momose is dressed like a burglar. The scene shifts to the gym, where the atmosphere is electric with violence. Enter Yoshinobu Kifujima of Gekka High, a powerhouse who's ready to tear through anyone in his way. Kifujima is barking orders, demanding that Ichikura stop stalling and finish the fight. But Ichikura's mind is miles away. He's desperate to find Momose, wondering if she's been taken somewhere else. Just as the fight reaches a peak, Ichikura does the unthinkable. He's simply away. Kojima is left completely baffled, screaming after him in total disbelief. Kojima can't wrap his head around the retreat, demanding to know if Ichikura is just tired. But Ichikura doesn't care about the brawl. He only wants one thing: Momose back. The tension snaps when Kojima drops a bombshell. He might not want to give her back. Before Ichikura can even react, a brutal punch connects, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Beaten and bleeding, Ichikura is trapped in a mental deadlock. He knows he can't afford to lose or even win until he knows for sure that Momose is safe. While Ichikura struggles, the onlookers treat the fight like a game, placing bets on who will come out on top between the underdog and the powerhouse Kojima. Even the students of Class 1A are confused by Ichikura's strange behavior. Meanwhile, Kojima starts to suspect that the bastard in glasses is pulling some strings behind the scenes. Over. Ichikura is out cold on the floor, and the crowd erupts in praise for Kojima's overwhelming strength. Despite the victory, a strange emptiness lingers for Kojima, who admits he's not all that happy. And as for Ichikura, he's left staring at the ceiling, knowing he's in deep trouble. Exhausted and defeated, the world begins to fade for Ichikura. As darkness closes in, he tries to convince himself that he'll be fine. A sweet romantic wish hangs in the air, but the mood is completely ruined by the guy on the floor, who looks like he's just been through a war. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a brutal strike. Ichikura explodes into action, landing a devastating kick that sends his opponent flying. He's not stopping there. With a thunderous whack, Ichikura tears through the crowd, leaving the other delinquents frozen in absolute shock. Battered and bleeding, Ichikura pushes himself up from the dirt. His eyes are wild with a new dangerous resolve. He's going to crush every single one of them to get her back. The crowd is in a frenzy. Did the legendary Kojima really just get one-shotted? But the blonde leader isn't laughing. He looms over Ichikura with a look of pure menace. Enter Kusunoki, a nervous wreck of a man who can barely catch his breath. To the others, he's just a pathetic minion, the kind of guy who's always on edge. Kusunoki reports his failure to the boss, hoping for a quick exit. But the blonde man's smile is a trap, and the favor he's about to ask sends a chill straight down Kusunoki's spine. The mask slips, and the boss turns into a monster. He rips into Kusunoki for his incompetence, mocking his uselessness before pinning him to the floor for a brutal lesson. But then, the unthinkable happens. The pathetic Kusunoki snaps, delivering a stinging slap that echoes through the hall. He's done playing the minion, and he's tired of this lame delinquent game. With a final cutting remark, Kusunoki declares he never wanted to be like the boss. Yet, in a sudden twist of emotion, he reaches out for a connection, asking the one question that changes everything. We're friends, right? The silence of the gym is shattered by a desperate scream. A man with glasses is absolutely losing it, shrieking that he'll never be friends with that bastard, right before he's slammed into the floor. The atmosphere is cold and arrogant. A blonde delinquent dismisses an errand boy with total contempt, before coldly ordering his subordinates to finish the job. But the victory is short-lived. A sudden, violent walk leaves the blonde leader stunned, and as a new presence emerges, he calmly notes that the room has become quite crowded. The tension spikes as two more formidable figures step into the light. A masked woman offers a chillingly calm good afternoon, leaving Ichikura completely blindsided by their arrival. Then the mood flips from menacing to pure chaos. A girl in a white hood bursts onto the scene, her voice echoing with pure excitement as she finally spots Ichikura and Momose. Her joy quickly turns to worry at the sight of Ichikura's battered face. He's confused by her intense gaze, but she just lets out a relieved sigh. She finally found him. Ichikura watches the scene with a deadpan expression, wondering if some people just never learn. Meanwhile, the blonde delinquent is in a blind rage, screaming and demanding to know who is responsible for this humiliation. The answer comes in the form of a devastating strike. With one massive whack, the blonde man is sent flying, his sunglasses smashing into pieces as he's left crumpled and defeated on the floor. For the man who delivered the blow, the fight was barely a workout. He declares himself bored, and delivers one last thud to the opposition, sighing that the whole ordeal was simply tiring. In a bizarre twist, the victor offers a polite apology and returns a phone, But it's the mysterious wish coupon from Yoshinobu that leaves Ichikura staring in total confusion. The dust settles, and the crowd is already buzzing. Some are calling for a rematch on New Year's, while others are just baffled by the whole scene. Ichikura just sits there, wondering if he actually managed a clean sweep. But then the ego kicks in. Beaten and bloodied, Ichikura doesn't just take the win, he claims total superiority. He drops a cold order to everyone present: don't ever get involved with me. With one final arrogant point of the finger, he shuts the whole conversation down. That's all. The silence is deafening until the girls watching from the sidelines chime in. While some find him way too bossy, the verdict is clear. Ichikura-kun has officially climbed to the top. Bam! In a flash of pure intensity, he cements his new status. The message is loud and clear: stay away or face the consequences. The other delinquents can only stare in shock. With the chaos over, the hooded girl hopes everything is finally sorted. The masked girl notes that Ichikura's normal self is back, but as the group lingers, one question remains. When do they actually get to go home? The atmosphere shifts as a strange tension, a literal buzz, fills the air. Ichikura is caught in a conversation, while the girls watch from a distance, sensing something is off. The masked girl suggests stepping in. But the other guys are a complete mess. One of them is having a total meltdown, convinced he's a dead man walking, while the hooded girl just watches with sparkling eyes. Now on their way home, the worry returns. If Ichikura keeps this up, he might end up in trouble again. A friend challenges her. If she's so worried, why not just pull him away from it all? Just as the guys start bickering about another fight, a sudden movement catches Ichikura's eye. He jumps, completely startled. Who on earth just snuck up on him? Chaos erupts as Momose accidentally bumps into a group of delinquents. Just as the tension peaks, one of them suddenly slams face first into the ground in a dramatic apology, asking if she's the legendary girlfriend they'd heard about. Rumor mill starts spinning instantly. Is she really Ichikura's girlfriend? While Momose flusteredly tries to deny it, she can't help but notice the terrifying intensity in one guy's eyes, even as he coldly claims he'll deal with Ichikura later. The dust finally settles, leaving a battered and bruised Ichikura slumped on the pavement. Just as he's at his lowest, a hand reaches out to pull him from the wreckage. With a gentle smile and a firm grip, Momose offers him a way out of the mess. Let's go home, Ichikura-kun, she says, her kindness cutting right through the lingering tension. Under the watchful, silent gaze of the remaining delinquents, Momose leads a dazed Ichikura away, leaving the chaos of the fight behind them. Ichikura can't take his eyes off her. In this moment, the pain of his bruises seems to fade away, replaced by the sight of the girl leading him home. Curious, Ichikura asks why the others showed up, and Igarashi claims he just wanted to join in on a fight. Ichikura isn't buying it for a second. That is a blatant lie. A simple thanks from Ichikura sends Igarashi into a total internal meltdown of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sakyo plays it cool, claiming her presence was just a hobby, leaving Ichikura amazed that she's the only one who emerged unscathed. As the group lingers in a strange, quiet truce, the first snowflakes of the season begin to drift down. The world turns white, shifting the mood from violence to something far more peaceful. Winter chill is forgotten as Momose happily munches on a treat, beaming with pure joy. Sitting side by side in the warmth of a shelter, Ichikura can only watch her, completely captivated by her happiness. A simple convenience store cake might not seem like much, but for these two, it's the perfect setup. The girl is practically vibrating with excitement, insisting on giving him her present before they even take a bite of the dessert. She hands it over with a beaming smile, but there's a hilarious catch. The bag is completely squashed. Even he's baffled, wondering why her gift bag is in worse shape than his. Reveal? A cozy cardigan. She admits she got it because she lost his button and knew his old one was torn in a fight. A small, thoughtful gesture that leaves him feeling instantly warm. He's genuinely touched, but then he spots a tiny detail. A pair of glasses on the fabric. It's the key point she specifically chose, and her pride is practically radiating off her. Now it's her turn to open her gift. She's nervous, thinking the packaging looks expensive, but the moment she opens it, she's completely stunned. It's a bracelet! She struggles a bit with the clasp, her clumsiness on full display, but he steps in to help. A quiet, intimate moment as he secures the jewelry on her wrist. She admires the piece, deciding it's a bit chunky but funky and cute. He just watches her, humming in thought as she tests it out. Then comes the real kicker. He reveals he got a matching one, admitting he can't do cutesy clothes but thought these would fit. She absolutely loses it with joy, calling him a genius, while he just tells her she's being too loud. As they finally settle in to eat their cake under the night sky, the mood shifts. He warns her that the place was dangerous, and she quietly admits that it was indeed scary. But then, she drops a line that freezes the air. The real fear wasn't the location. It was the terrifying thought that he might not have come back. The quiet air is suddenly broken when Ichikura lets out a short, abrupt "ah," leaving Momose completely bewildered by the random outburst. Then, the mood shifts instantly as Ichikura begins feeding her cake. Momose is caught totally off guard, her face flushing as she finds herself asking for more. A moment of genuine tenderness follows. Ichikura looks at her with a soft smile, thanking her for coming to get him, and the sincerity of it makes Momose's heart race. Romantic tension snaps when Ichikura suddenly rolls back, laughing and complaining that his mouth is too sore to eat anymore. Momose is left staring at the massive cake, wondering why on earth he bought so much if he couldn't finish it. As Ichikura lies there nonchalantly, Momose's mind begins to spiral. She wonders if now is the right time to kiss him, and if his relaxed pose is actually a silent invitation. Driven by a sudden nervous impulse, she leans over him. The bench creaks under the weight of the moment as she closes the distance. Finally, the tension breaks. With both of them blushing furiously, they lean in and share a long-awaited kiss. In the soft aftermath, she softly asks if it hurt. Ichikura's voice is a gentle whisper as he assures her that it didn't. Neither of them wants the night to end. Momose clings to him, admitting she doesn't want to go home yet, while Ichikura worries that she'll freeze if they stay out in the cold. Just as he tries to suggest leaving for the warmth, Momose explodes with energy, pinning him to the bench and shouting that she's not cold at all. Ichikura can only watch her chaos, thinking to himself that she really is full of beans. The air is thick with tension as she clings to him from behind, blushing furiously while insisting she's not cold. But he's not letting her have the last word. He pulls her into a crushing hug, shouting, "Me neither," with enough force to knock the wind out of her. Well then, the scene shifts to a memory of a young Mio, surrounded by a mountain of plushies in a room that screams luxury. He admits he's been spoiled since he was a kid. His eyes are glued to the screen, captivated by the masked kicker promising a rescue. It's a feeling he can't even put into words, something far beyond just being cute. When his mother asks what he wants for Christmas, Mio freezes, unable to express his own desires. He simply accepts whatever his parents choose, believing their way is always best. This pattern follows him all the way into junior high. The result? A lifetime of never actually getting the things he truly wanted. Fast forward to December 25th, 8:30 a.m. Mio wakes up to a beeping alarm, but the real shock comes when the camera pulls back to reveal his home. A massive, jaw-dropping mansion. The Christmas party is in full swing, and the guests are absolutely floored. As they enter the cavernous hall with gifts in hand, they can barely process the scale of the place. From the personal housekeeper to the pets and the sheer opulence, the truth comes out. Mio's father is a member of parliament. The rich vibes aren't just a feeling, they're a fact. His friends look at the mild-mannered Mio and realize that when he once mentioned his family was powerful, he wasn't joking at all. Now it's time to dive into the party feast. The party is in full swing with a loud cheers and Merry Christmas filling the air. While Igarashi reflects on how he went overboard yesterday, Ichikura is reeling from the emotional whiplash. She can't believe the jump from yesterday's danger to this cozy celebration. Suddenly, Ichikura's heart skips a beat. She gasps as she realizes he's wearing it. The matching bracelet! As she blushes furiously, she looks around the room, wondering if Igarashi spent all last night putting up these beautiful decorations just for them. The conversation shifts as one friend admits he helps Igarashi because he reminds him of a rebellious younger brother. But the mood flips when Rin is asked about her boyfriend, leading to a revelation that catches everyone off guard. Rin casually drops a bombshell. She's broken up with her boyfriend, the third one this year, and is already looking for a new one. Meanwhile, Ichikura is fighting a losing battle to keep a straight face when someone notices her new bracelet. The secret is out. The group realizes her bracelet matches Igarashi's, and the interrogation begins. They're dying to know the price of the high-brand accessory, but Igarashi just gives them a smug not telling ya. The party takes a hilarious turn when a childhood photo of Igarashi surfaces. Dressed like a literal doll, the contrast between his past and present is so jarring that his friends can't help but ask, "What happened to you?" Igarashi opens up, admitting he hated the girly clothes his mom loved until he finally stood his ground in elementary school. Even when he started dyeing his hair and acting out, his parents didn't judge. They actually loved it. A moment of quiet realization hits. Igarashi reflects on how his parents' unconditional support built his unshakable self-esteem. He realizes he was raised with so much love and affection that the idea of rejection simply doesn't exist for him. Taking a moment of peace, Ichikura wanders into a bathroom so massive it actually makes her nervous. But then, a sudden meow echoes through the room, and she finds a fluffy, grumpy-looking cat. Igarashi comes looking for her, worried she might have actually gotten lost in the house. He finds her completely defeated by cuteness, trapped on the floor by a cat that simply refuses to let her go. Chaos erupts as the cat decides Igarashi is its favorite target, smacking him right in the face while he tries to protect the girl. He's complaining loudly, But as the girl notes, this is exactly what you'd expect from Igarashi's cat. But then the mood shifts instantly. She catches a glimpse of his wrist and realizes he's actually wearing the bracelet, leaving her completely love-struck. Igarashi doesn't let the moment stay quiet, reaching out to squish her cheek with a smirk. He calls her out for looking far too happy, mirroring a feeling from their past. The tenderness is cut short as they pivot to the main event. With a loud bam, a mountain of wrapped gifts appears. It's time for Secret Santa. The rules are simple. A gift based on something they wanted as kids, with a strict 2,000 yen budget. After a quick round of rock, paper, scissors, the order is set and the excitement peaks. Reveals are a mix of pure joy and deadpan reactions. From a giant kitty anime pillow to super practical snacks for Igarashi, and even a cute figurine set that's praised in a completely monotone voice. The nostalgia keeps hitting hard, with a magical girl wand and a dinosaur book that brings back childhood memories. Even Igarashi joins in, gifting a DIY candy kit that sparks a wave of nostalgia for the recipient. Finally, it's Igarashi's turn. He opens the gift from Yamada, and as a masked kicker figure and notebook roll out, he freezes in total shock. While the rest of the group geeks out over the nostalgic toy, Igarashi's mind drifts back to a darker time. In junior high, he learned a hard lesson. Standing out even a little bit attracts the attention of delinquents. A flashback reveals a younger Igarashi being cornered by a delinquent who mocks his hair and clothes for breaking school rules. The confrontation escalates quickly, ending with a sudden heavy thud. Bruised and beaten, Mio tries to play it cool, snapping at the person staring him down. Does he want another beating? One sudden, brutal kick sends Mio flying with a resounding whack, followed by Ichikura's cold, indifferent gaze. A memory surfaces of a younger Mio, mesmerized by a fighter and desperate for Ichikura's attention, shouting for a one-on-one fight. But the result was a crushing silence. Ichikura completely ignores Hos, leaving Mio to deal with the sting of his first experience being totally invisible. Fragments of the past flicker by. The power of that kick, a girl with a bunny plush, and Mio's wide-eyed admiration, wasn't just about fighting. Mio wanted to talk to him, to be like him, to be something in Ichikura's world. Yet, Ichikura remained perpetually irritated and uninterested. Mio could only dream of friendship, sketching kicker in his notebook. Fast forward to now, and Mio can't believe he's actually hanging out with Ichikura and their friends. The mood is light as Ichikura jokingly suggests a girl use her cute wand for self-defense. Watching them, Mio feels a surge of gratitude, realizing that everything he has now is thanks to one person. The moment is broken when Ichikura catches him staring and asks if he wants the wand. When a friend brings up his old obsession with kicker, Mio just brushes it off with a dismissive, nah, a look of pure admiration. For this guy, the man with the glasses isn't just a friend, he's someone he's always looked up to. The trip ends on a high note as the group heads home, clutching bags of cookies and buzzing about how cute Mom Igarashi was. But while the friends are thrilled, the host is feeling a bit salty. He tries to play it cool, calling them acquaintances, but the vibe is definitely a bit annoyed. As they reach the station, the group starts to scatter. But just as Momose is about to decide her route, a poke on the shoulder changes everything. Apparently, she's busy now. And just like that, the friends vanish, leaving the two of them in a sudden heavy silence. Momose is left completely dazed, wondering if she even had other plans. Then he drops the bomb. Why don't we enjoy the rest of Christmas together? One sentence, and Momose's brain practically shuts down. They drift into a bustling shopping street draped in festive lights. It's a familiar place for Momose, a spot where she used to work, making the walk feel even more intimate. Before a towering, glittering Christmas tree, Momose can't help but wonder. Is Ichikura-kun actually into romantic stuff? One look at his face tells her. The answer is a hard probably not. Everywhere they look, couples are squeezing together and acting lovey-dovey. Momose is genuinely impressed, realizing that Christmas illuminations are basically a cheat code for romance. The winter chill finally bites, and Momose lets out a small comment about the cold. That's when Ichikura makes his move, sliding a warm surprise into her hand, a small act of kindness in the cold. He hands her a warmer he bought yesterday just in case. While she's grateful for his preparedness, she admits she's slightly disappointed too, all while they stand before a shop inviting them to make their own candles. The mood lightens as she discovers the candle-making activity, practically beaming with excitement to make one for him. He responds in a flat, monotone voice, though he can't help but notice she isn't exactly the Christmas type, but the results are questionable. He stares at his creation, wondering what on earth the vibe is, while she tries to be polite by calling it simple. The conversation then shifts as she mentions messaging Kusunoki-kun out of worry. A glimpse of a phone screen reveals a shockingly long reply from Kusunoki-kun. This triggers a memory of school chaos, specifically, the moment everyone realized someone had eaten Class 1B's Christmas cake. The memory isn't a fond one. He's reminded of the intimidation, being dismissed as a silly four eyes and told to get lost by the delinquents who rule the halls. But then there's the shadow of a different kind of intensity. A dark-haired figure looms over a scene of violence. Just as Ichikura enters the room, the truth comes out. Kijima-kun isn't necessarily a bad guy, but he's extreme, believing the only way to fix problems is with his fists. His loyalty is absolute, and he won't forget what happened to Oni. One simple question, "Isn't he scary?" leaves him visibly shivering. As they return to the present, the group is still obsessing over the mystery of the stolen cake. Amidst the fear and uncertainty of the future, he reflects on his own growth. He remembers the moment he finally found his voice and shouted that he would never be their friend. With a long sigh, he finds the resolve to keep moving forward, even if she's skeptical of his sudden confidence. Meanwhile, the prime suspect for the cake theft is caught red-handed, munching away. Under the shimmering night sky, the air is thick with anticipation as they stop on the bridge. Momose looks out at the city lights, noting that the beautiful illuminations are visible from here too. A heavy silence falls between them, leaving Momose breathless. She can't help but wonder if this special moment was planned just for her, questioning why he'd bring her here, if he isn't even into this kind of thing. But as the tension peaks, she admits she has something to say as well. The guy's gaze sharpens as he asks what she has to say, but his mind flashes back to a conversation with Ichikura. The warning was clear. Having a girlfriend isn't the problem, but she could become a weakness that enemies might exploit. Ichikura's voice echoes in his head, arguing that keeping her away is a choice made out of care, because protecting someone 24/7 is simply impossible. Back in the present, the weight of that realization leaves him speechless. Momose's heart thumps wildly in her chest, her mind racing through every possibility. Is this good news or something terrible? Just as her nerves reach a breaking point, he finally speaks her name, Momose. The moment is primed for a confession, but then he drops a total bombshell. Instead of romance, he asks her why she doesn't just work out hard and get super tough. Momose is completely floored. As she imagines a bulky, muscular version of herself, she can only stare in utter confusion, wondering what on earth he's talking about. Just as she's reeling, he pulls her into a sudden, tight embrace. His voice drops, revealing the raw truth behind his strange request. No matter how he looks at it, he simply doesn't want them to be apart. Momose is completely overwhelmed by how adorable he's being, but the mood flips instantly when he hands her a gift. It's a super loud personal safety alarm, leaving her terrified and wondering if some hidden danger is actually stalking her. As she clutches the alarm, she wonders if someone gave him advice to handle his recent troubles. But the mystery deepens when he looks at her and asks if someone told her something about him the day before. Not really, he mutters, his mind racing. He can't help but feel guilty, wondering if things would have been simpler and less painful if he'd never stepped in. But then the real question hits him. Why on earth did Ichikura-kun not even consider breaking up with him? Memory flashes back to a desperate, clinging embrace. "I don't want us to be apart," she had pleaded, her heart on her sleeve. Then the mood shifts entirely as she suddenly produces a glowing, heart-shaped wand. With a dramatic whoosh, she strikes a pose that leaves him completely bewildered. She isn't joking. With a determined look, she vows to get tougher so she can be the one to protect him too. He can only stare, stunned, as he tries to process this sudden turn. But she's not done yet. Her face flushes deep red as she pours her heart out, promising to stay by his side next Christmas, and every Christmas after that. And then the crash. The romantic tension vanishes instantly as she realizes how ridiculous she must look. "How lame did I just sound?" she panics, glancing at him to see if he's totally creeped out. Instead of disgust, she finds him looking back with a gaze that is unexpectedly soft and warm. He lets out a genuine laugh, a simple yay that completely melts her nerves. She's left wide-eyed, her heart hammering in her chest. Overwhelmed with joy, she throws herself into a sudden, tight hug. As he catches her, he thinks about how he wants to protect that smile, though she only catches the tail end of it, leaving her confused. Just as the moment peaks, a phone buzzes, shattering the silence. A message from Igarashi in the club chat pops up with a proposal that leaves them both blinking in confusion. A spa trip? A sudden invitation drops like a bombshell. Who wouldn't want to go on a spa trip? The blonde boy explains the deal. His family runs a ryokan inn, and since his dad is working, his mom suggested he bring his club friends along. But as the details sink in, the blonde girl is left to spiraling. Is it even okay for her to share a room with the guys? One mention of a big en-suite luxury room, and her worries vanish instantly. She's absolutely in. While the blonde boy wraps up the details, Ichikura can't help but wonder about the hot springs. A simple question about hot springs reveals a side of Ichikura she never knew. He actually visits public bathhouses. It's a small detail, but it hits her hard. Even after all this time, there's still so much about him that remains a mystery. Fast forward to January 4th, and the trip is finally underway. As they settle into the express bus, a high-energy greeting erupts. Momomo-chan has company. The bus ride is a chaotic mix of relief and nausea. While the blonde girl is just glad she's not the only girl on the trip, the blonde boy is already fighting a losing battle with motion sickness. Meanwhile, the conversation turns to a mysterious fight and a swollen hand. A quick flashback reveals the truth. Akira's injury was definitely from a fight, but with a smooth lie about chilblains, she managed to evade suspicion entirely. Mission accomplished. The girls bond over the stress of exam season, but the mood shifts when the topic of class rankings comes up. As they chat, a certain number is mumbled that catches everyone's attention. Number 2? The blonde girl is floored by Sakyo's supposed brilliance, but Ichikura isn't buying it for a second. He bets she actually meant 29th out of 30, and Sakyo knows he's hit the nail right on the head. They finally arrive at the destination, and it's pure luxury. But the moment the blonde boy is greeted as young master and acts the part, Ichikura is there to deliver a swift smack to the head. No arrogance allowed. A romantic proposal plan goes up in flames when a man discovers he booked his luxury en-suite room for the wrong year. While he's in a total panic, the girl with him is just daydreaming about the luxury she's missing out on. The chaos is almost too relatable. One guy thinks it's a classic Momose move, while another realizes he'd probably make the same mistake. The tension is so thick it's giving the girl a stomachache. Enter Momose, radiating pure menace as he corners the desperate man. Just as the poor guy thinks he's doomed, he's asked for a minute, though his friend has to smack some politeness into him first. A surprising twist. The young master has given up his luxury en-suite room for the group. While the staff is bewildered, the rest of the gang is absolutely loving the traditional tatami vibes. Turns out this act of kindness has the young master's mother weeping with pride, and as a reward they're getting a feast. Meanwhile, the blonde girl ignores the free yukatas for some soft and fluffy new pajamas. Then she drops a bombshell. To avoid waking up naked due to her messy sleeping, she's sticking to pajamas. The guy with glasses is practically short-circuiting, not just at the word naked, but at the realization that they're all sharing one room. Nervous about her sleeping habits, the girl asks Sakyo-san to shut her mouth if she starts talking in her sleep. But Sakyo-san's solution is way more terrifying. She offers to just squash the guy's ears instead. Time to shake off the awkwardness. Momose leads the way to the hot spring street with a handful of coupons, diving straight into the hustle and bustle of the local shops. Sweet treats and sweeter gestures. Ichikura hands over some mochi, claiming she knows him well, though Sakyo-san suspects he's just avoiding the sugar. For the blonde girl, it's a small moment that makes her feel like she's finally getting to know him. One by one, the little details start adding up. From his dislike of sweets to his love for spicy ramen and his massive appetite, she's building a mental list of everything that makes him, him. A mischievous plan is in motion. The dark-haired girl points out a beautiful bridge and suggests that Momo-chan and Ichikura return there alone at night, promising to handle Igarashi herself. But Momo-chan is skeptical. Does Ichikura even care for romantic things like night illuminations? To play it safe, she pivots the plan, searching her phone for a recommended cafe instead. Suddenly, Ichikura spots the destination from a distance, leaving Momo-chan stunned by his incredible eyesight. Even more surprising, those glasses he wears on vacation are just from a 100 yen store. Then, Momo-chan asks the one question that makes the air feel suddenly heavy. Looking at him closely, she asks if he prefers his look with or without the glasses. His answer is a total curveball. Both. As he lets out a low, effortless chuckle, Momo-chan's brain practically shuts down from the tension. Momo-chan is completely floored, convinced that he knows exactly how cool he is. The moment is pure bliss until a noisy dog starts yapping, trying its best to break the mood. The romantic vibe vanishes instantly as the dog turns from yapping to growling. It turns out animals just can't stand him. Shaking off the awkwardness, the group arrives at a bustling cafe. While waiting in line, Sakyo enters a state of absolute crisis. She's muttering a serious internal debate over strawberry millefeuille versus chestnut Mont Blanc. Just as they're deciding on cake, Ichikura casually throws an arm around Momo-chan. He has absolutely no sense of personal space, and it's sending her heart into overdrive. Caught in his orbit and completely overwhelmed, Momo-chan is a blushing mess. One sudden move from him, and she's left totally flustered. The tension spikes as she suddenly clings to him, leaving the boy with glasses completely frozen in shock. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, their companion decides to make a quick exit, casually announcing he's going to grab a hot coffee. Now it's his turn to take the lead, throwing an arm around her shoulder and sending her heart into overdrive. She's already rating this a perfect 10, convinced he's really into her. But a sudden doubt hits her. Did he even do that consciously?